Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Undead suppression. Effect: use your undead power to suppress the enemy. According to the strength of both sides, it will transform into all attributes suppression power. The greater the difference between the two sides, the stronger the suppression. The undead suppression was obtained by Lu Yan after completing the achievement mission when he refined the Netherworld King bloodline. This was a very comprehensive debuff skill that could suppress the other party's strength in all aspects. The greater the difference, the greater the suppression. However, he did not know the exact effect. Lu Yan had not used it yet, so he could give it a try this time. As he used the undead suppression, a large amount of undead power quickly condensed on Lu Yan's body. A huge pressure also rose from Lu Yan's body. It was the pressure of the Netherworld King. The moment the Netherworld King's pressure aura appeared, the fur on the two Thunderwing Leopard Kings in front of him directly stood up. Their pupils dilated, revealing a terrified expression. Nov, L, B /JNN. Even the way they looked at Lu Yan changed and they seemed shocked. The surrounding Thunderwing Leopards quickly distanced themselves from Lu Yan and did not dare to approach at all. Lu Yan nodded slightly. It seemed that the effect of the undead suppression skill was not targeted on individuals, but based on a range that surrounded him. However, there was also a distance. About 100 meters away, the expressions of the Thunderwing Leopards were very normal. The approximate range was around 100 meters. He just did not know how much suppression power there was. His 4 attributes should be higher than these two Thunderwing Leopard Kings, but they would not be much higher. The suppression power was probably not too high. Thinking of this, Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and directly rushed towards the two Thunderwing Leopard Kings in front of him, wanting to see how powerful the suppression was. Soon, Lu Yan arrived beside the two Thunderwing Leopard Kings. The black bone scythe in his hand directly slashed at a Thunderwing Leopard King. The two Thunderwing Leopard Kings quickly moved. Lightning enveloped their bodies and they quickly dodged. Although they were afraid of the aura suddenly emitted by the human in front of them, the two Thunderwing Leopard Kings did not directly lose their courage to fight. After quickly dodging Lu Yan's attack, the two Thunderwing Leopard Kings attacked Lu Yan from behind again, wanting to repeat the previous situation. However, this time, after Lu Yan blocked the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him, the black bone scythe in his hand followed the inertia and arrived behind him, barely blocking the attack of the other Thunderwing Leopard King. Sensing the strength coming from the black bone scythe, Lu Yan revealed a happy expression. The attack and movement speed of the Thunderwing Leopard King decreased a lot. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan directly used the Ghost Bone Hand again. His mental strength was instantly consumed by a little. Bone hands instantly surged out from the ground and directly grabbed the ankle of a Thunderwing Leopard King, tightly binding it. Lu Yan did not hesitate and his figure instantly disappeared from his spot, appearing behind the restrained Thunderwing Leopard King. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand high and directly slashed at the neck of this Thunderwing Leopard King. Sensing the danger, the restrained Thunderwing Leopard King roared. The lightning on its body instantly surged and electrocuted Lu Yan. At the same time, a large amount of lightning also landed on the bone hands below. Lightning quickly flickered before the bone hands directly cracked. A large amount of lightning surged into Lu Yan's body, instantly making Lu Yan's body numb and stiff. At this moment, the Thunderwing Leopard King under him had already quickly escaped. The other Thunderwing Leopard King instantly arrived in front of Lu Yan and directly attacked him. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a smile before his figure disappeared from his spot again. Just now, Lu Yan had used the Traceless Moon Step. This time, Lu Yan was using the Monarch Netherworld Escape. His figure appeared behind the Thunderwing Leopard King that had just escaped and was panting. The black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand slashed down fiercely. The black bone scythe instantly tore open the back of this Thunderwing Leopard King, and a deep wound that revealed its bones instantly appeared on its back. Lightning flickered as the Thunderwing Leopard King escaped again. Unfortunately, the reaction speed of this Thunderwing Leopard King was still very fast, causing the black bone scythe that was originally aimed at its neck to land on its back. However, it was easier to deal with the other party now that it was injured. At this moment, 2 sad cries sounded from behind. The 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings were directly killed by the Bone Dragon, and their corpses smashed heavily onto the ground. The Thunderwing Leopard King was unable to deal with the Bone Dragon to begin with and could only barely resist. After the surrounding undead dealt with the surrounding Thunderwing Leopards, they directly supported Lu Yan. A large number of attacks landed on the Thunderwing Leopard Kings, directly making them exhausted and dying in the hands of the Bone Dragon. As the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings died, the Thunderwing Leopard group that was still struggling just now directly collapsed. A large number of Thunderwing Leopards were killed, allowing more undead to support the Bone Dragons. The Thunderwing Leopard Kings could not take it anymore and were killed one by one. A portion of the undead knights, undead swordsmen, and necromancers quickly arrived beside Lu Yan and helped him deal with the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings in front of him. Lu Yan already had a rough understanding of his current strength. Working with the surrounding undead, he quickly killed the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings in front of him. 3 minutes later, only Lu Yan and his undead were left in the surroundings. The ground was filled with the corpses of the Thunderwing Leopards. Some of them were slowly standing up and turning into Lu Yan's undead Thunderwing Leopards. Unfortunately, only 2 of the 8 Thunderwing Leopard Kings that were killed successfully transformed into Lu Yan's undead servants. The rest had all turned into corpses. Lu Yan gathered the corpses of these thunderwing leopards. Their corpses contained relatively good materials. He should be able to exchange them for a lot of credits when he returned and sent them to the school's treasure vault. Lu Yan only used less than 15 minutes to clear the entire second area. After preparing the undead army, Lu Yan led them towards the third area of the secret realm. In the audience outside the secret realm, as Lu Yan cleared the second area, everyone's gazes turned to Lu Yan's projection screen again. Am I seeing things? This Lu Yan actually cleared the second area. What a loss. I originally thought that after attracting all the thunderwing leopards in the second area because of his undead army, his speed of clearing the second area will definitely slow down. I even expected him to be surpassed by others. However, I didn't expect to have underestimated him. This guy's speed hasn't slowed down at all. Have you discovered that because of the gathering of the thunderwing leopards, this guy is actually able to destroy them in one go? Perhaps it even sped up his clearing speed. You might be onto something. That might actually be true. Everyone in the stands was shocked by Lu Yan's speed in passing the second area. They did not expect Lu Yan to be so fast. Look, the second place Zhang Shangbei is still struggling in the second area. He probably won't be able to pass the second area until another half an hour. That's right. Now, Song Kinga, Luo Qiushan, and Bai Miao have only just entered the second area, but Lu Yan has already left them far behind. Looks like the momentum of the Golden Corner Academy is very fierce in this year's National New Student Exchange competition. They might be able to regain the championship position. It's a little too early to make conclusions now. There's still the arena and the team competition. Just because he cleared the secret realm quickly doesn't mean that his performance in the future will also be as impressive. I still think Demon City University is stronger. Demon City University? I think Qingbei is the strongest this year, right? Be it Luo Qiushan or Zhang Shangbei, their performances were very dazzling. The audience in the stands discussed animatedly, all speaking up for the new students they supported. Luo Liulai looked at the strength Lu Yan had displayed, her eyes filled with surprise. Although she knew that Lu Yan's strength would definitely increase greatly after being accepted by the Golden Corner Academy, she did not expect Lu Yan's strength to increase so much. Seeing Lu Yan like this, Luo Liulai was naturally very happy. After all, the stronger Lu Yan was, the better he could survive in this world. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Elder Zhang looked at Lu Yan, who had already passed the second area and was heading towards the third area, and his expression became very gloomy. Elder Jiang's gaze landed on the projection screen in front of him and he said in a strange tone, "This Lu Yan is very powerful. He only used such a short time to clear the second area. After all, I was told by someone that Shangbei will definitely be the fastest to clear the secret realm." Hearing Elder Jiang's words, Luo Sutong's expression also became very ugly. He also did not expect someone like Lu Yan to suddenly appear. According to his expectations, Zhang Shangbei had refined the angel bloodline power. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Shangbei was very powerful and had trained the secret technique of the Zhang family since he was young, Luo Sutong originally thought that Zhang Shangbei would definitely be the fastest to clear the level. Therefore, Luo Sutong adjusted the conditions of the hidden level of the nightmare level this year. Only the first participating new student to clear the nightmare level could open the hidden level. He originally wanted to do the Zhang family a favor. He did not expect it to backfire. At the side, Dai Tianhu tried to smooth things over. Although Lu Yan seems to be clearing the level quite quickly now, it's useless. The most important thing is the team competition. Elder Zhang, don't you have confidence in our Qingbei University team? Hearing Dai Tianhu's words, Elder Jiang's expression softened slightly, and he was much more relaxed than before. Luo Sutong heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze landed on Lu Yan on the projection screen in front of him and he frowned. This guy was probably going to be an unpredictable factor? Yay, I knew it. Those thunder leopards are not Lu Yan's match. Yuna cheered. Then, she picked up the bun in her hand and continued eating. It was unknown if she was cheering for Lu Yan to pass the second area or for being able to continue eating buns. Lu Yan has indeed lived up to my expectations. According to this momentum, he should be the first to clear the nightmare level. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan on the projection screen and said with a smile. After arriving at the imperial capital this time, he would meet up with many old friends. After the National New Student Exchange competition ended, he would gather with them and tell them that he had taken in a good disciple. Lei Shuo stroked his beard and thought of his old friend's envious gazes, the smile on his face becoming richer. At the side, Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo and did not say anything. He knew that Lu Yan had yet to reveal his full strength, but his performance was already so impressive. It was indeed worth being happy about. If Lu Yan was his disciple, he probably would not be much more reserved than Lei Shuo. The current Lu Yan could be said to be the center of attention. Almost 80% of the audience was watching Lu Yan's projection screen. At this moment, another commotion sounded from the audience. Everyone, look quickly. What's going on with that Bai Miao? Why did her speed suddenly increase? She entered the second area even faster than when she entered the first area n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Damn, what's going on with that big sword phantom? It killed a commander-level Thunderwing Leopard in one strike. The Lord-level Thunderwing Leopard King doesn't seem to be able to last more than a minute in her hands. Isn't this too powerful? When we cleared the first area just now, Bai Miao did not have such powerful combat strength. What's going on? Is the Golden Corner Academy so powerful this year? Lu Yan is already so powerful. Now, Bai Miao seems to have also exploded with strength. In the secret realm, Bai Miao was holding the heavy sword at this moment. A huge phantom appeared from the heavy sword. It wrapped around the heavy sword and seemed to have enlarged the body of the heavy sword a lot. Panting slightly, Bai Miao looked at the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of her with a cold expression. She suddenly took a step and directly welcomed it. She suddenly waved the heavy sword in her hand. Before the sword arrived, the heavy sword phantom had already arrived on the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of her and instantly tore its body apart. The Thunderwing Leopard King in front wailed and dragged its ruined body to escape. However, it could not run fast after being severely injured and was quickly caught up and killed by Bai Miao. Looking at the heavy sword phantom in her hand, Bai Miao's eyes revealed joy. Indeed, switching to a heavy sword was the right decision. She had already increased the heavy sword ability she had previously comprehended by another level. The phantom of this heavy sword was extremely powerful and had a tearing effect. Bai Miao discovered that the chances of her comprehending abilities in battle were much higher than in the spirit gathering formation, especially when she was in danger. This heavy sword phantom was something Bai Miao had comprehended when she faced the two Thunderwing Leopard Kings just now. Looking at the dense forest in front of her, Bai Miao rested briefly before continuing deeper. This heavy sword phantom was very powerful, but it consumed more stamina. Lu Yan should have already passed the second area, right? Thinking of Lu Yan's undead army, Bai Miao smiled bitterly. However, her expression then became firm. No matter what, she had to try her best. This was the only truth Bai Miao had comprehended after surviving the Bai family's trial. There was another person from the Bai family who was also charging forward. It was Bai Tianyu. As someone with the Flood Dragon bloodline of the Bai family, Bai Tianyu had been placed in high hopes since he was young. The elders of the Bai family were all waiting for Bai Tianyu to become a genius because his Flood Dragon bloodline was very helpful in cultivating the Bai family's spear technique. Bai Tianyu did not let the Bai family down. His performance since he was young had been very outstanding. Even in the Bai family's trial, his performance was very perfect. Other than being saved by Bai Yuez because of his carelessness, he had not made any mistakes. However, perhaps because he had left the Bai family and arrived at the school, Bai Tianyu relaxed and no longer had the drive from before. His personality was relatively soft and not very domineering. Previously, he was mostly motivated by the high hopes of the family elders and the pressure of the Bai family's trial. Therefore, in school, Bai Tianyu had always acted relatively calm and wanted to relax. However, the last time Bai Tianyu saw the video of his cousin Bai Yuez clearing the secret realm, he was very shocked. Bai Yuez's comprehension was inferior to Bai Miao's and his bloodline power was inferior to Bai Tianyu's. However, Bai Yuez still did not give up and continued to improve. Previously, Bai Tianyu had always heard from Bai Yuez that he wanted to surpass Sister Bai Miao and himself, but he did not take it seriously. After all, Bai Yuez had always liked to joke. However, after seeing Bai Yuez's battle video, Bai Tianyu discovered that his cousin, Yuez, despite always laughing and joking, was also so hardworking. Even the extremely talented sister Bai Miao was very hardworking. Thinking of himself, Bai Tianyu could not help but feel somewhat ashamed. Especially when he thought of how Bai Yuez had saved him in the Bai family's trial and how his words at that time had made his face burn. Although he had never shown it, Bai Yuez knew very well that he had always been smug with his Flood Dragon bloodline. However, from the looks of it, so what if he had the Flood Dragon bloodline? If he did not work hard, he would only be eliminated. When he encountered danger again, didn't he still have to rely on Bai Yuez to protect him? Bai Tianyu gritted his teeth and the silver spear in his hand emitted a dragon roar. Like a flood dragon, it slashed towards the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him. Then, Bai Tianyu pounced forward and kept waving the silver spear in his hand, forming a storm of attacks that landed on the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him, instantly poking several bloody holes in its body. Soon, the Thunderwing Leopard King was directly killed by Bai Tianyu. Without staying any longer, Bai Tianyu held the silver spear and continued into the depths of the dense forest in front of him. He had to work hard to become stronger. The next time he encountered danger, he would definitely be the one standing in front of Bai Yuez, who. Zhang Shangbei panted heavily and looked at the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him, his eyes revealing a solemn expression. This Thunderwing Leopard King's speed was too fast, making it somewhat difficult for him to resist. It was even somewhat difficult for his attack to land on the other party. He had to speed up. Zhang Shangbei snapped his fingers, and a few lights surged out from his body, enveloping him, making him look as if he had entered a trance. Sensing the abundant strength in his body, Zhang Shangbei did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him. At the same time, the long saber in his hand also bloomed with a light and suddenly slashed at the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him. Lightning flickered. The Thunderwing Leopard King dodged Zhang Shangbei's attack and directly appeared behind him, biting towards Zhang Shangbei's neck. This Thunderwing Leopard King had been tricked. The corner of Zhang Shangbei's mouth curled into a smile, and his figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Then, pillars of light directly rose from the spot where Zhang Shangbei was standing previously and instantly transformed into a white cage, imprisoning the Thunderwing Leopard King that pounced towards Zhang Shangbei. The Thunderwing Leopard King realized that something was wrong and rushed out from left and right, but it was useless. This cage was too sturdy. Zhang Shangbei appeared again, and the long saber in his hand directly entered the imprisoned Thunder Wing Leopard King's body. A tragic cry sounded as the Thunder Wing Leopard King was directly killed by Zhang Shangbei. Looking at the dense forest in front of him, Zhang Shangbei narrowed his eyes. Calculating the distance, he should have already passed half of the second area. No one else should be able to pass through the second area faster than him, right? After passing the third area, which was the last area, he could enter the hidden level and obtain more points and rewards to widen the gap between him and the other participating new students. Thinking of this, Zhang Shangbei's heart was filled with motivation as he continued to rush into the dense forest ahead. He had to kill all the demon beasts. Otherwise, he would not be able to unlock the hidden level. Therefore, he had to clean up the surrounding Thunder Wing Leopards. This is too exaggerated. Zhang Shangbei is still continuing to advance in the second area, but Lu Yan has already entered the third area. They are on completely different levels. That's right. Look at Zhang Shangbei, he's still laughing foolishly. Could it be that he thinks he's the fastest? It can't be helped. If I were Zhang Shangbei and had already reached half of the second area, I would also think that I was the fastest. I can only say that he was unlucky to have encountered the abnormal Lu Yan. Look, even that Bai Miao is about to surpass Zhang Shangbei. Isn't this batch of participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy really too exaggerated? The audience in the stands looked at the scene on the projection screen and exclaimed in shock. They did not expect a freak like Lu Yan to directly appear after clearing the secret realm. From the looks of it, it would probably not take him more than 40 minutes to clear the nightmare level secret realm. It had to be known that this was a secret realm of the National New Student Exchange Competition, not the University New Student Competition. The new students who participated in the National New Student Exchange Competition were all top-notch in the country. The secret realm they chose was naturally very powerful. Just in terms of level, these new students were all fighting above their level. Under such circumstances, other than the word abnormal, no one knew how to describe Lu Yan. Moreover, Bai Miao's performance was also very powerful. She was already vaguely about to surpass the second-place Zhang Shangbei, making everyone in the audience exclaim at the strength of this batch of new students. In the audience of the Qingbei School, Elder Jiang's expression was already becoming uglier. He simply stopped watching and closed his eyes to rest. He was afraid that if he continued watching, his high blood pressure might act up. At this moment, in the secret realm, Lu Yan had already entered the third area of the secret realm with the undead army beside him. After entering, there was no more dense forest. In front of him were all broken trees that had been struck by lightning. Most of them were charred, and some were still smoking. In the area ahead, the sky was very dark. Lightning struck from the sky from time to time and directly landed on the ground. It either slashed through the charred tree trunk or slashed open a hole in the ground. Lu Yan frowned. When he entered the third area, not only did he have to be careful of the thunder wing leopards that might appear inside, but he also had to be careful of the lightning that fell from the sky. Lu Yan first observed his surroundings and discovered that although there was no pattern to these lightning bolts, the interval between them was still quite long and was not as dangerous as it looked. Moreover, he got an undead knight to withstand the lightning power and discovered that it was not as powerful as he imagined. It only slashed the undead knight half to death. Without hesitation, Lu Yan put away most of the surrounding undead, leaving behind some elite undead. The four bone dragons acted as bodyguards beside Lu Yan. With Lu Yan's current mental strength, maintaining the four bone dragons was not a problem. He could not bring too many undead with him. Otherwise, the chances of being struck by lightning were too high. Leading the surrounding elite undead into the area in front, Lu Yan did not discover any traces of the thunder wing leopards. It seemed that he probably had to go deeper. However, this was already the third area and should also be the last area of this secret realm. There would definitely not be many demon beasts. Of course, although there were not many of them, their strength would definitely be very powerful. Lu Yan continued deeper for a while but still did not discover any traces of demon beasts. This could not help but make him frown. His location was already relatively deep. He did not expect to not discover any traces of the thunder wing leopards. Could it be that the thunder wing leopards in this area were all gathered in the last area? Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan brought the surrounding undead to a small hill. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. After reaching the top, Lu Yan's eyes suddenly constricted when he saw the scene in front of him. In front of the small hill was a sunken terrain. A small plasma pool condensed in the depression below. In the sky, lightning struck the plasma pool from time to time, as if it was replenishing the lightning power of the plasma pool. In the plasma pool, Lu Yan saw a figure. It was a thunder wing leopard. A thunder wing leopard that was happily bathing in the plasma pool. Lu Yan was directly stunned. He did not expect a thunder wing leopard to be able to bathe in the plasma. Even a lightning-type demon beast could not do this, right? The aura from the other party was also very terrifying. Epic level? This was an epic level thunder wing leopard king? Moreover, it was the real deal and not a suppressed version of the epic level thunder wing leopard king? The moment Lu Yan saw the other party, this epic level thunder wing leopard king also discovered Lu Yan. Looking at Lu Yan, this thunder wing leopard king was also stunned for a moment. However, then, it suddenly rushed out of the plasma pool and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. At the same time, a large amount of lightning appeared on this epic level thunder wing leopard king and suddenly bloomed towards Lu Yan. Damn, what's going on? There's actually only one demon beast in the third area of the secret realm this time. A Thunderwing Leopard King bathed in plasma? This is a freaking epic level demon beast. An epic level Thunderwing Leopard King that isn't suppressed. Is the difficulty of clearing the secret realm this year so high? Nov. L. B /JNN. Such an epic level demon beast is not something that can be crushed with numbers. I wonder if Lu Yan can still successfully clear the level. Don't underestimate him. Although the undead beside him might not be strong enough, those bone dragons are very powerful. Moreover, Lu Yan's strength is not bad either. It shouldn't be a problem for him to clear the level, but he will probably end up in a very sorry state. Seeing an unsuppressed epic level Thunderwing Leopard King appear in the third area of the secret realm, the audience in the stands discussed. They did not expect such a demon beast to appear in the secret realm of the National New Student Exchange competition. Although this was the nightmare level, wasn't this a little too much? After all, although this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King was not level 25, it was still level 23. Wasn't an epic level demon beast of this level too powerful for a new student? Even if it was the National New Student Exchange competition and all the people who came were top new students in the country, wasn't it already enough for them to have a level 20 epic level demon beast? By using a level 23 epic level demon beast instead of a level 21, the number of people that could clear the level was probably cut in half. Lu Yan, who was the first to arrive, should be able to clear the level with his strength. However, he would probably have to spend a lot of effort and end up in a sorry state to clear the level. Luo Liulai looked at the level 23 epic level Thunderwing Leopard King that appeared on the projection screen and her expression became nervous. At the side, Wang Yanjai comforted her when he saw this. Don't worry, your brother's strength is not that limited. To be able to be taken in as a disciple by Leishuo, he must be very powerful. Moreover, the Golden Corner Academy stores the most foreign race bloodline power. This Lu Yan has definitely met the requirements to refine the foreign race bloodline power. There's a high chance that he has refined the foreign race bloodline power. It's not a problem for him to clear the level. Hearing Wang Yanjai's words, Luo Liulai nodded, her expression slightly relaxed. In the Qingbei Observatory, Dai Tianhu looked at the projection screen and smiled. This Lu Yan can quickly pass through the first two areas with the number of undead, but he won't be able to pass through the third area in the same way. A level 23 epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. It's useless no matter how many undead this guy has. Perhaps he will stop here. Elder Zhang opened his eyes when he heard this. He looked at the level 23 epic level Thunderwing Leopard King that appeared on the projection screen in front of him and his expression relaxed slightly. Zhang Shangbei was relatively powerful when dealing with demon beasts individually. Even a level 23 epic level Thunderwing Leopard King was not his match. Although Lu Yan had more undead and could advance to the first and second areas faster, he might not be able to resist the level 23 epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. The plasma on this Thunderwing Leopard King could trigger a large-scale attack. It was useless no matter how many undead there were. There was still hope for Shangbei to turn the tables. Everyone in the audience's gaze landed on Lu Yan, waiting for Lu Yan's performance when facing this Thunderwing Leopard King. Lu Yan looked at the lightning that quickly spread in front of him and directly put away all the undead other than the bone dragon. These lightning were already about to form plasma. Other than the bone dragon, the other undead could not resist at all. Lu Yan also activated his defensive state at the same time. Monarch Blessing, Undead Netherworld Armor. The undead aura on Lu Yan's body instantly became dense. His entire body was enveloped by the undead netherworld armor and he directly prepared to resist the lightning. Then, Lu Yan and the bone dragon beside him were bathed in the quickly approaching lightning. The thick lightning was almost like plasma. When it landed on their bodies, it instantly made Lu Yan's body numb. The bodies of the four bone dragons beside him suddenly froze, and the bone dragons became brighter in the lightning. The Thunderwing Leopard King in front quickly rushed to the side of a bone dragon and slapped over, directly smashing a few bones off the bone dragon. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. This epic level Thunderwing Leopard King was a little fierce. However, it did not matter. If the current bone dragon could not withstand it, he could just let it go berserk. In the past few days, Lu Yan had chosen skill points as his daily mission reward to deal with this situation. Just now, after resisting the lightning attack of the Thunderwing Leopard King, Lu Yan was not injured at all. His body was only slightly numb. Therefore, the current undead netherworld armor could completely block the lightning attack of this Thunderwing Leopard King, so there was no need to increase the undead netherworld armor. Lu Yan decided to spend all the skill points he had accumulated on the Netherworld Soul Scythe. After using up the skill points he had accumulated to increase the level of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, he still had 3 skill points left. The further he advanced, the more skill points he needed. After reaching level 10, the Netherworld Soul Scythe would transform into a physical body and should have a qualitative change. Netherworld Soul Scythe. Grade, Exclusive Skill. Level, 9. Gather the undead power and summon the scythe from the Netherworld. Attack increased by 80%, Intelligence increased by 60%. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours 30 minutes. Note, the Netherworld Soul Scythe can affect the soul. When used to attack, it can cause 60% soul damage. Note, the Netherworld Soul Scythe can condense into a physical body after being upgraded to level 10. It can be transformed into an exclusive weapon and is not limited by the duration and cooldown time. Note, consuming a soul crystal can double the effect of the netherworld soul scythe, but the duration will be reduced by a minute. Note, consuming 3 soul crystals can condense a fatal blow, causing 3 times the damage of your current state. There's a chance to trigger a fatal effect and directly kill the enemy. The larger the range of the enemy, the higher the chance. The netherworld soul scythe can only be used once. There's no limit to it after reaching level 10. Looking at the current effect of the netherworld soul scythe, Lu Yan's eyes revealed surprise. Although the skill points needed to increase the level of the netherworld soul scythe were very high, the effects also increased by a lot. The enhancement effect attack and intelligence enhancement both increased by 10%. Even the soul damage that had never increased went up by 10%. The duration increased a lot, and the cooldown time decreased a little. However, Lu Yan did not care about the duration and cooldown time at all. After all, if he increased it by another level, the netherworld soul scythe could transform into a physical body and would not be restricted by the duration and cooldown time. However, what surprised Lu Yan the most was that after advancing to level 9, the netherworld soul scythe had an additional attribute. After consuming 3 soul crystals, he could condense a fatal attack. Not only could it cause 3 times the damage, but there was also a chance of triggering a fatal destruction and directly killing the enemy. This skill increased Lu Yan's strength very clearly, allowing Lu Yan to release damage that far exceeded his current level. Although this ability of the netherworld soul scythe could only be used once, it was still a super top grade ability. As for the soul crystals, Lu Yan had already gathered 20 of them during this period of time and did not have to worry about consuming them at all. Looking at the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King that was constantly tearing apart the bone dragon's body in front of him, Lu Yan directly used Undead Rage. The 4 bone dragon's 4 attributes instantly doubled. This time, even the bone dragons born from the undead twin were no longer suppressed by this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. When the Thunderwing Leopard King's attack landed on them, it was no longer able to shatter the bones on the bone dragons like before. Lu Yan looked at the situation in front of him. It was definitely a waste of his talent to not use the fatal attack of the netherworld soul scythe to deal with the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him. With the 4 bone dragons whose attributes had doubled and the netherworld soul scythe he had upgraded, it was enough for him to kill this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. Thinking of this, Lu Yan directly used the netherworld soul scythe. The pitch-black netherworld soul scythe directly enveloped the black bone scythe in his hand, and an extremely sharp aura spread out from the netherworld soul scythe in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan held the netherworld soul scythe and directly rushed towards the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him. After rushing to the Thunderwing Leopard King's side, Lu Yan raised the netherworld soul scythe in his hand and slashed at it. At this moment, under the siege of the 4 berserk bone dragons, the Thunderwing Leopard King could already barely resist. Facing Lu Yan's attack, this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King felt extreme danger. Roar! This epic level Thunderwing Leopard King roared angrily. Then, the lightning on its body instantly intensified, directly covering the 4 bone dragons beside it and Lu Yan's body. These lightning bolts did not cause much damage to the bone dragons and Lu Yan, but it made Lu Yan and the 4 bone dragons' bodies suddenly stiffen. Then, the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King transformed into a bolt of lightning and suddenly retreated, quickly heading towards the plasma pit. It had escaped. Lu Yan could only watch helplessly as the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King left. After all, he could not release himself from the lightning. Then, Lu Yan directly chased after the escaping Thunderwing Leopard King with the 4 bone dragons. Hey, am I seeing things? That Lu Yan actually chased away that epic level Thunderwing Leopard King, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. First of all, my name is not He, it's Ying Guangzhu. Secondly, you didn't see wrongly. Lu Yan really chased away that epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. What a loss. When I saw Lu Yan put away the other undead just now, I thought that he had lost the advantage of his undead and would have a difficult time facing this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. I didn't expect that in just half a minute, the Thunderwing Leopard King was actually beaten away. What's going on? Wasn't that Thunderwing Leopard King quite fierce in the beginning? Many of the bone dragon's bones were even shattered. Why did it suddenly fall into a disadvantage? Are you blind? Didn't you see the scarlet light that appeared on the bone dragons? Lu Yan must have used some skill to enhance the strength of the bone dragons. This is also very exaggerated, okay? The strength of those enhanced bone dragons is actually enough for them to be able to rival an epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. I simply don't dare to imagine it. The audience in the audience was directly shocked when they saw Lu Yan's actions on the projection screen. Some of the audience even directly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. That was an epic level Thunderwing Leopard King? Even the top new students in the country would have a very difficult time dealing with it. Who would have thought that this Lu Yan would actually deal with it so easily? Wasn't this Lu Yan too terrifying? He had a large number of undead to begin with and his large-scale combat ability was already very powerful. Now, it seemed that his individual combat strength was not weak either. He simply had no blind spots and basically did not have any weaknesses. The teachers that represented the various universities were already starting to wipe the sweat off their foreheads. With such a guy, their chances of winning the National New Student Exchange competition would probably decrease a lot. Lei Shuo looked at the scene on the projection screen and also revealed a surprised expression. This kid has improved quite well recently. Although he already knew Liu Yan's abnormal 4 attributes and that Liu Yan had refined the bloodline power of the Netherworld King, Liu Yan's current performance still surprised Leishuo. They were both users of lightning power, so Leishuo could naturally tell how powerful the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King in the third area was. Ordinary new students would not be able to kill this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King at all. Even among the top 10 universities in the country, only the top 3 new students would probably be able to pass. Moreover, even their success was not guaranteed. Even if they could clear it, they would still be in a very sorry state. They definitely wouldn't be able to chase this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King away so effortlessly like Liu Yan just did. However, Leishuo also knew very well that this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King did not escape but wanted to enter the previous plasma. There should be something there that could increase its strength. However, with the strength Liu Yan had displayed, he should be able to easily clear the level. At the side, Yuna grabbed the bun in her hand and looked nervously at the projection screen. She stared at Liu Yan's figure and momentarily forgot to take the last bite of the bun. It was not until she saw the Thunder Wing Leopard King release lightning to escape that Yuna revealed a smile. Then, she threw the last bite of the bun into her mouth and directly swallowed it. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Dai Tianhe looked at Liu Yan's performance on the projection screen with a shocked expression. How could this guy named Liu Yan be so powerful? It was not that there had never been such an extraordinary new student in the past, but no one was as abnormal as this guy. He carefully looked at Elder Zhang at the side and discovered that the other party had already closed his eyes again. However, Elder Jiang's chest was clearly moving much more than before. He should not have opened his eyes just now and caused trouble for himself. The 4 bone dragons were in front. Liu Yan held the black bone scythe covered in the Netherworld Soul Scythe and followed behind, quickly chasing after the escaping epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King. Soon, he returned to the small hill again. However, the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King was extremely fast. Its entire body was wrapped in lightning and it had already entered the plasma pool. Nov. L. B /JNN. Liu Yan frowned slightly. This epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King definitely had a goal for entering the plasma pool. Looking at the 4 bone dragons beside him, Liu Yan directly ordered an undead bone dragon to head towards the plasma pool below. At this moment, Liu Yan saw the plasma in the plasma pool below begin to quickly disappear, as if it had been quickly absorbed by something. Not good. Liu Yan suddenly took a step and directly headed towards the plasma pool. The 3 bone dragons beside him quickly followed. He originally thought that this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King wanted to use the plasma here to do something or to attack. He did not expect this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King to directly absorb the plasma to increase its strength. Liu Yan wanted to rush down and stop this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King from absorbing the plasma to increase its strength, but it was too late. In the plasma pool below, the figure of the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King appeared. The surrounding plasma entered its body at an extremely fast speed and quickly disappeared. Rumble! Lightning power surged out from the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King in front of him, directly triggering the lightning power in the sky. Lightning directly slashed down and filled the side of this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King. The bone dragon that rushed over was instantly drowned by the lightning beside this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King, causing its body to constantly stiffen. At this moment, the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King's body was covered in a layer of plasma, as if its skin was directly made out of plasma. Liu Yan's vision blurred. The epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King transformed into a bolt of lightning and had already rushed to the side of the lightning-struck bone dragon. The sharp claws in its hand directly pounced over. Crack! With a crisp sound, the place where the bone dragon was attacked by the Thunder Wing Leopard King instantly shattered, and white bone fragments directly scattered. At this moment, the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King headed towards the bone dragon again, clearly wanting to destroy it first. The 3 bone dragons behind Liu Yan quickly went forward and surrounded the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King. Liu Yan also pounced forward. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand directly slashed at the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King. Boom! A large amount of lightning flickered and directly entered Liu Yan and the few bone dragons' bodies, instantly making their bodies stiffen. This epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King instantly lit up. Lightning flickered, leaving wounds on the bone dragon that was the first to be attacked. In just a second, this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King attacked the bone dragon that was the first to be attacked more than 10 times. After absorbing the plasma, the attack and speed of this bone dragon increased a lot. The bone dragon was already shattered, as if it was about to collapse. Monarch Netherworld escape? Liu Yan took advantage of the fact that the epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King was attacking the bone dragon to directly appear behind it. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand directly slashed down. Liu Yan had calculated the timing of this attack and happened to launch it when this Thunder Wing Leopard King was attacking the bone dragon. However, Liu Yan felt as if the black bone scythe in his hand had slashed onto a stream of water. The plasma that enveloped this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King surged and actually negated most of the strength of Liu Yan's attack. Then, the black bone scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Scythe only landed lightly on this Thunder Wing Leopard King, leaving a white mark. However, this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King's body trembled and it quickly retreated. The soul attack of the Netherworld Soul Scythe was effective. As it stared at Liu Yan, the plasma on this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King surged faster. Then, this epic-level Thunder Wing Leopard King directly rushed towards Liu Yan. It could already tell that this human was the most difficult to deal with. It had to kill him first? The plasma surged. This epic level Thunderwing Leopard King directly used its strongest attack, wanting to kill Lu Yan in one strike. Lu Yan looked at the Thunderwing Leopard King rushing towards him in front of him and directly summoned 3 bone dragons to surround him to help him resist the lightning attack. The speed of the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King increased again and it directly flashed, leaving a scar on Lu Yan's armor. Lu Yan lowered his head and frowned as he looked at the white mark on his armor. After absorbing the plasma, the speed of this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King soared. Its attacks were not something he could resist at all. Now, he could only defend passively. However, the plasma would definitely be used up one day. For ordinary new students to clear the level, they probably needed to wait for the Thunderwing Leopard King's plasma to be exhausted first. Lu Yan tried to block the attack of this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King, but he discovered that he could not keep up with the other party's speed. However, after a few attacks, Lu Yan also discovered the other party's weakness after absorbing the plasma. That was, after this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King increased its speed, its attack strength would decrease a lot. Similarly, Lu Yan guessed that if this Thunderwing Leopard King's speed decreased a lot, its attack power would definitely increase a lot. The other party's current attack speed was very fast. It seemed that Lu Yan could only defend passively, but the other party did not cause any damage to Lu Yan at all. It only kept wearing down the armor on Lu Yan's body. However, such a weakness was indeed necessary. Otherwise, if its speed and attack power both increased by a lot after absorbing the lightning, how were the new students supposed to compete with it? Lu Yan held the black bone scythe tightly in his hand, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to hide his strength and not use the fatal blow of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. However, from the looks of it, he still needed to use the fatal blow he had just obtained. After this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King discovered that its attack power was not enough to cause any damage to Lu Yan, it would definitely choose to reduce its speed and increase its attack strength. Lu Yan was waiting for that moment. At that time, he would strive to end the battle in one move. Using a soul crystal could double the effect of the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Theoretically, if he used another fatal attack then, the effect could be doubled. However, the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him probably was not strong enough to justify using both abilities. Using the fatal blow on its own was already good enough. This way, he could also leave a backup plan. After making up his mind, Lu Yan quietly waited for this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King to attack him. As expected, after the Thunderwing Leopard King attacked a few more times, it started to realize that its attack was not powerful enough. When this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King wrapped in plasma again and rushed towards Lu Yan acutely noticed that the other party's movement speed had decreased a lot. Now is the time. Lu Yan's eyes lit up as he held the black bone scythe tightly in his hand. When this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King rushed to his side, Lu Yan directly ordered the 3 bone dragons to surround it. Lu Yan's body froze as he used the Monarch Netherworld escape to dodge this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King's attack and appeared behind it. At the same time, Lu Yan used undead suppression again. Lu Yan crazily mobilized the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body, forming a huge pressure that made the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him stiffen slightly. Then, he instantly used the Ghost Bone Hand. Several bone hands surged out from below and directly grabbed the body of this Thunderwing Leopard King. However, although the Ghost Bone Hand had successfully restrained it, with the strength of this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King, it was completely able to break free. As expected, a bolt of lightning flickered and the bone hand binding the Thunderwing Leopard King instantly shattered. This epic level Thunderwing Leopard King had already realized that something was wrong. The plasma enveloped its body and it wanted to escape. However, at this moment, the few bone dragons had already arrived. They opened their bodies and directly surrounded the surrounding area. They used their bodies as a barrier to block the Thunderwing Leopard King's departing route. Before this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King could do anything, Lu Yan had already arrived behind it. The black bone scythe wrapped in the Netherworld Soul Scythe directly slashed at it. A fatal blow? The 3 soul crystals were instantly consumed. Under a series of arrangements, the black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand slashed fiercely at the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. In the spectator area, the audience exclaimed when they saw that the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King had absorbed the power of the plasma and its strength had increased a lot. Damn, this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King can even absorb plasma to increase its strength. Isn't this too exaggerated? After absorbing the plasma, this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King is so fast. It's impossible to hit it. Isn't it basically invincible? That's right. Look at Lu Yan. He was still very relaxed just now, but now, he can only be passively beaten. However, the power of the plasma is also constantly being consumed. Could it be that he has to wait until the power of the plasma is exhausted before he can find a way to deal with this epic level Thunderwing Leopard King? I'm not sure. Do you think Lu Yan will be defeated after it absorbed the plasma? This is difficult to say, but it's obvious that Lu Yan has already fallen into a passive state. If he can't find a way, he can only wait for the power of the plasma to be exhausted. This will be a long process. The surrounding audience watched as the Thunderwing Leopard King absorbed the plasma and discussed. Some people felt that the strength of the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King was already very exaggerated. If it could even absorb the power of the plasma, it would simply be too difficult to deal with. However, some people felt that this was normal considering that it was the nightmare level after all. Moreover, the participants were top new students of all the universities in the country. It was very normal for there to be such an abnormal final boss. However, everyone felt that Lu Yan was in big trouble. On the viewing platform of the Golden Corner Academy, Yuna could not help but become nervous as she watched the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King constantly transform into lightning to attack Lu Yan. Will Lu Yan be fine? At the side, Lu Quan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. This guy's body is very strong. Didn't you notice? Although Lu Yan is in a passive state now, he's not injured." Lei Shuo also nodded and said, "That's right. Although that epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King can absorb the power of the plasma, it seems to be able to only transform the power of the plasma into a specific attribute. If it increases its movement speed, although Lu Yan can't do anything to it, its attack power won't increase much. It can't even break Lu Yan's defense. As long as the plasma power in this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King's body is exhausted, Lu Yan can easily deal with it." Lei Shuo was indeed an expert in lightning. He could tell at a glance the flaw of the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King after it had absorbed the plasma. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Dai Tianhe looked at the situation on the screen with a happy expression. Then, he carefully looked at Elder Zhang, who was resting with his eyes closed. Then, Dai Tianhe's eyes flickered. He pretended to be surprised and shouted that Thunder Wing Leopard King can actually absorb the power of the plasma. That Lu Yan has already been forced to defend passively. Hearing Dai Tianhe's words, Elder Jiang's eyelids trembled. In the end, he could not resist the desire to investigate and slowly opened his eyes. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Looking at the scene on the screen in front of him, Elder Zhang revealed a happy expression. This Lu Yan was already trapped and could only defend passively. Shang Bei had a powerful strength that specialized in dealing with single-target demon beasts. As long as he could quickly arrive at the third area, it was not impossible for him to surpass Lu Yan. Thinking of this, Elder Zhang moved his butt and adjusted his sitting posture, prepared to watch a good show. However, just as he adjusted his sitting posture, Elder Jiang's body suddenly froze. This was because he saw Lu Yan's performance on the screen. In one fell swoop, Lu Yan directly trapped the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King between the three bone dragons. Then, he ruthlessly attacked the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. From using the Monarch Netherworld escape to the Ghost Bone Hand to the encirclement of the Bone Dragon and his own attack, Lu Yan's control was simply impressive, making the corners of Elder Jiang's eyes twitch. When Dai Tianhe saw this, his expression also changed. Then, he hurriedly said, "Elder Zhang, although this kid has thought of some ways to attack this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King, this Thunder Wing Leopard King has absorbed the power of the plasma and its defense has increased greatly. This guy's attack will definitely not cause any damage to this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. He will probably be entangled for a long time." At that time, young Master Shang Bei, before Dai Tianhe could finish, he saw the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand slash down on the projection screen. The Thunder Wing Leopard King's skin instantly split open, and blood surged out. Then, the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King wailed and was directly killed by Lu Yan's attack. Dead, dead. Dai Tianhe's body directly froze. At the side, Elder Zhang almost could not control his expression and closed his eyes fiercely. He swore that if he opened his eyes again before the secret realm was open, he would be a dog. An old dog? In the audience, everyone's gazes were on Lu Yan's projection screen. Seeing Lu Yan's smooth movements and the black bone scythe in his hand slashing onto the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. His series of movements is really too smooth. It's like he calculated every part and finally defeated this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. However, this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King has absorbed the power of the plasma after all. I'm afraid this attack is not very effective. If only it could restrain it. From the looks of it, he would still have to exhaust the power of the plasma absorbed by this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King first before. Damn, it's dead. What dead? Damn, that epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King is dead. What's going on? Most of the audience watching Lu Yan's projection screen saw Lu Yan's attack land on the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King, but they did not think that this attack would have any effect. After all, the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King had absorbed the power of the plasma. This plasma could help it resist the attack. However, under everyone's shocked gazes, the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King actually directly died. Some of the audience rubbed their eyes and were directly stunned when they saw the scene on Lu Yan's projection screen. One attack? It was only one attack? This guy had killed this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King with just one attack? I originally thought that Lu Yan and this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King would definitely be entangled for a long time. I didn't expect the battle to end so easily. I wonder how Lu Yan did it. I originally thought that even if he could clear the level, he would definitely be in a very sorry state. I didn't expect this guy to directly insta-kill this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. He probably used some ability to increase his attack power, but this is still very exaggerated. That's an epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King, and it's even at level 23. This Lu Yan is awesome. The people in the audience were all very shocked when they saw Lu Yan directly kill the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King in one strike. Some people did not know how to evaluate Lu Yan. In the end, they could only say that he was awesome. Leishuo looked at the situation on the projection screen and the smile on his face became richer. This kid is really shocking. However, the main reason why he was able to kill that epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King in one strike is not because of the increase in attack power, but because he seized the opportunity to attack. Lu Quan nodded and said, "That's right. Many new students have the ability to increase their strength. Although they might not be as abnormal as Lu Yan, the key thing here is the method of attacking this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. After absorbing the power of the plasma, the speed of this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King increased a lot. It's still very difficult to attack it. Lu Yan's idea is not bad and his execution is also very smooth. The combat awareness he displayed is very powerful." Lu Quan usually did not praise people much because he thought that praise would make a person proud. However, Lu Yan's performance in front of him was really too stunning, making Lu Quan unable to help but sigh and praise. At the side, Yuna did not quite understand what Leishuo and Lu Quan were talking about. However, when she saw Lu Yan kill the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King, the smile on her face became richer. If he won the competition, she should be able to have a good meal tonight, right? In the secret realm, Lu Yan moved the black bone scythe in his hand. The epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King in front of him was already silent. The fatal blow effect was effective. Lu Yan's series of actions made it impossible for this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King to dodge. It could only resist his attack head-on. The black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe landed on this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. The soul damage and the fatal attack directly killed it. The corpse of the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King on the ground trembled, as if it wanted to stand up. Lu Yan revealed a happy expression. It was the effect of the undead servant. With a thought, the 3 bone dragons beside him directly covered the corpse of this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. After it finished transforming, Lu Yan put it into the undead space. This epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King was not bad. Moreover, after transforming into an undead, although its strength had decreased a lot, the power of the plasma seemed to have been preserved and it could be used as a trump card. Looking at the hole in front of him where the plasma had disappeared, Lu Yan discovered that the lightning that kept falling around him seemed to have decreased a lot, as if it had decreased because of the disappearance of the plasma. According to what happened in the previous competitions, after clearing the nightmare level, a hidden level would be activated. He wondered if there would be any this year. There were also times where they would be directly teleported out after clearing the level. Soon, a pitch-black door appeared in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not see the arena on the other side of the door. Clearly, it was a hidden level. Seeing this, Lu Yan directly brought the 3 bone dragons beside him and the already incomplete bone dragon into the pitch-black door in front of him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Phew, I've finally arrived at the 3rd area. This area should be the final boss area. As long as I can clear this place, I can clear the entire secret realm. According to my speed, no one should be faster than me. After killing the final boss of the 3rd area, I can enter the hidden level. Although Grandpa can't control the first 3 areas, he still has some control over the final hidden level. Although I don't know what's inside, at the very least, it's going to be a dark-type creature that is easier for me to restrain. I'll kill the final boss of the 3rd area and enter the hidden level before clearing the level. Zhang Shangbei took a deep breath and already had a good plan for the future. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei's body was covered in white light, making him look as if he was wearing a set of light armor. This was the enhancement of Zhang Shangbei's secret technique. His entire body was covered in dense light-type power. The actual combat effect of various light-type abilities would increase by 50%. Moreover, he also had an extremely powerful defense. In order to quickly clear the 2nd area, Zhang Shangbei directly used this secret technique. His secret technique could last for 30 minutes. According to his calculations, he should be able to clear all the levels within this time, including the hidden levels. Looking at a small hill in front of him, Zhang Shangbei did not hesitate and directly controlled the white phoenix tiger under him to head up the hill. Lightning kept falling from the surroundings, and Zhang Shangbei carefully dodged. Soon, when he arrived at the hill, Zhang Shangbei saw the Thunder Wing Leopard King bathed in plasma in a pit in front of him. Zhang Shangbei's eyes suddenly constricted, and his expression directly changed. A Thunder Wing Leopard King that could bathe in the plasma? Just as Zhang Shangbei was shocked, the Thunder Wing Leopard King in the plasma also discovered Zhang Shangbei. Its entire body was wrapped in the plasma as it directly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei. It was unknown if the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King Lu Yan had sent news to this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King through a dream or if Zhang Shangbei's luck was not good. Before this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King rushed towards Zhang Shangbei, it directly absorbed the power of the plasma. Seeing the plasma in the pit disappear and cover the Thunder Wing Leopard King, Zhang Shangbei's expression became extremely solemn. This was an epic level demon beast? Moreover, its level was not low. It had even fucking absorbed the power of the plasma? Zhang Shangbei did not dare to delay at all and directly used his strongest defense. Pious Halo, Lightning Resistance Halo, Defense Blessing. 3 consecutive lights rose from Zhang Shangbei's body, covering his body with 3 layers of defense. Then, Zhang Shangbei's vision blurred as a bolt of lightning flashed. After that, his body felt a huge force and he was directly sent flying. Bang! His body smashed heavily onto the ground. Zhang Shangbei rolled like a carp and quickly stood up, dodging another attack from the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. It had to be said that Zhang Shangbei's combat sense was not bad. With the long saber in his hand in front of him, Zhang Shangbei looked cautiously at the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King pacing in front of him. From the attack just now, Zhang Shangbei knew very well that it was impossible for him to hit an epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King when it had such a speed. Looking down slightly, a layer of the defense covering his body had already shattered. The defensive power that allowed him to resist for a long time against the Lord-level Thunderwing Leopard King was actually only able to block one attack from the other party. Looking at the Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him that could attack him at any moment, Zhang Shangbei's thoughts raced as he thought of a solution. Boom! Lightning flashed in front of him, and the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King rushed towards Zhang Shangbei again. Zhang Shangbei tried his best to determine the direction of the other party's attack, wanting to block it. However, it was useless. Another heavy sound sounded. Zhang Shangbei's body was sent flying by a huge force again, and the defense on his body also disappeared by another layer. Divine punishment. In midair, Zhang Shangbei roared. A white light bloomed from his body and quickly spread in all directions. Since he could not lock onto the other party, he directly launched a large-scale attack. The white light quickly spread in all directions and quickly covered the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King, but it was easily blocked by the plasma on its body. After stabilizing his body and landing on the ground, Zhang Shangbei did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and released a large number of golden flames, covering his entire body. Holy Flame. Zhang Shangbei chose to cover his entire body with the Holy Flame to prevent this epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King from continuing to attack him. It had to be said that Zhang Shangbei was still very smart. He wanted to use this Holy Flame to temporarily isolate himself from this epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King. However, he had miscalculated. The epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King in front looked up at the sky. The plasma on its body quickly surged out and circulated continuously on its body. Rumble! In the sky, the power of lightning was activated by the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King below. Then, with a furious roar from this epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King, a large amount of lightning directly slashed down at the area covered by the divine flames below. As bolts of lightning descended, the divine flames wrapped around Zhang Shangbei's body quickly dissipated. Even his body was struck by many lightning bolts. The last defense suddenly shattered. Now, Zhang Shangbei only had the secret technique ability he had used and the armor protection on his body. Looking at the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him, Zhang Shangbei's eyes revealed determination. He could sense that as the other party used his strength, the plasma on its body was quickly decreasing. When the plasma on this epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King completely disappeared, its attack and movement should be within the limits of what he can withstand. Without any hesitation, Zhang Shangbei controlled the White Phoenix Tiger under him to rush towards the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King. Another bolt of lightning flickered in Zhang Shangbei's eyes. The epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King instantly disappeared from its spot. Here I come. Truth Barrier. Zhang Shangbei roared angrily, and golden light surged from his body, forming a firm barrier beside him. Boom! Then, lightning flashed along Zhang Shangbei's body and directly shattered the barrier beside him. At the same time, a lightning bolt directly landed on Zhang Shangbei. Zhang Shangbei's body went numb, but most of the attacks were blocked by the white light covering his body. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Lightning appeared, and the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King rushed towards Zhang Shangbei again. Zhang Shangbei gritted his teeth and continued to resist. Bolts of lightning kept blooming. The white light on Zhang Shangbei's body seemed to be unable to withstand it and quickly disappeared. A large amount of lightning landed on Zhang Shangbei's body, making his body stiffen as if he was constantly electrocuted. However, Zhang Shangbei's defense was still very powerful. From time to time, he would use his defense and large-scale attacks to constantly consume the plasma power of the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King. Soon, the plasma covering the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King decreased a lot, and its movement speed also dropped by a lot. At this moment, smoke had already risen from many parts of Zhang Shangbei's body. Even his hair was standing on end. However, looking at the situation of the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him, Zhang Shangbei's eyes revealed an excited light. White light surged out again and covered Zhang Shangbei's body. Then, Zhang Shangbei directly rushed towards the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of him. This time, the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King was no longer able to dodge Zhang Shangbei's attacks. The two sides fell into an intense battle. In the end, the large saber in Zhang Shangbei's hand ruthlessly stabbed into the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King's butt and directly penetrated it. Zhang Shangbei could no longer care where the attack landed. It was not easy for him to find an opportunity, so he naturally stabbed in ruthlessly. The epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King cried out miserably. Its voice was abnormally miserable as it directly fell to the ground and twitched before falling silent. Zhang Shangbei panted and smiled. Looking at the corpse of the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King on the ground, the smile on Zhang Shangbei's face became richer. After successfully clearing the third area, he was headed from the hidden level. Look, Zhang Shangbei has also cleared the third area. From the looks of it, he probably didn't use all his strength. I don't know if he used all his strength, but he looks too sorry. He's simply worlds apart from Lu Yan. That's right. Lu Yan directly killed that epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King in one strike, but what about this Zhang Shangbei? He spent so much time and was in such a sorry state before killing that epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. The difference is very obvious. The key is that this Zhang Shangbei's fatal blow landed in the other party's butt and almost made me laugh to death. Fortunately, that epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King did not have diarrhea. Otherwise, the scene would simply be unimaginable. In the audience, everyone had different expressions as they watched Zhang Shangbei clear the level in a sorry state. Some felt that Zhang Shangbei's strength was also very good. After all, he was the second person to clear the level. Some also felt that compared to Lu Yan clearing the level so cleanly, Zhang Shangbei seemed to be in a sorry state. Some people's attention directly landed on Zhang Shangbei's final attack. They really could not take it seriously. However, to be able to be the second to clear the level, Zhang Shangbei's strength was not bad. Lei Shuo looked at Zhang Shangbei on the projection screen and frowned. Although this kid is in a sorry state now, his strength is not weak. That epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King basically did not cause much damage to him. Moreover, his recovery ability is simply terrifying. In just a while, the injuries on his body have basically disappeared. Lu Quan nodded and said, "That's right. I can tell that he hasn't used his full strength. Later on, when Lu Yan has to face him, he might be an extremely powerful opponent." In the secret realm, Zhang Shangbei recovered from his injuries as his gaze landed on his surroundings. The hidden level should have already been opened. However, he did not know where to enter. At this moment, a door of light appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the corner of Zhang Shangbei's mouth curled into a smile as he directly stepped into the door of light in front of him. Buzz! As the world spun, Zhang Shangbei quickly felt his feet land on the ground again. Zhang Shangbei assumed a combat posture and was prepared to face any attack that might appear. However, the surroundings were calm. Looking at the audience in front of him, Zhang Shangbei was directly stunned. What was going on? Hadn't he entered a hidden level? Why had he appeared in the arena? Could it be that there were no hidden levels in the secret realm of the National New Student Exchange competition this time? Zhang Shangbei looked at the surrounding arenas. No new students appeared. He was the first to come out. In other words, was he the first to have cleared the level? However, why were there no cheers around? It was somewhat different from what he had expected. It was not Zhang Shangbei's fault for being puzzled. Elder Zhang had decided not to tell Zhang Shangbei. As a result, he did not know that only the first new student to clear the nightmare level difficulty could enter the hidden level. Although he did not know the exact situation, Zhang Shangbei still waved at the surrounding audience with a smile and headed towards the viewing area of Qingbei University. This guy is still waving his hand. Could it be that he thinks he's the first to clear the level this time? From the looks of it, he probably thinks so. It's not his fault. After all, who knew that only the first new student to clear the secret realm today could enter the hidden level? Indeed, the clearing rules of the secret realm this time are relatively special. This Lu Yan's clearing points are probably much higher than Zhang Shangbei's. The surrounding audience looked at Zhang Shangbei and discussed. It was already not bad for him to be the second to clear the level. However, he was still somewhat inferior to Lu Yan. "Grandpa, Principal, I'm back." Zhang Shangbei arrived at the Qingbei platform and looked at the few of them. Elder Zhang opened his eyes and forced a smile. "Shangbei, your performance was not bad. Now, sit at the side and rest. Prepare for the competition later." Luo Sutong and Dai Tianhu looked at Zhang Shangbei awkwardly and smiled. Zhang Shangbei looked at their reactions and was somewhat puzzled. He directly sat at the side and his gaze landed on the projection screen in front of him. Nov. L. B //JNN. Now that he had already cleared the level, Zhang Shangbei naturally felt much more relaxed. He wanted to see how the new students behind him were doing. The screens were ranked according to the difficulty of the level and the speed of clearing the level. Since he was already the first to clear the level, Zhang Shangbei's gaze naturally landed on the second projection screen. However, Zhang Shangbei was directly stunned in the next moment. This was because on the second projection screen was his projection screen. At this moment, his profile picture was hanging, and the time it took to clear the level was displayed. Name, Zhang Shangbei, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 45 minutes 20 seconds. Given the difficulty of the nightmare level and the fact that it was a level 23 epic level demon beast that had never appeared before, his speed was already very high. Zhang Shangbei was also relatively satisfied with his results. However, how could he be second? Who was first? Zhang Shangbei's gaze directly landed on the first projection screen. He was shocked to see a guy holding a black scythe on the screen. Beside this person's screen was a small line of captions. Name, Lu Yan, passing difficulty, nightmare level, passing time, 30 minutes 1 second. He had already cleared the first level. Moreover, the speed was 30 minutes and 1 second. It was a full 15 minutes faster than him. However, the other party was still in the secret realm and had not come out. The scene on the projection screen was not the scene of Zhang Shangbei passing through the secret realm. Zhang Shangbei's eyes suddenly constricted, and his body trembled. Hidden level? This guy was definitely in the hidden level. Principal, is the first place of the nightmare level entering the secret level alone this year? Zhang Shangbei could not help but look at Luo Sutong beside him and ask. Luo Sutong nodded bitterly and helped Zhang Shangbei confirm his guess. He was actually 15 minutes behind the other party? Zhang Shangbei's eyes instantly lost focus as he stared blankly at Lu Yan's projection screen in front of him. For a moment, his expression was somewhat dazed. Elder Zhang looked at Zhang Shangbei and then said, "Shangbei, calm down. Don't forget what your most important goal is in this National New Student Exchange competition. It's naturally best if you can obtain first place in the National New Student Exchange competition. Even if you can't obtain it, it's not a big deal." Zhang Shangbei's body trembled when he heard this. His unfocused gaze focused again as he looked at Elder Zhang and nodded. However, Zhang Shangbei clenched his fists and stared at Lu Yan's projection screen in front of him. It was clearly impossible for him to simply let go of the fact that he had fallen behind and had spent so much more time clearing the level. At this moment, the gazes of the surrounding audience had basically already landed on Lu Yan's projection screen. After all, it was already confirmed that Lu Yan was the first to clear the secret realm. Moreover, he was the only one who had entered the hidden level. He naturally received a lot of attention. After Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and stepped into the black door in front of him, he directly arrived at another space. The surroundings were pitch black, and the ground was filled with wooden blocks that had been burned to charcoal. In front of Lu Yan was a dilapidated village. It could be roughly seen that this village was not very big. Most of the houses inside were built from bricks and wood. Most of the houses had already collapsed. The wood was already charred, and the exposed bricks were also charred black. Clearly, this entire village had been burned by a huge fire. Lu Yan looked at the scene in the village in front of him and stepped into the village in front of him with the bone dragons beside him. The current Lu Yan was in his peak state. Even if he encountered any danger, he would not be afraid. After entering the village in front of him, Lu Yan felt that his surroundings were somewhat dark, as if something was staring at him. Lu Yan swept his gaze around and did not discover anything in his surroundings. However, the deeper he went, the more intense this feeling of being watched was. Looking at the surrounding dilapidated houses, Lu Yan frowned. Then, he directly ordered the surrounding bone dragons to attack the houses beside him. The 4 bone dragons directly rushed towards the surrounding houses and instantly pushed the already dilapidated houses around them, quickly clearing a flat area around Lu Yan. As these houses collapsed, the feeling of being spied on decreased a lot. At this moment, Lu Yan acutely saw a collapsed house in front of him. A black shadow flashed and quickly flashed through the collapsed house before disappearing at the foot of the house. Shadow? Lu Yan frowned and waved the black bone scythe in his hand. Undead began to appear in the surroundings. There was definitely something going on here. Hide in a dark corner? Let's see where you can hide. With Lu Yan's order, the surrounding undead army directly moved and toppled all the houses in the entire village. In the last house in the village, a few undead were about to go over and attack the house when several sharp blades flickered from the dilapidated house and headed towards the undead. Then, a figure appeared and quickly retreated. Those sharp blades focused on the undead and instantly shattered the bodies of the few undead. It was very powerful. Lu Yan's gaze instantly locked onto the other party as he directly rushed over with the bone dragons beside him. The surrounding undead spread out and directly surrounded the figure in front of him. The figure in front clearly did not expect the person to have so many undead. He said somewhat helplessly, "This respected expert who uses the undead power, please don't attack. I think there shouldn't be any conflict between us." Hearing the other party speak, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and his gaze landed on the other party. The figure in front of him was exactly the same as a human. He was dressed in a black robe, but there were 2 horns on his exposed head, making him look somewhat out of place. Foreign race. The other party had an appearance similar to humans and could speak. This was clearly in line with the image of a foreign race. The foreign race in front of him revealed a helpless smile and looked at Lu Yan. "Honorable human expert, I know that's how you address us, but please call me Darkborn. I'm a noble of the Darkborn Desolate Knight race. For some reason, I ended up here. Human expert, if you can bring me out of this place, the Desolate Knight race will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." Lu Yan revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect this foreign race to have a name. Darkborn? Desolate Knight race? It seemed that he had never heard of these 2 names. However, for him to appear here, the other party was clearly the target that was supposed to be killed in the hidden level. Lu Yan looked at the Darkborn man in front of him and said, "It's not impossible for me to bring you out, but I'm worried about you. Hand over your weapon first. I want to ensure that you're not dangerous before I bring you out." When the Darkborn in front of him heard this, he picked up the dagger in his hand. "Human expert, it seems that there's no need for us to continue the discussion." Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. "Not bad, you have some brains." Although Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered the surrounding undead to rush towards this guy, if he was in the wilderness, Lu Yan might still be interested in arguing with him. However, at this moment, he was in the hidden secret realm. If he cleared it early, he should be able to obtain more points. Looking at the surrounding undead rushing over, the expression of the Darkborn in front of him also darkened. Then, black shadows quickly surged out of his body. Then, his body directly disappeared from his spot. Lu Yan frowned. The other party's aura was no longer in front of him. Clearly, this was a very powerful assassin. Where his body went, black shadows directly wrapped around the surrounding undead and directly killed them. Lu Yan's expression changed when he saw clearly that those black shadows were not physical objects but shadows. This was a strange power. Shadows did not have physical bodies. The attacks of the undead were useless against them. They could change their forms and wrap around the undead's body to quickly kill them. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Moreover, he did not know where the Darkborn that had disappeared was. It was a very strange power and ability. Lu Yan looked at the shadow in front of him that kept killing the undead. He hesitated for a moment before directly stepping forward and slashing the black bone scythe in his hand at the shadow in front of him. The shadow did not really try to dodge. Perhaps it knew that physical attacks were useless against it. However, in the next moment, the black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe slashed onto a shadow, making the shadow let out a miserable scream. The shadow that was slashed distorted, as if it had suffered a huge pain. Then, it quickly retreated and fled in a direction. Lu Yan's gaze followed and saw that the shadow was escaping towards the direction behind him. There you are? With the black bone scythe in his hand, Lu Yan directly slashed at the defense of the shadow. This shadow could defend against physical attacks. It would probably be difficult for the other new students to deal with it. However, Lu Yan's netherworld soul scythe could directly cause damage to the soul. When it landed, it directly severely injured the shadow. Then, the shadow quickly fled, naturally wanting to return to the safest place. Where was the safest? It was naturally safest for it to return to the guy who had released the shadow, its master. Therefore, while this shadow was severely injured, the location of the Darkborn was also exposed. Indeed, behind Lu Yan, the figure of the Darkborn appeared. He raised the dagger in his hand helplessly and blocked Lu Yan's black bone scythe. Bang! A muffled sound sounded. Lu Yan discovered that the strength of the Darkborn in front of him was surprisingly powerful. The other party had actually steadily received his attack. However, the soul attack was effective. The Darkborn in front of him snorted and instantly retreated. The 3 bone dragons had already quietly sneaked over and attacked this Darkborn. A bone dragon opened its mouth and spat out white flames that directly landed on the Darkborn. Sizzle! However, the Darkborn's body seemed to have deflated and quickly dried up, turning into a pool of black viscous substance. The white flames burned the black sticky object, but Lu Yan could not sense the aura of the Darkborn. This Darkborn really had many methods to hide his figure and aura. After mobilizing the surrounding undead, Lu Yan began to let the undead gather towards his position. The other party's first target was definitely him. The other party was a top-notch assassin. Although his defense was very powerful, he still had to be careful. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged out from behind Lu Yan's neck. A pitch-black dagger quietly appeared and directly slashed towards Lu Yan's neck. When this wind appeared, Lu Yan's body froze. Just as the dagger landed on the soft armor on Lu Yan's neck, Lu Yan's figure directly disappeared. At the same time, the surrounding undead suddenly attacked in its direction. However, there was only a palm where the dagger appeared, and the Darkborn man's body did not appear. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, with a flip of his palm, the dagger directly disappeared and his aura disappeared again. Lu Yan's figure appeared beside a bone dragon with a somewhat solemn expression. This Darkborn was even stranger than the assassins Lu Yan had encountered before. His methods of hiding his aura were simply peerless. Just as Lu Yan was thinking about how to deal with this Darkborn assassin, that cold feeling appeared beside him again. Then, the dagger appeared again and suddenly stabbed towards Lu Yan's back. This time, Lu Yan did not dodge. He was prepared to resist. The pitch-black dagger pierced into the armor behind Lu Yan's back and directly tore a hole, but it was very difficult for it to pierce in again. Lu Yan's defense was still very powerful. Ghost Bone Hand? A few bone hands came out from the ground and directly grabbed the other party. However, they did not catch anything. The other party's body did not appear and only the palm was revealed. The Ghost Bone Hand seemed to be unable to find a target and was useless. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and directly slashed the black bone scythe in his hand behind him. The palm quickly retreated and disappeared into the air behind him. Thinking of the scene just now, Lu Yan was certain that although the other party's palm was the only thing that appeared, his body was still there. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to dodge when the black bone scythe slashed towards his waist just now. However, if the other party's body did not appear, the Ghost Bone Hand would not be able to target it. Lu Yan stood quietly on the spot. The 3 surrounding bone dragons did not move because their speed could not compare to this Darkborn assassin. The dagger quickly appeared again. This time, it directly appeared on the right in front of Lu Yan and stabbed towards Lu Yan's neck. The other party seemed to know that Lu Yan was paying attention at his rear, so he chose to attack from the front and right. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a sharp light, and the Netherworld King bloodline in his body was instantly mobilized. Undead suppression? The hand controlling the dagger in front of him clearly froze. The black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand quickly slashed over and directly collided with something. The Darkborn figure appeared in front of him and snorted before his body was directly sent flying. However, before his body landed on the ground, he disappeared again. Are you addicted to hiding? Lu Yan frowned slightly, his expression slightly impatient. Then, Lu Yan directly rushed towards the shadow that was still fighting in front of him. The black bone scythe in his hand landed on a shadow, making the shadow let out an ear-piercing scream. Then, the shadow quickly escaped in a direction. Lu Yan directly followed. At the same time, the undead in the direction of the shadow began to attack the surrounding air indiscriminately. As expected, the Darkborn's figure appeared again. At this moment, he was already injured, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Looking at the shadow that was escaping towards him, the Darkborn man's expression was somewhat ugly. This shadow was originally something that was helping him out, but now, it had become his burden. Without hesitation, he directly got all the shadows to head towards him, wanting to retract them. The surrounding undead rushed towards this Darkborn without care. Lu Yan's body also froze, and he was about to use the Monarch Netherworld escape. However, in the next moment, the Darkborn disappeared again, as if he had never appeared at all. Lu Yan's figure appeared again at the spot where the Darkborn was just now. He raised the black bone scythe in his hand and frowned. This guy's concealment ability was a little too powerful. Looking around, Lu Yan thought for a moment and directly said, "You're already injured. You can't escape from this space. It's not beneficial for you to waste time. I'll get the undead beside me to retreat. I'll give you a chance to quickly resolve this battle. I'll only give you 5 minutes. After that, you won't have another opportunity." As he spoke, Lu Yan got the surrounding undead, including the bone dragon, to retreat. However, an undead was summoned by Lu Yan and mixed into the surrounding undead. The surrounding undead retreated 500 meters away from Lu Yan. At this distance, it would still take some time for them to support him. At the very least, for an assassin, he did not have to worry about the undead's support at all. The surroundings were still silent. It was as if the Darkborn did not hear Lu Yan's words. Lu Yan was not in a hurry and just stood there quietly. Although the assassin's injuries would increase if this continued, the duration of his undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe was also about to end. Without the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe, Lu Yan could only reveal his trump card, Aoyun. Just now, Lu Yan had asked Aoyun to sense the surroundings, but even Aoyun could not discover the other party's aura. Therefore, Lu Yan decided to do this. However, for it to escape Aoyun's detection, the concealment ability of the Darkborn was indeed extraordinary. Time passed second by second, and half of the 5 minutes quickly passed. Just as Lu Yan stretched his stiff body and wanted to relax, pitch-black auras suddenly appeared beside Lu Yan. The pitch-black auras transformed into black tentacles that directly enveloped Lu Yan's body and tightly restrained him. Then, the Darkborn appeared and stabbed the dagger in his hand towards Lu Yan's neck. He gritted his teeth tightly. The dagger emitted a dense pitch-black aura that was several times sharper than before. Clearly, this Darkborn had focused all his strength on this attack. Lu Yan could sense that the binding power of the surrounding black tentacles was very powerful, preventing him from using the Monarch Netherworld escape. This Darkborn was quite powerful. However, a dense undead power then appeared on the armor on Lu Yan's body. The diamond armor on Lu Yan's body had an effect that could let him use the undead power to cover his entire body and double his defense. The Darkborn's dagger landed on Lu Yan's neck and pierced into the soft armor around his neck, but it only pierced an inch. The Darkborn's pupils suddenly constricted, wanting to retreat first. However, at this moment, a lightning pillar quickly arrived from the undead behind and directly enveloped the Darkborn in front of him. The Darkborn was enveloped by this lightning pillar. His body suddenly froze, and his entire body went numb from the electricity. Lu Yan broke free from the restraint of the black tentacle and quickly slashed the black bone scythe in his hand at the Darkborn in the arena pillar in front of him. At the same time, the 4 bone dragons also quickly arrived. As the lightning pillar disappeared, they bit the body of the Darkborn. However, with a sudden tug, the Darkborn's body in front of him was directly torn apart. This Darkborn's concealment ability and attack power were quite powerful, but his defense was not too powerful. As long as Lu Yan's attack landed, he could be easily killed. Lu Yan had just summoned the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King and hidden it. The lightning pillar formed by the plasma was still very fast. This Darkborn could not dodge it at all. After being hit, it had a very powerful stiffening effect. It would be very easy for Lu Yan to kill him after that. However, this strange concealment ability of the Darkborn also left a deep impression on Lu Yan. Looking around, there were no other auras. There didn't seem to be another place in front of him either. There should be no other demon beasts. Did he clear the level? At this moment, a door of light appeared in front of him, revealing the scene of the arena. Indeed, this hidden level had already been completed. He only had one opponent. The hidden level was generally easier than the final boss. However, Lu Yan remembered that there would be some hidden rewards at the hidden level. Lu Yan was not in a hurry to go out and got the undead to search the surroundings. At this moment, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the Darkborn's corpse in front of him. At this moment, the other party's corpse had already been divided into several pieces. On his neck, a black necklace attracted Lu Yan's attention. That necklace was very exquisite. It was made of an unknown material and was pitch black all over. The black color was very dense. On the necklace, a black crescent jade was hanging. Lu Yan removed the necklace. Just as he held it in his hand, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining special equipment, Black Shadow Necklace. Special equipment? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. The name Black Shadow Necklace reminded Lu Yan of the shadows he had just faced. Lu Yan directly checked the attributes of this Black Shadow Necklace. Black Shadow Necklace, special. Effect, there's a certain chance, low, of devouring the other party's soul to obtain a shadow. The strength of the shadow is half of the strength of the enemy. The shadow is immune to physical damage and can investigate information. However, the stronger the target is, the easier it is to be discovered. 8/100. Note, the stronger the shadow, the better the concealment effect. After the shadow is fully leveled up, you can obtain a high-intensity shadow to replace a low-intensity shadow. The shadow can be killed by magic and mental strength. Special effect, the Black Shadow Necklace is forged for the Master of the Darkborn. It has an extremely powerful dark attribute affinity and can increase the favorability of dark-type creatures. Looking at the attributes of this Black Shadow Necklace, Liu Yan was slightly stunned. It was indeed related to the shadow just now. He did not expect the shadow to come out of this Black Shadow Necklace. It turned out that the shadow was formed by devouring souls. No wonder the soul damage of the Netherworld Soul Scythe was unbearable. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. This could be considered a very good special equipment. It could hide and investigate. The shadow also had a good attack power. However, it was unknown how effective that last effect of increasing the favorability of dark-type creatures was. After putting away the Black Shadow Necklace, Liu Yan received a message from the surrounding undead. They had discovered something. Liu Yan quickly arrived at the entrance of this abandoned village. The undead discovered a large number of items in a house here. Liu Yan walked in and discovered that there was a lot of equipment and materials in the house. There were about 100 pieces of equipment. The highest was platinum level and the lowest was silver level. There were all kinds of parts and they were very messy. He should be able to exchange them for a lot of credits when he returned to school. There were a few S-level materials at the side, but there were only a few of them and they were quite small. However, it was still a good harvest. After putting all of this away, Liu Yan stepped into the door of light that had just been opened and directly teleported out. The world spun. When he opened his eyes again, Liu Yan had already returned to the arena. In the surrounding audience, everyone looked at Liu Yan in silence before erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Liu Yan? Awesome. He cleared the level 25 minutes ahead. He's really too powerful. First among the new students of universities in the country. This was the treatment of being first in the secret realm. It was the same every year and it was especially lively this year. Because Liu Yan cleared the level cleanly, the audience was very happy and the cheers were naturally much louder. Liu Yan was stunned. Then, he smiled and waved at the audience before heading towards the Golden Corner Academy's viewing area. It would still take some time for all the new students of the universities to clear the secret realm. The students who cleared the secret realm first could return to their school to rest. Isn't Liu Yan too powerful? He's directly 15 minutes ahead of Zhang Shangbei. This is somewhat different from what I expected. That's right. I previously expected Song Kinga to be the first to clear the level. I didn't expect that in the end, it would be this Liu Yan. That Zhang Shangbei is also ranked second among the new students of Qingbei University, right? I didn't notice him before. I didn't expect him to be ranked second. He can be considered a dark horse. Unfortunately, the difference between him and Liu Yan is still a little big. The people in the audience looked at Liu Yan walking towards the Golden Corner Academy's audience and discussed. In the Qingbei audience, Zhang Shangbei looked at Liu Yan's back and could not help but clench his fists as he listened to the discussion of the surrounding audience. Just you wait. You won't be arrogant for long. The image Zhang Shangbei had always revealed was relatively calm, but that was only because he had hidden it. His forbearance previously was only to shine in the national new student competition and win everyone's attention. If he obtained first place, he would still maintain a humble expression. He would be secretly happy but would not reveal his excitement when others praised him. However, at this moment, Liu Yan's suppression made him unable to control his expression, making him look completely different from his usual calm self. Instead, he looked slightly sinister. Liu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and whispered, "Master, I'm back." Lei Shuo nodded and could not suppress the smile on his face. All right. Rest first. Don't be arrogant. There's still the arena competition below. Try your best to get first place. Liu Yan smiled and nodded before sitting beside Yuna. Yuna looked at Liu Yan beside her and was stunned. She suddenly felt that Liu Yan beside her seemed to have changed. There was a faint attraction that made her want to approach. Looking at Liu Yan's face, Yuna was thinking about something, and her face turned slightly red. Liu Yan sensed Yuna's gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuna shivered and sat up straight. She said softly, I'm fine. I just wanted to ask you, after you win, are you going to hold a celebration party tonight?" Liu Yan was stunned for a moment before smiling. "If you want to eat, just say so. Even if there's no celebration banquet, I'll still bring you to eat delicious food." This Yuna was simply like a big eater. After coming to the human world with Liu Yan, she had transformed into a foodie. Hearing Liu Yan's slightly doting words, Yuna nodded in a daze. Then, her red face lowered slightly. Strange. Although I also felt that this guy was a little handsome previously, why do I feel that he's much more handsome today? Yuna touched her cheek and discovered that it was somewhat hot. Do I have a fever? Liu Yan did not notice Yuna's abnormality. His gaze landed on the projection screen in front of him. His results were already out. The time spent in the hidden level would not increase the time he spent clearing the level, but the demon beasts he killed inside would increase his points. Although Liu Yan had only killed one dark descendant inside, he still increased his points a lot. It could be considered icing on the cake. Liu Yan now wanted to see the performance of the new students who would clear the nightmare level later. The first thing he saw was Zhang Shangbei, who was in second place 15 minutes later than him. In the information Lei Shuo gave, there was this Zhang Shangbei. Lu Yan remembered that he was ranked second among the new students of Qingbei University. Lu Yan did not expect Zhang Shangbei to clear the level after him. It seemed that this guy was hiding his strength. Just as he was thinking, another door of light appeared in the arena in front of him. Song Kinga, who was covered in lightning, walked out. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The lightning on Song Kinga's body revealed a faint purple color and looked very powerful. At this moment, the armor on his body was heavily damaged. He panted slightly, making him look slightly sorry. The moment he came out, Song Kinga looked at the ranking. Name, Song Kinga, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 50 minutes and 10 seconds, currently ranked third. Third place? Song Kinga frowned. However, there were many new geniuses in the country. It was already not bad for him to enter the top 3. However, Song Kinga was more concerned about Lu Yan. It was impossible for that guy to be in the top 2, right? Name, Zhang Shangbei, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 45 minutes and 20 seconds. Currently ranked second. Looking at Zhang Shangbei, who was in second place, Song Kinga was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the second place of the new student competition of Qingbei University would become the second place in the secret realm competition of the various universities in the country. Who was first? Could it be the number 1 new student of Qingbei University, Reawakening? Seeing that the second place of the new students of Qingbei University was ranked second in this competition, Song Kinga subconsciously thought that Reawakening, the number 1 new student of Qingbei University, would be the first to clear the level. However, when Song Kinga's gaze landed on the first place and he saw the name clearly, he was directly stunned. Name, Lu Yan, passing difficulty, nightmare level, passing time, 30 minutes 1 second. Lu Yan? Lu Yan from the Golden Corner Academy? The same Lu Yan that Lei Shuo had taken in as his disciple? Song Kinga looked at the name that appeared in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. After confirming again, Song Kinga discovered that it was really the Lu Yan Lei Shuo had taken in as a disciple. This guy only took 30 minutes and 1 second to clear the nightmare level? He was 15 minutes faster than Zhang Shangbei, who was ranked second. Song Kinga was in disbelief. He did not expect Lu Yan to clear the level so quickly. From the looks of it, the reason why Lei Shuo accepted him as a disciple was completely because the other party was stronger? Song Kinga bit his lip lightly before his expression became firm. Clearing the secret realm might represent some strength, but it did not represent everything. Whether one was powerful or not would be revealed in the arena later. Song Kinga snorted and headed towards the spectator area of Demon City University. Lu Yan only glanced at Song Kinga, who had come out, before his gaze landed on the projection screen that was ranked 4th. The figure revealed on it belonged to Bai Miao. At this moment, Bai Miao had several wounds on her body, but the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of her was also very miserable. Blood flowed from the wounds, and some were so deep that its bones could be seen. The plasma on the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King had also completely disappeared. Clearly, it had already been consumed by Bai Miao. The heavy sword in Bai Miao's hand was covered in a phantom as she rushed towards the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of her again. She waved the heavy sword in her hand and directly sent the body of the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King in front of her flying. The epic level Thunderwing Leopard King wailed and fell heavily to the ground. The door of light rose. Bai Miao had successfully cleared the nightmare level secret realm. At this moment, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the projection ranked 5th, revealing Reawakening. At this moment, Reawakening's body was floating in midair as she looked ahead with a solemn expression. Several elemental powers condensed on the staff in her hand. The surging lightning, the rapid and sharp water, the sharp wind, and the soil surged towards the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. Then, flames surged out of the soil, forming lava that enveloped the body of the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. After exhausting the other party's plasma power, Reawakening used the combined attack of these 5 elemental magic powers to kill the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King. In just 10 seconds, Reawakening also successfully cleared the level. At this moment, the top 5 of the secret realm had been determined. First, name, Lu Yan, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 30 minutes 1 second. Second, name, Zhang Shangbei, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 45 minutes 20 seconds. Third, name, Song Kinga, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 50 minutes and 10 seconds. Fourth, name, Bai Miao, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 56 minutes 30 seconds. Fifth, name, Reawakening, difficulty, nightmare level, time, 56 minutes 40 seconds. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Other than Lu Yan and Zhang Shangbei, who were ranked first and second and pulled apart from the others by more than 10 minutes, the others' clearing time was relatively close. There was only a difference of 5 minutes or so. Bai Miao appeared in the arena and panted slightly. Then, her gaze landed on the rankings. She looked at Lu Yan in the first place Lu Yan and revealed a knowing expression. Is he 15 minutes faster than the second place? Lu Yan is still as abnormal as ever. Bai Miao shook her head. Although she had already tried her best to clear the level, she was only ranked 4th in the end. After all, this was the National New Student Exchange Competition. The top new students in the country were all present. It was already not bad for her to be ranked 4th. However, Bai Miao knew very well that this was not her final score. Bai Miao's current strength was not suitable for facing many demon beasts, especially when it came to clearing the level. If it was the arena, Bai Miao felt that she should be able to perform better. Luo Qiushan, who came out later, was also stunned when she saw Bai Miao. She instantly knew that she was behind this Bai Miao. The new students who participated basically obtained the situation of the new students of the other universities and had an impression of them, especially the top 10 new students. Luo Qiushan naturally knew Bai Miao. She did not expect to be behind her. Then, Luo Qiushan's gaze landed on the rankings. When she saw that she was in 5th place, Luo Qiushan was stunned. She did not expect her ranking to be so low. She originally thought that she would be ranked in the top 3. Luo Qiushan's gaze instantly landed on the name of the first place. When she saw the name Lu Yan, her eyes suddenly constricted. It was him? Although she had previously known that Lu Yan was relatively powerful, Luo Qiushan still did not expect him to be first. She originally thought that it would be Song Kinga. Her gaze shifted to the second name. Luo Qiushan was stunned for a moment. It was not Song Kinga, who she deemed to be very powerful. Zhang Shangbei? Luo Qiushan frowned slightly. She naturally knew this person who was ranked second in her own school. Previously, although Zhang Shangbei was ranked second in the school's new student competition, his performance was not too eye-catching. She did not have much contact with him and did not expect him to be ranked second in this competition. It seemed that this guy had hidden his strength previously. Just as she was thinking, Luo Qiushan looked at the time the two of them cleared the level and her eyes suddenly constricted. Was this a joke? Lu Yan, who was in first place, was actually 15 minutes faster than Zhang Shangbei, who was in second place. Luo Qiushan was stunned for a moment before heading towards the spectator area of Qingbei University. She did not expect her initial expectations of the ranking of the new students to have already been shattered by the Secret Realm competition. However, the first stage was not over yet. There was also the second stage of the arena. The final ranking had yet to be determined. The new students who cleared the Secret Realm later also quickly came out. Many of the people who came out after Luo Qiushan had taken the difficult level. When they saw that the speed at which they cleared the difficult level was inferior to Lu Yan and the others who chose the nightmare level, they also smiled bitterly and shook their heads. However, Lu Yan also quickly became the focus of the new students. After all, they had not expected someone to pull apart from the others by 15 minutes. On the Golden Corner Academy's observation platform, Lu Yan was looking at the constantly changing rankings in front of him when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on activating the achievement mission, National New Student Exchange Competition's individual competition. Please take note. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect a new achievement mission to be activated at this moment. Previously, when the first round of the achievement mission of the National New Student Exchange Competition began, Lu Yan guessed that the achievement missions of the entire National New Student Exchange Competition was probably going to be triggered separately. Lu Yan originally thought that his new achievement mission would be activated after clearing the Secret Realm. Now, it seemed that the entire individual competition was an achievement mission. There should be a new achievement mission in the team competition in the future. Achievement mission, individual competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition. Host, please obtain first place in the individual competition. The top 10 in the country can obtain rewards. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Looking at this achievement mission, Lu Yan nodded slightly. Currently, he could not tell what the rewards of this achievement mission were, but they should be richer than the rewards of the preliminaries. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Lu Yan naturally had to strive for first place. Moreover, after completing the achievement mission this time, his achievement points would definitely accumulate to 3,000. He could obtain the 3,000 achievement points reward. At this moment, the number of students who had passed the Secret Realm was increasing. As time went on, the rankings were slowly being confirmed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The top 10 rankings were already completely confirmed. The top 10 were basically all new students from the top 10 universities last year. Among them, there were 2 to 3 universities that occupied 2 positions. For example, there was Zhang Shangbei and Luo Qiushan of Qingbei University, as well as Song Kinga and Fu Tianhu of Demon City University. In the Golden Corner Academy, there were 3 people who entered the top 10. This was also the only university that occupied 3 spots in the top 10. These 3 people were Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and Bai Tianyu. Lu Yan and Bai Miao were both the focus of the other universities, but the others did not expect Bai Tianyu to also be able to enter the top 10. After all, this was the ranking of the students from all the universities in the country. Although Bai Tianyu's ranking was coincidentally 10th, it still surprised the surrounding people. Bai Miao and Bai Tianyu, I remember that they're from the Bai family of the North River, right? The people from this family are all very top-notch. You really can't envy them. If they weren't top-notch, they wouldn't have been able to leave the family at all and will directly enter the ancestral grave. To be honest, I think the Bai family of the North River is quite cruel. The most shocking thing is still Lu Yan. He's 15 minutes ahead of second place Zhang Shangbei. I wonder what outstanding performance he will have in the arena. Everyone in the audience's gaze landed on the arena at this moment and they began to look forward to the arena battle that was coming up next. This would be a very exciting battle. Soon, all the candidates had already completely cleared the Secret Realm. The Secret Realm was over, and everyone's ranking and points were out. Lu Yan was ranked first and had 1,986 points. Zhang Shanghai was ranked second with 1,235 points. Song Kinga was ranked third with 1,021 points. Bai Miao was ranked third with 985 points. Luo Qiushan was ranked fifth with 943 points. A Euro. Bai Tianyu was ranked 10th and had 638 points. The points were calculated according to the time taken to clear the secret realm and the number of demon beasts killed. The time spent clearing the secret realm was prioritized over the number of demon beasts killed. Lu Yan was the first to clear the nightmare level and killed all the demon beasts. Coupled with the enhancement of the hidden level, it directly made his score 700 points higher than Zhang Shangbei's. Such points were enough to increase the difference between the Golden Corner Academy and the other universities. The Golden Corner Academy was naturally overjoyed. As for the other universities, be it the instructors or the new students, they all had solemn expressions. At this moment, the host went on stage again. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense battle, the secret realm of our national new student exchange competition has been completely cleared. Next, it will be the individual arena competition. After the arena competition ends, the points obtained by the new students of the universities will be added to the final ranking of the individual competition of the national new student exchange competition. It's already close to noon. In order to let the participating new students perform better, the arena competition of our individual competition will begin at 3 in the afternoon. Everyone, you can have a good lunch and rest. I'll see you in the afternoon. It was almost noon. According to the procedure, the arena competition would be held in the afternoon. Many spectators and new students began to leave. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan also directly brought Lu Yan and the others to the canteen to eat. After fighting for so long, the new students had still consumed a lot of energy and needed to eat to replenish their energy. After all, not everyone was as abnormal as Lu Yan and directly cleared the level without using much strength. Yuna's face lit up. She touched her stomach and looked forward to it. After eating for nearly an hour, Lei Shuo and the others returned to the villa to rest. Lu Yan and the others' physiques were all quite powerful now. Before the competition in the afternoon, there would even be high-level priests helping them recover, so there was no need for them to use the lunch break to recover their energy. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan thus brought Lu Yan and the others to the meeting room and played some videos of them clearing the secret realm. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "These are the video projections of Zhang Shangbei, Song Kinga, and the other participating new students. Find the person you want to know more about and check their information. Learn more about the other party's combat strength. It will be helpful for the arena competition in the afternoon later." Lu Yan and the others nodded and began to search for the recording of the new students they wanted to see. Everyone's goals were different. Lu Yan and Bai Miao definitely wanted to get first place. The others might only be aiming for the top 10 or the top 20, so there was no need to pay attention to those who were too close to the front. They only needed to pay attention to the new students they wanted to challenge. Lu Yan's main attention was on Zhang Shangbei, Song Kinga, and Luo Qiushan. After watching for a while, Lu Yan had an understanding of the fighting styles of Zhang Shangbei, Song Kinga, and Luo Qiushan. The combat strength of the three of them was different. Among them, Lu Yan was most afraid of Song Kinga. Although Zhang Shangbei's recovery ability and combat strength were not weak, there was no need to worry too much. On the other hand, although Luo Qiushan's area of effect attacks were relatively effective against large-scale undead, her defense did not seem to be too high. It should not be difficult to deal with her. Song Kinga was somewhat troublesome. This guy was a warrior and had the power of lightning. Be it an area of effect attack or a single target attack, he was very powerful. Moreover, his defense was not weak and he was an all-rounded warrior. It was probably somewhat troublesome to deal with him. However, it was only going to be slightly troublesome. With Lu Yan's current strength, it was not a big problem for him to deal with these new students. Soon, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Lei Shuo, Lu Quan, and the others returned to the arena. At this moment, the audience had already returned. When they saw the people from the Golden Corner Academy return, their gazes all shifted over. Most of their gazes were on Lu Yan. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, hoping that this guy would bring them more surprises. Soon, it was 3 in the afternoon. The host went on stage again. "Everyone, welcome back. The arena competition of our National New Student Exchange Competition is about to begin. After the arena competition ends, the final ranking of the new students will be revealed. Who will be the champion of the individual competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition this time? Let's wait and see. Next, I'll introduce the rules of the arena. The rules of the arena this time are very simple. Those with low rankings can challenge those with high rankings. If they succeed, the rankings of both sides will be swapped. However, everyone only has 3 chances to challenge. All participating new students, please choose your opponents carefully. Now that the arena battle has officially begun, all participating new students can challenge each other. The challengers will be teleported to the arena. Every time a new challenge is issued, both sides will be restored to their peak state by a high-level priest. All participating new students, you can feel free to unleash your strength in battle. After the host introduced the rules of the arena, he directly left the stage. The arena was then split into hundreds of arenas. After a challenge was issued, both sides would be directly teleported to an arena and the arena would begin. Because only those with a low ranking could challenge those with a high ranking, Lu Yan, who was ranked first, could only wait for others to challenge him. In the viewing area, all the spectators' gazes landed on the arena in front of them, looking forward to the first battle. Not everyone's goal was to become the #1 new student. Every new student had their own challenge ranking goal. Coupled with the fact that they had 3 challenge opportunities, many students quickly started challenging one another. As long as these students told the referee the name of the new student they wanted to challenge, both sides would be directly teleported to the arena. A large portion of the audience's gazes landed on Lu Yan, prepared to see who would choose to. Many gazes in the audience instantly shifted over. They were slightly stunned when they saw Lu Yan 1049 and Luoqian appear in an arena. Challenge Lu Yan first. Zhang Shangbei and the others' gazes also landed on Lu Yan. Their goal was all to become the #1 new student. The person they wanted to challenge was naturally Lu Yan. However, they were still somewhat hesitant about being the first one to challenge Lu Yan. Zhang Shangbei wanted to see the exact situation of others challenging Lu Yan first so that he could better deal with the situation. Song Qingge was somewhat hesitant. He took the battle with Lu Yan very seriously, so it was somewhat difficult for him to make up his mind for a moment. In the end, Luoqian was the first to choose Lu Yan to fight. A light instantly enveloped Luoqian and Lu Yan. Then, their figures disappeared and appeared in the arena. Many gazes in the audience instantly shifted over. They were slightly stunned when they saw Lu Yan and Luoqian appear in an arena. They did not expect Luoqian to choose to challenge Lu Yan first. Zhang Shangbei and the others also shifted their gaze, prepared to watch Lu Yan and Luoqian's battle and think of a way to deal with Lu Yan. In the arena, Lu Yan looked at Luoqian in front of him and was also somewhat surprised. However, Lu Yan then entered a combat state. He raised the black bone scythe in his hand and undead began to appear around him. Luoqian looked at Lu Yan in front of her, and her expression also became solemn. She had watched Lu Yan's clearing video and knew how powerful this Lu Yan was, so she did not dare to be negligent at all. She waved the staff in her hand, and wind power danced around Luoqian, making her body slowly float. This would increase her movement speed to the limit and increase her dodging ability. Then, Luoqian's staff suddenly blossomed with flames. Crimson fire sky. The flames quickly expanded and soared in the wind, instantly covering the area in front of Luoqian and suddenly pressing towards Lu Yan. Facing Lu Yan, Luoqian did not dare to delay at all and directly used her strongest attack. The scarlet flame pounced towards the undead in the arena, as if it wanted to burn them all. The flames Luoqian released were very powerful. The scarlet flame soared into the sky, as if they had enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, a terrifyingly high temperature pounced over, making Lu Yan frown. Compared to ordinary fire mages, the temperature of Luoqian's fire magic was even stronger. Indeed, the number of undead did not affect her much. Lu Yan did not summon a large number of undead and only summoned the undead he recruited with the Netherworld King's intimidation. The scarlet flame smashed onto the arena like a wave, enveloping Lu Yan and the surrounding undead. The audience in the viewing area exclaimed. They looked at the blazing scarlet flames in the arena and were somewhat surprised that Lu Yan did not counterattack. In the next moment, several undead knights wrapped in flames rushed out towards Luoqian. These undead knights were all wrapped in scarlet flames, but the audience quickly discovered that something was wrong. Under the scarlet flames wrapped around these undead knights were dense white flames. The white flames stuck to the undead knights, helping them block the burning of the scarlet flames. Luoqian frowned. The scarlet flames in front of her slowly dissipated a little. Then, she saw the bone staff-wielding necromancers in the back. These white flames should have been released by those necromancers. She did not expect them to be able to resist the burning of her flame power. She did not expect Lu Yan to use such a method to block her attack. n/o/vel/b/c/in.c//om. Looking at the undead knights rushing towards her, Luoqian snorted, and a chill instantly burst out of her body. Ice Lotus. Luoqian, who had just released dense flame power, revealed an extreme coldness at this moment. A dense cold aura spread out from the staff in her hand and headed down. Crack, crack. On the ground, frost condensed, extinguishing the flames on the undead knights. Then, ice blue lotuses bloomed under these undead knights. The dense ice power directly froze them, as if they had transformed into ice sculptures. Wind blade. As Luoqian waved the staff in her hand again, the wind power around her condensed and surged, turning into several transparent blades that directly shot towards the undead knights that had become ice sculptures. These wind blades were very sharp and directly cut open the ice crystals in front of her. The ice crystals shattered and scattered on the ground, and the undead knights inside also ended up in several pieces. Lu Yan looked at Luoqian in the air in front of him and had a relatively clear understanding of her magic power. Luoqian's combat strength was still very powerful. She could release all kinds of magic very quickly and was quite powerful. Without probing further, Lu Yan directly used the Monarch Blessing and summoned 2 bone dragons. The undead knights and undead swordsmen all retreated. The Necromancers released undead magic from behind. The 2 bone dragons quickly rushed towards Luoqian. At the same time, Lu Yan was wrapped in the undead netherworld armor. The black bone scythe in his hand emitted a sharp aura, and the pitch-black netherworld soul scythe quickly covered it. Lu Yan's body froze before instantly disappearing from his spot. Luoqian's eyes suddenly constricted, knowing that Lu Yan had used his teleportation ability. Wind armor, shatter. The wind condensed beside Luo Qiushan surged again and directly covered Luo Qiushan's body, forming a transparent wind armor. Lu Yan's figure appeared behind Luo Qiushan. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand directly slashed at Luo Qiushan. The black bone scythe landed on the wind armor on Luo Qiushan's body and was instantly blocked. Lu Yan looked at the wind armor condensed on Luo Qiushan's body and felt as if he had slashed into a hurricane vortex. The dense wind power quickly tore away the strength of his attack. Then, the wind armor on Luo Qiushan's body suddenly shattered, turning into a violent wind that surged in all directions. Lu Yan and the two bone dragons that rushed over were instantly blown away. Luo Qiushan's wind power was very powerful, and Lu Yan and the two bone dragons were unable to resist. Earth condensation. The moment Lu Yan and the two bone dragons were sent flying, a large amount of soil surged out of the arena and directly covered Lu Yan and the two bone dragons. Lu Yan felt his body instantly sink, and the soil had already reached his feet. Freeze. An ice power bloomed from Luo Qiushan's body and directly headed towards Lu Yan and the two bone dragons. Crack, crack, crack. With an ice-cold sound, Lu Yan and the two bone dragons were covered in soil and ice crystals, turning into 3 frozen clay figures. In the audience was shocked by Luo Qiushan's smooth release of magic. This Luo Qiushan is so powerful. She's so skilled in switching the magic power of several systems. Moreover, she cooperated well and made Lu Yan vigilant. That's right. Most importantly, Luo Qiushan's casting speed is so fast that she almost doesn't need to chant. Although it's slower than instantaneous casting, she still surpasses most new mages. This Lu Yan is indeed more suitable for clearing the secret realm. After all, there are more undead. However, in such an arena competition, his shortcomings are revealed. His individual combat ability is somewhat low. Everyone's eyes lit up at Luo Qiushan's performance, but Lu Yan, who they had high expectations for, had an ordinary and passive performance and kept getting beaten. They could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. When Lei Shuo heard the surrounding audience's words, he could not help but smile. Lu Yan hasn't unleashed his full strength yet. He's only testing his opponent's strength, but there are already so many negative voices around. Lu Quan also smiled and said, "It can't be helped." When he cleared the secret realm, Lu Yan's performance was really too stunning and increased the audience's anticipation. It's normal for them to feel somewhat disappointed now. However, Lu Yan should be ending the battle soon, right? This Luo Qiushan's magic output is indeed very stunning, but her personal strength is inferior to that Zhang Shangbei. As soon as Lu Quan finished speaking, Lu Yan and the two bone dragons directly broke free from their restraints. The earth condensation and the ice seal had a double binding effect. If it were an ordinary new student, they would probably not be able to break free for at least half a minute. Luo Qiushan only needed 10 seconds to end the battle. Unfortunately, Lu Yan's 4 attributes were too powerful. This binding effect only lasted for a second. Although the agility of the two bone dragons was relatively low, their strength was twice that of Lu Yan and they could completely instantly break free. Lu Yan's figure disappeared from his spot again and appeared behind Luo Qiushan. Then, several black shadows flew towards Luo Qiushan. Then, the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand was immediately slashed out. Luo Qiushan's pupils suddenly constricted, and the surrounding wind condensed into a wind armor again. However, in the next moment, a violent explosion sounded beside Luo Qiushan. Corpse explosion? Violent explosions directly exploded the wind armor condensed on Luo Qiushan's body, causing cracks to appear. Luo Qiushan's expression darkened. If the wind armor shattered, she would not be able to use it. The surrounding wind power surged and quickly dragged Luo Qiushan's body to escape from this area. However, in the next moment, the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand slashed across, directly shattering the broken wind armor on Luo Qiushan's body. However, at this moment, Luo Qiushan's body quickly retreated from this area with the wind power. However, before Luo Qiushan could heave a sigh of relief, the two bone dragons attacked from both sides. 2 white flames spat out and directly enveloped Luo Qiushan's body. Luo Qiushan gritted her teeth. The ice power surged out of her body and quickly condensed, directly covering her. Luo Qiushan directly froze herself in the ice crystal. The white flames landed on the ice crystal and did not cause much damage to her. This was Luo Qiushan's strongest defense. The ice crystals that sealed her body had 5 times her defense. This skill was used by Luo Qiushan in cooperation with her ability to teleport. Luo Qiushan had the same ability as Lu Yan to teleport, but she needed 3 seconds to cast the spell. Therefore, when she needed to use it, Luo Qiushan would first freeze herself and then buy 3 seconds to escape danger. Luo Qiushan was confident that she could last 3 seconds by freezing herself with ice crystals. However, a bone dragon rushed over and slashed with its sharp claws. Cracks instantly appeared on the ice crystals surrounding Luo Qiushan's body. The other bone dragon also arrived and opened its mouth to bite. The ice crystal cracks covering Luo Qiushan's body spread and instantly shattered. Then, under Luo Qiushan's terrified gaze, the bone dragon directly tried to bite off Luo Qiushan's body. A white light flashed and covered Luo Qiushan's body, making her disappear from her spot. The bone dragon missed and its teeth almost shattered. The bone dragon had double Lu Yan's strength. As a mage, Luo Qiushan's defense was not too powerful. Even with 5 times the defense, she could not withstand the attacks of the 2 bone dragons. Luo Qiushan's figure appeared again and had already arrived outside the arena. Luo Qiushan looked at Lu Yan, who had retracted the bone dragon in a daze before realizing that she had lost. How long had she lasted under this guy's attack? Not even a minute. Luo Qiushan bit her lip. She originally thought that even if Lu Yan surpassed Zhang Shangbei, who was ranked second, and cleared the secret realm in 15 minutes, the difference between her and him would not be too obvious. However, she did not expect to be no match for this guy at all. She had lost completely. Luo Qiushan clenched her fists and directly headed towards the viewing area of Qingbei University. She was somewhat depressed now and also wanted to see the others challenge Lu Yan before using the remaining 2 challenge opportunities. In the audience, before the audience could react, the battle on Lu Yan's arena had already ended. What's going on? Wasn't Lu Yan just being beaten until he couldn't approach Luo Qiushan and couldn't fight back? Wasn't he directly frozen by the earth condensation? How did he win in the next moment? I also want to know what's going on. I choked on a potato chip and raised my head to gulp down a bottle of water before lowering my head again. And now I've missed everything? Why did Luo Qiushan disappear? Did Lu Yan win? Wasn't he frozen just now? Isn't Lu Yan too abnormal? Luo Qiushan's earth condensation and ice seal couldn't even restrain Lu Yan for a second and were directly broken. Don't exaggerate. He was restrained for at least a second, okay. However, this Lu Yan is indeed abnormal. Even Luo Qiushan, who's ranked 5th, is not his match. Moreover, he defeated her so quickly. His position as first place seems to be relatively stable now. It's still hard to say. Now, let's see who will challenge Zhang Shangbei and Song Qinga. However, the pressure is also on them now. I wonder which of them will choose to challenge Lu Yan. The audience knew very well that the goal of the top 3 and even the top 10 new students who cleared the secret realm was to be first. The others might not choose to challenge Lu Yan, but Zhang Shangbei and Song Qinga definitely would. Now, it depended on which of the 2 of them challenged Lu Yan first. Song Qinga and Zhang Shangbei's gazes landed on Lu Yan. When they recalled Lu Yan's battle with Luo Qiushan just now, their expressions became solemn. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wasn't this guy's combat strength a little too powerful? Song Qinga gritted his teeth and was about to challenge Lu Yan when Zhang Shangbei's body was enveloped by a white light not far away and he directly entered Lu Yan's arena. Luo Qiushan was defeated too quickly. It was so fast that Zhang Shangbei felt somewhat insecure. If another person was quickly defeated by Lu Yan, he would probably feel even more insecure. Therefore, Zhang Shangbei felt that he should challenge the other party first. In any case, he would have to challenge the other party sooner or later. Seeing Zhang Shangbei go on stage, the surrounding audience also got excited. The battle between the first and second place new students in the secret realm was naturally very eye-catching. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Elder Zhang watched Zhang Shangbei enter the arena and frowned. Shangbei is still a little young and rash. He insisted on fighting for the first place. In my opinion, it's fine as long as he can maintain his second place this time. Elder Jiang's judgment was still very vicious. This Lu Yan was very powerful and had probably surpassed Zhang Shangbei. Zhang Shangbei did not have to go on stage to challenge. He only needed to maintain his second place. In any case, the focus of the National New Student Exchange competition this time was on the team competition. If Zhang Shangbei went up like this and lost, he would probably be traumatized. This was not good for him and would affect his improvements in the future. Elder Zhang knew his grandson very well. Although he was usually very indifferent to everything, he was very competitive. To put it simply, he was somewhat narrow-minded. Elder Zhang sighed softly. If Shangbei's mental state could be better and he could be more open-minded, coupled with his talent, his achievements would definitely be unstoppable. However, how could anyone be perfect in this world? Shangbei's talent was rare in 1,000 years. No matter what, the Zhang family would support him fully. Arriving at the arena, Zhang Shangbei's gaze landed on Lu Yan and he took a deep breath. White light appeared on Zhang Shangbei's body and directly covered his entire body. Then, Zhang Shangbei snapped his fingers. Pious Halo, Defense Blessing, Strength Increase, Holy Armor. Light surged out of Zhang Shangbei's body, augmenting his strength. Zhang Shangbei knew very well that Lu Yan was difficult to deal with in front of him, so he used all his enhancement strength as soon as he entered the arena. He would go all out. Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei's actions in front of him and also prepared to begin the battle. When Lu Yan defeated Luo Qiushan just now, a white light also landed on Lu Yan, returning him to his peak state and completely recovering the cooldown time of his skill. Among high-level priests, there were many who could instantly recover to their peak state, but there were not many who had short enough cooldown time to also recover their skills. Although these people were very rare, it was still very normal for there to be 2 to 3 of them in the various universities. The Zhang Shangbei had also seen Lu Yan's combat video. He had a hidden profession, the Holy Knight. The Holy Knight was a relatively comprehensive hidden profession. Be it attack, defense, or even magic, it did not have any shortcomings. It was one of the hidden professions with relatively high combat strength. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This Zhang Shangbei's combat strength was also very powerful. This could be seen from the fact that he was the second to clear the nightmare level secret realm. After increasing his defense several times, Zhang Shangbei directly rode the White Phoenix Tiger towards Lu Yan. A large number of undead appeared in the surroundings and directly pounced towards Zhang Shangbei. Zhang Shangbei did not dodge and directly rushed over, the long saber in his hand emitting a white light. Blade of Justice. A white light spread out from the long saber, as if it was plated with a layer of film. Then, Zhang Shangbei waved the long saber in his hand and directly sent the surrounding undead rushing over flying. The undead that were sent flying all fell to the ground, and deep saber marks appeared on their bodies. There was still a divine aura inside that was constantly burning these undead. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. This was a burning power unique to holy knights. No matter what enemy it was, their attacks could have a holy burning effect. Of course, for dark-type creatures like the undead, the burning effect would increase. In a way, Zhang Shangbei in front of him was relatively powerful in terms of attributes. However, it was only in terms of attributes. Moreover, in front of absolute strength, these attributes seemed somewhat insignificant. The undead blessing enveloped his entire body again, and the pitch-black undead netherworld armor appeared. The black bone scythe in his hand was enveloped by the netherworld soul scythe, and Lu Yan revealed his strongest state again. This time, Lu Yan did not summon the bone dragon, prepared to fight this Zhang Shangbei personally. After getting used to using the undead to crush his enemies, Lu Yan had been relying on himself less. This was not good. After all, if he didn't fight, how was he supposed to gain combat experience? Some abilities could be increased in battle. If he was in the wilderness, he would definitely use the undead first. However, Lu Yan felt that he could try to rely on himself to fight in a safe place like the arena. As for Luo Qiushan just now, that woman's magic release speed was too fast. If he fought personally, the battle would have probably lasted for a long time. Moreover, without such a head-on combat experience, he would be missing out on the opportunity to increase his strength. The Zhang Shangbei in front of him could be his training dummy. With the black bone scythe in hand, Lu Yan directly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei, the black bone scythe in his hand welcoming the other party. Zhang Shangbei looked at Lu Yan rushing towards him, his eyes revealing hidden hatred. Was this guy looking down on him? In Zhang Shangbei's eyes, the strongest thing about the Lu Yan in front of him was his undead. Now that the other party was facing him, he actually did not even use the undead. If this was not looking down on him, then what was? He swore to make Lu Yan pay for his arrogance? Zhang Shangbei's entire body shone brightly, and a halo quickly surged out of his body. Punishment Halo. A ring quickly spread, covering an area of 2 meters around Zhang Shangbei. In this area, Zhang Shangbei's attack power would increase. Then, a white light also appeared on the long saber in Zhang Shangbei's hand. Holy Knight's Judgment. Zhang Shangbei roared angrily. The light on his body quickly condensed and arrived on the long saber, as if it had turned the long saber into a bright lamp. Then, the long saber in Zhang Shangbei's hand collided with the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhang Shangbei's body suddenly trembled, but then he stabilized his body. This guy's strength is only so-so. I can completely withstand it. Moreover, I'm not even going all out right now. Just as the corner of Zhang Shangbei's mouth curled into a smile and he felt that the situation was not as bad as he imagined, a violent pain suddenly surged into his mind. Zhang Shangbei's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took 2 steps back and looked at Lu Yan in front of him with a shocked expression. Soul attack? This guy actually knew soul attacks? Zhang Shangbei felt his body suddenly tremble just now, as if something had stirred, making him feel unbearable pain. This guy was indeed not simple. Oh, you blocked it. Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei, who had blocked his attack, with a somewhat surprised expression. Zhang Shangbei's 4 attributes were very high. Coupled with the enhancement of the Netherworld Soul Scythe, Zhang Shangbei could still block it. It seemed that the enhancement the other party released was still quite powerful. This was why Holy Knights were so annoying. With various enhancements, they could greatly close the gap between them and the enemy. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand again and slashed at Zhang Shangbei in front of him. Zhang Shangbei's expression suddenly changed. Then, he stumped his foot, and a golden light appeared, spreading to a meter around him. Holy Land. In the Holy Land, as long as the Holy Land could be maintained, Zhang Shangbei would not be injured in any way. This was Zhang Shangbei's strongest defense. He originally wanted to use it at the end, but he did not expect to have no choice but to use it now. This was because an attack on the soul was really too terrifying. Zhang Shangbei did not want to continue experiencing that soul damage. After activating the Holy Land, Zhang Shangbei raised the long saber in his hand and welcomed the black bone scythe Lu Yan slashed down in front of him. The two collided again. This time, Zhang Shangbei did not suffer the soul damage from before. Then, the backlash he suffered also felt much less. At this moment, the golden light around Zhang Shangbei's feet also trembled, and the light on it seemed to have dimmed a little. The Holy Land would constantly withstand Lu Yan's attacks and eliminate the damage to Zhang Shangbei. If the limit of the Holy Land was reached, the Holy Land would directly shatter. Therefore, Zhang Shangbei had to think of a way to defeat Lu Yan in front of him within the duration of the Holy Land. Waving the long saber in his hand, Zhang Shangbei fought Lu Yan a few times before quickly retreating. Holy Judgment. Zhang Shangbei condensed a huge divine power. A large white sword directly appeared in the sky and suddenly fell towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand to welcome it. With a muffled sound, his arm was suddenly pressed down. Then, the divine power began to quickly stab towards Lu Yan's body through the Sword of Judgment. Zhang Shangbei revealed a happy expression. His holy judgment power was one of the greatest attack methods. If he went all out, even epic-level demon beasts of the same level would not be able to withstand it. However, in the next moment, Lu Yan's body disappeared from his spot. A strong wind sounded from behind, making the smile on Zhang Shangbei's face instantly freeze. Damn it! How could I have forgotten that this Lu Yan has the ability to teleport? Zhang Shangbei only had time to stab the long saber in his hand behind him before he felt a huge force from his waist. Bang! Zhang Shangbei's body instantly staggered forward, and several cracks appeared in the holy aura around his body. Lu Yan's gaze landed on Zhang Shangbei and the cracked golden light beside him, and his expression changed slightly. The golden light could transfer the damage Zhang Shangbei had suffered? Just as he was thinking, white spears had already condensed in front of Zhang Shangbei. Then, these white spears that contained divine power directly flew towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand to block these white spears. Then, he saw Zhang Shangbei raise his saber and slash at him. Perfect timing. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and directly blocked the other party's attack. Then, several black shadows pounced towards Zhang Shangbei in front of him. Looking at the black shadows that were headed for him, Zhang Shangbei's expression changed. It was an explosive attack. Boom, 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 explosions sounded. As the corpse explosion sounded, the golden light cracks around Zhang Shangbei became larger and larger before quickly dimming. Zhang Shangbei's expression became extremely ugly. He had clearly understood this guy's ability and had dealt with it many times. However, in actual combat, Zhang Shangbei still felt a huge pressure. It did not mean that one could definitely resist the other party's strength just because they understood it. The battle with Lu Yan made Zhang Shangbei need to pay attention at all times. He had to focus on blocking all the attacks. Sometimes, the changes in the other party's attacks would make Zhang Shangbei somewhat unable to defend in time. To put it bluntly, it was still the suppression of strength that made Zhang Shangbei only be able to defend passively and not have many opportunities to take the initiative to attack. Since the beginning, Lu Yan had had the upper hand. Zhang Shangbei knew that this could not continue. He would definitely be defeated. Without hesitation, Zhang Shangbei directly used a secret technique. A dense white light seeped out of Zhang Shangbei's body and directly covered his entire body. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and could sense the pressure coming from Zhang Shangbei in front of him. This guy was still quite powerful. Lu Yan felt that he could end this battle. The strength in his body condensed, and Lu Yan directly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei. With the enhancement of the secret technique, Zhang Shangbei's various strength enhancements increased greatly, and the large saber in Zhang Shangbei's hand glowed again. Thick light power condensed. Zhang Shangbei decided to release his strongest attack. Lu Yan sensed Zhang Shangbei's determination and did not hesitate. The black bone scythe in his hand directly slashed at Zhang Shangbei's neck. Zhang Shangbei's eyes revealed joy, feeling that his opportunity had arrived. His defense and healing ability should be able to block this guy's attack. He wanted to fight the other party to the death. Zhang Shangbei revealed a ruthless expression and did not choose to face Lu Yan's attack. The long saber in his hand directly stabbed towards Lu Yan's heart. If Lu Yan chose to defend, not only would his attack be useless, but because of the attack, his defense would also decrease a lot. Zhang Shangbei would be able to gain the upper hand. No matter what, he would not lose out. However, Lu Yan's body directly disappeared in the next second and arrived behind Zhang Shangbei. The black fog in his hand swept towards the back of Zhang Shangbei's neck. This way, not only could he dodge Zhang Shangbei's attack, but he could also cause a lot of damage to Zhang Shangbei. The corner of Zhang Shangbei's mouth curled into a smile. Did the other party think that he did not see this coming? Did the other party think that he was the only one with the ability to teleport? The smile on Zhang Shangbei's face became richer. A white light enveloped his body and he was to teleport. In the spectator stand, many spectators were very shocked when they saw Lu Yan and Zhang Shangbei's battle. They did not expect Lu Yan to actually fight Zhang Shangbei head-on. Isn't Lu Yan a little arrogant? Isn't he looking down on Zhang Shangbei a little too much by not using the undead and only relying on his own strength? Who knows what this guy is thinking? However, from the looks of it, his combat strength is also very powerful. No matter how powerful he is, he definitely isn't as powerful as his undead. If he had used the undead to fight earlier, it would probably have long ended. Look, Lu Yan and Zhang Shangbei seem to have used their strongest strength. Lu Yan even arrived behind Zhang Shangbei and has that mysterious ability. Looks like Lu Yan is still superior. Sigh, a white light surged out of Zhang Shangbei's body. His figure seems to be about to disappear. What's going on? Could it be that he also has the ability to teleport? That should be the case. I didn't expect Zhang Shangbei to be so skilled. I remember that Lu Yan's movement ability has a cooldown period before he can use it again. It's impossible for him to use it twice in an instant. Zhang Shangbei is probably going to succeed. Serves him right. He made Lu Yan arrogant. The undead are so powerful, but he insisted on going up himself. However, he still has 3 chances to challenge. He will probably have to use the undead to challenge Zhang Shangbei next time. The surrounding audience was discussing the battle between Lu Yan and Zhang Shangbei and felt that Lu Yan was being a little arrogant. It seemed that Zhang Shangbei was probably going to win, but everyone still approved of Lu Yan's strength. This guy had forced Zhang Shangbei to this extent without using the undead. He still had 3 chances to challenge. It seemed that Lu Yan should be the first place in this year's National New Student Exchange competition. At the Qingbei Observatory, Elder Zhang looked at the scene in the arena and smiled. He naturally knew that Zhang Shangbei had the ability to teleport. Although Lu Yan still had 3 chances to challenge, if he used the undead next time, Shangbei would probably not be his match. However, now, as long as Shangbei defeated this Lu Yan, the trauma in his heart would dissipate a lot. It was very beneficial to Shangbei. This kid's arrogance gave Shangbei a good opportunity. Is little Yan going to lose? Luo Liulai looked at the scene in the arena and clenched her fists. At the side, Wang Yanzhai smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Look at your brother, there's no panic on his face at all. I think he probably has a way to deal with it." Luo Liulai nodded nervously. Now, she could only hope so. In the arena, after Lu Yan arrived behind Zhang Shangbei, several shadows quietly surged out from the necklace on his neck and directly covered Zhang Shangbei. At the same time, Lu Yan directly mobilized the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body, making Zhang Shangbei's body stiffen. Ghost Bone Hand? Several bone hands crawled out from the ground and directly grabbed Zhang Shangbei's ankle, directly binding his body. At the same time, the shadow also arrived at Zhang Shangbei's body and directly imprisoned it. The shadow binding ability in the black shadow necklace was still very powerful. Nov. L. B /JNN. Zhang Shangbei was enveloped by the white light and his body that was about to disappear directly froze. It was this moment of stiffness that made the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand land on the back of his neck. Bang, bang, bang. The defensive light covering Zhang Shangbei's body shattered one by one and did not stop the black bone scythe in Lu Yan's hand at all. The sharp blade of the black bone scythe slashed onto Zhang Shangbei's neck and directly slashed open the soft armor on his neck. Then, Zhang Shangbei's figure instantly disappeared from his spot. Zhang Shangbei's body did not appear behind Lu Yan to attack as everyone had imagined. Instead, he directly appeared outside the arena. He had lost. The audience was silent. Everyone thought that Lu Yan was about to lose. They did not expect Zhang Shangbei to be teleported out. What was going on just now? Wasn't Zhang Shangbei going to attack from behind Lu Yan? Why was he directly teleported out of the arena? To be honest, I didn't see it clearly either. However, it seems that Zhang Shangbei's teleportation ability was not successfully activated. I saw it clearly. The moment Lu Yan appeared behind Zhang Shangbei, he restrained Zhang Shangbei's movements. This Lu Yan is not being arrogant. He's only dealing with Zhang Shangbei personally because he's confident. What a loss. Is Lu Yan that powerful? He can defeat Zhang Shangbei without using the undead. Looks like Lu Yan should be the first place in the individual competition this year. Compared to the strength of the other new students, Lu Yan's strength simply crushes everyone else's. This first place is well deserved. The Golden Corner Academy has a high chance of winning this year. The audience discussed animatedly. They looked at Lu Yan in the arena, their eyes filled with surprise. Such a new student had simply refreshed their understanding. Below the arena, Zhang Shangbei's body froze. Then, he looked at Lu Yan in the arena and instantly clenched his fists. However, he then pretended to smile casually and shook his head with a bitter smile, as if he was helpless against Lu Yan's strength and looked very carefree. However, if one looked carefully, they could clearly sense that Zhang Shangbei's movements had become very stiff, as if he was forcing himself to do this. A portion of the gazes in the audience landed on Song Qinga. After Luo Qiushan and Zhang Shangbei's probing, everyone could already tell that Lu Yan's strength was already undoubtedly powerful. Not only was his performance in the secret realm powerful, but his combat strength in the arena was also very powerful. Such a guy was basically guaranteed to rank first. Would this Song Qinga still choose to challenge Lu Yan? Some of the audience still knew that Song Qinga had been rejected by Lei Shuo. Now that Song Qinga was facing Lei Shuo's disciple, what would he do? Should he acknowledge Lu Yan's strength as the #1 new student and challenge Zhang Shangbei, who was ranked second, or should he directly challenge Lu Yan, who had been taken in as Lei Shuo's disciple? Song Qinga did not hesitate at all. His body was wrapped in a white light as he directly arrived at Lu Yan's arena. The people in the audience became excited again. Although Song Qinga was ranked third in the secret realm, in the hearts of many spectators, Song Qinga's strength surpassed Zhang Shangbei. This was because Song Qinga's attacks were very violent. If not for the fact that the demon beast that cleared the secret realm was a thunderwing leopard and had a weakening effect on his lightning power, Song Qinga would not have cleared the level so slowly. Looking at Song Qinga in front of him, Lu Yan's expression also became solemn. Among Zhang Shangbei and the others, Lu Yan was most afraid of Song Qinga. His lightning power also had a restraining effect on the undead. Moreover, the other party's combat style was somewhat similar to Lei Shuo's and his use of lightning power was also very powerful. Coupled with the lightning vein in his body, his overall combat strength surpassed Zhang Shangbei's just now. Without being careless, Lu Yan maxed out his condition. Then, he summoned 2 bone dragons and a large number of necromancers. In front of this Song Qinga, the other undead were basically helpless. Lightning power began to appear on Song Qinga's body, and a violent aura of the lightning attribute began to surge out of his body. The lightning power surging out of Song Qinga's body was more light purple and seemed to be richer than ordinary lightning power. Crackle, Lightning bolts flickered on Song Kinga's body, and the floor of the arena was constantly shattered by this force. Looking at Lu Yan in front of him, Song Kinga's entire body was covered in the power of lightning as he directly rushed towards Lu Yan. Fast? Song Kinga was like a bolt of lightning as he instantly arrived beside Lu Yan. His speed was comparable to the Thunderwing Leopard King wrapped in plasma. Lightning surged in his palm. Song Kinga used his hand as a saber and directly slashed at Lu Yan. The lightning power directly shot out towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and directly blocked this attack. Sensing the numbness on his arm, Lu Yan instructed the two bone dragons beside him to attack Song Kinga from both sides. Humph! Song Kinga snorted coldly. Lightning surged on his body again and suddenly bloomed towards the two bone dragons, instantly enveloping their bodies. Lightning surged, making the bodies of the two bone dragons instantly stiffen. This lightning power might not cause any damage to the two bone dragons, but it could restrain the two bone dragons in a short period of time. Buzz! The space in front of him seemed to tremble. Song Kinga quickly arrived beside Lu Yan and threw a punch at him. Before the fist arrived, a large amount of lightning power surged onto Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand to welcome the attack, but his body directly went numb from the electricity and the attack in his hand could not land in time. Bang! Song Kinga punched Lu Yan's body and directly sent him flying before landing heavily on the arena. Then, Song Kinga wrapped himself in the lightning power and rushed towards Lu Yan again. A huge lightning power bloomed everywhere, shattering the ground of the arena. Lu Yan stood up. A large number of necromancers behind him released undead magic that landed on Song Kinga and melted the lightning power on his body. At the same time, white flames also landed on Lu Yan's body, enveloping his body. However, they did not burn him. Instead, they helped him resist the surging lightning power in front of him. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed out again. Song Kinga punched forward. When the two collided, they directly emitted a muffled sound. Lu Yan's body froze, and more than half of the white flames on his body were directly destroyed. An electric current surged through his body, directly making his entire body numb. In front of him, Song Kinga also grunted and quickly retreated. Looking at Lu Yan in front of him, Song Kinga's expression also became solemn. This guy's attack could actually injure the soul. No wonder Zhang Shangbei's face was pale when Lu Yan attacked just now. He needed to change his attack method. Song Kinga condensed the lightning power and prepared to try a long-range attack. In the audience, everyone was shocked when they saw the battle between Lu Yan and Song Kinga. They did not expect this Song Kinga to be so powerful. He suppressed Lu Yan the moment he arrived. However, after the two battles just now, everyone could tell that Lu Yan's strength was not ordinary. Now, the battle between the two sides had only just begun. This Song Kinga's lightning power is very powerful. The enhancement brought to him by the lightning vein is also very powerful. Old Lei, it's a huge loss for you to not accept this disciple. Lu Qian looked at Song Kinga in the arena and sighed. He could tell that Song Kinga and Lei Shuo were very similar in terms of strength system and combat method. If Lei Shuo could accept this Song Kinga, perhaps this Song Kinga could really inherit Lei Shuo's title of Thunder God. Lei Shuo shook his head when he heard this and said, "There's nothing to regret. This Song Kinga is indeed very powerful and is very compatible with my strength system. However, in comparison, I'm more willing for Lu Yan to be my disciple." Lu Quan raised his eyebrows. Is it because Lu Yan is stronger? Lei Shuo shook his head. That's not the reason. It's because this Song Kinga's temper is too violent. If he becomes my disciple, he will probably die prematurely. Lu Quan was slightly silent when he heard this and knew that Lei Shuo was thinking of his first two disciples. Then, Lu Quan joked, "What about Lu Yan? Although he didn't show it, I can tell that his temper is not submissive. He's really bold." Lei Shuo smiled and said, "Lu Yan? Haha, he's fine. This kid has top-notch life-saving abilities and so many undead subordinates. He won't die so easily." Lu Quan shook his head and did not say anything else. His gaze shifted to the arena. In the arena, lightning spears condensed beside Song Kinga. Then, Song Kinga stretched out his hand and waved it. These lightning spears quickly flew towards Lu Yan. Because he knew that Lu Yan's attack had soul damage, Song Kinga prepared to use a long-range attack. These lightning spears were extremely fast, as if they could penetrate the void. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand to block the two lightning spears, but the rest landed on Lu Yan. With a muffled groan, Lu Yan's body quickly retreated. After the lightning spear landed on Lu Yan, it directly transformed into dense lightning power that enveloped Lu Yan's body before beginning a session of electrotherapy. At this moment, the two bone dragons competed for the lightning binding from before and quickly rushed towards Song Kinga. Lu Yan's defense was still very powerful. Although the lightning power transformed by these lightning spears paralyzed Lu Yan's body, it did not cause any damage. Waving the black bone scythe in his hand, the epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King was summoned by Lu Yan. The power of lightning also surged out of this epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King and quickly headed towards Song Kinga. Song Kinga's entire body was wrapped in the power of lightning. He looked at the two bone dragons and did not hesitate to rush out towards Lu Yan. He knew very well that he was not a match for these two bone dragons. Moreover, fighting them was a waste of time and strength. Therefore, Song Kinga only had one target from the beginning to the end. That was Lu Yan. However, a bolt of lightning quickly surged over in front of him and directly collided with Song Kinga. Song Kinga stabilized his body and looked at the epic level undead Thunder Wing Leopard King in front of him, his eyes suddenly constricting. This was the Thunder Wing Leopard King from the Nightmare level secret realm. He did not expect it to become this guy's undead. The Thunder Wing Leopard King was immune to the power of lightning, which was why Song Kinga had cleared the level so slowly previously. Now that he saw the Thunder Wing Leopard King in front of him, Song Kinga felt a headache. Damn it, was it going to be the same as clearing the third area of the Nightmare level secret realm again? Although he was cursing in his heart, Song Kinga mobilized a large amount of lightning power in his entire body and quickly rushed forward. The undead Thunder Wing Leopard King also welcomed Song Kinga. The two sides instantly fought. Song Kinga discovered that the undead Thunder Wing Leopard King in front of him was not as powerful as the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King in the secret realm. It seemed that after becoming this guy's undead, the strength of the Thunder Wing Leopard King had decreased a lot. However, even so, it was not easy for Song Kinga. This was because the two bone dragons behind him had chased over again. Originally, with Song Kinga's speed and agility, the two bone dragons were unable to catch up to Song Kinga. However, with the involvement of this undead Thunder Wing Leopard King, the two bone dragons quickly joined the battle. Lu Yan also rushed over with the black bone scythe and directly attacked Song Kinga from all sides. The power of lightning constantly surged out of Song Kinga's body, but in the face of the attacks from all directions, he could only quickly escape. If not for Song Kinga's lightning power, he would probably have already been defeated. Among all the strength systems, the eruption speed of lightning power was top-notch. Lu Yan, the two bone dragons, and the undead Thunder Wing Leopard King were unable to stop Song Kinga. However, Lu Yan was not anxious at all. The other party wanted to keep avoiding him? Then go ahead. He would be impressed if the other party could win like this. Song Kinga naturally knew that it was useless to blindly dodge. Looking at Lu Yan in front of him, Song Kinga gritted his teeth and rushed out again. Bolts of lightning surged out of Song Kinga's body and covered him, gradually forming a lightning battle armor on the surface of his body. Lu Yan frowned. Previously, the lightning on Song Kinga's body was very scattered. Although it was very powerful, it was not focused. At this moment, the lightning power on Song Kinga's body condensed and stuck to his body, just like the plasma covering the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King he had seen previously. Boom! After his body was covered in a battlesuit condensed from the lightning power, Song Kinga's speed increased again and he directly rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan frowned. Just as he blocked the black bone scythe in front of him, a huge force came. Bang! 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 Song Kinga's body transformed into lightning after images that constantly circled around Lu Yan and attacked, drawing lightning trajectories. Lu Yan's body was sent flying again and again. Under Song Kinga's violent attacks, he was almost unable to resist much. Song Kinga was too fast and Lu Yan could not lock onto the other party's location at all. The feeling Song Kinga gave Lu Yan was the same as the feeling he felt when he was facing the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King in the secret realm. The audience was stunned when they saw Song Kinga beat Lu Yan up crazily. Damn, I didn't know that Song Kinga was so powerful. He directly beat Lu Yan up, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. This can be considered an attribute restraint, right? Be it Lu Yan's undead or his own strength, he's very powerful. However, it's completely impossible for him to defeat Song Kinga in terms of explosive speed. Do you think Song Kinga will directly defeat Lu Yan if he keeps attacking like this? I don't think so. Look, although Song Kinga's attacks have always landed on Lu Yan, they don't seem to have caused him any damage. GG, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. This Lu Yan's defense is so powerful. Even such violent lightning power can't cause much damage to him. It's mainly because of the black armor on his body. I wonder what power it is that actually blocked all of Song Kinga's attacks. The gazes of the people in the audience landed on the arena. They were all shocked when they saw Lu Yan and Song Kinga's battle. Song Kinga's violent lightning power made their eyes light up, but Lu Yan's defense shocked them even more. That was violent lightning power, but it actually did not cause much damage to Lu Yan. In the arena, Song Kinga attacked Lu Yan more than 10 times in just 3 seconds. Every attack landed on Lu Yan. However, it could not even break through the undead netherworld armor on Lu Yan's body. The two bone dragons and the undead Thunder Wing Leopard King headed towards Lu Yan. Song Kinga could only retreat first. The two bone dragons and the undead Thunder Wing Leopard King directly arrived beside Lu Yan and protected his body. Lu Yan shook his neck and felt his body go numb and his head somewhat dizzy. Although all of Song Kinga's attacks were blocked by the undead netherworld armor, the numbness and the backlash also made Lu Yan somewhat dizzy. This Song Kinga was not simple. Then, Lu Yan got the two bone dragons and the undead Thunder Wing Leopard King to stay beside him. Once again, Lu Yan used the method he used to face the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King. Lu Yan stood in place and handed the choice to Song Kinga, taunting the other party. Song Kinga looked at Lu Yan in front of him and knew that he had no choice because he could only wait to lose if he did not attack. Although the lightning power was violent, it could not last long. Was that guy's body a turtle shell? His attack had not even broken the other party's defense. He could only use that move? Song Kinga gritted his teeth, and the lightning power in his entire body instantly surged out, directly surging into the sky. The clouds in the sky still dimmed and surged because of Song Kinga's lightning power. Rumble, Thunder sounded from the clouds, deafening. Song Kinga had actually triggered a natural phenomenon. Looking at the phenomenon in the sky, some people in the audience directly stood up. Damn, is this something I can see? This Song Kinga actually triggered a natural phenomenon. Isn't this something only a second profession changer can do? Don't exaggerate. 10 years ago, there was another person who triggered a natural phenomenon in the National New Student Exchange competition. That person has already become one of the top 10 in the military region. This Song Kinga's future achievements are limitless. I wonder what this phenomenon is going to trigger. Could it be a lightning tribulation that's going to strike Liu Yan? Who knows? I wonder if Liu Yan can withstand this attack that triggered the phenomenon. The people in the audience looked at the scene in the arena and discussed. On the viewing platform of the Golden Corner Academy, Lei Shuo also frowned slightly. To be able to cause a phenomenon now, this Song Kinga's development of the lightning vein is very high. His potential in lightning is even higher than I imagined. Lu Quan smiled and said, "Why? Do you regret it somewhat? According to the potential Song Kinga has displayed now, his future achievements might be able to surpass yours." Lei Shuo raised his eyebrows and said, "Surpass me? How is that possible? I'm the Thunder God. He's only a child who plays with lightning. I don't know how long it will take for him to grow up. Moreover, having potential isn't the same as being able to reach the height he wants to reach in the future. That's not guaranteed." Lu Quan nodded. This was true. After all, there had been many geniuses with high potential, but in the end, they did not reach the level where they could display their potential. The growth of a professional was not so smooth sailing. Can Liu Yan block the next attack? Yuna looked at the phenomenon in the sky and said somewhat nervously. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan said with solemn expressions, "It's hard to say, but Liu Yan's defense is still quite powerful. If he can withstand this attack, he can win." Lei Shuo and Lu Quan could tell that although Song Kinga had triggered such a phenomenon, all his strength was also condensed in this attack. If this attack was ineffective, he would basically lose. On the other hand, if Liu Yan could not block it, he would still end up defeated. Yuna nodded nervously and looked at Liu Yan, her small hands clenched. "Liu Yan, you have to work hard. If you can't win, the celebration banquet will be gone." On the viewing platform of Demon City University, the teacher in charge of Demon City University watched as Song Kinga triggered the natural phenomenon. Not only was there no joy on his face, but he also frowned. Kinga has yet to completely control this power. If he rashly activates it, I'm afraid it will cause damage to his body. To the teacher in charge of Demon City University, he would rather Song Kinga lose this arena than have him suffer any injuries. However, the current scene in the arena was clearly no longer something he could control. In the arena, Liu Yan looked at Song Kinga, who had triggered the natural phenomenon in front of him, and frowned slightly. He did not expect this guy to be able to trigger such power. Liu Yan naturally would not sit back and just allow Song Kinga to activate this power so easily. With the black bone scythe in hand, Liu Yan directly rushed towards Song Kinga with the two bone dragons and the undead thunder wing leopard king, wanting to interrupt him. However, as soon as he approached Song Kinga, a large amount of lightning bloomed from Song Kinga's body, instantly filling the space around his body. It was as if the area in front of him had become a lightning domain. A large amount of lightning power flickered. Liu Yan got the two bone dragons to test the waters. Lightning power quickly attached to the two bone dragons, directly making the bodies of the two bone dragons stiffen from the lightning and making them unable to move. Liu Yan stopped when he saw this. If he rushed in himself, it would probably be the same as the situation with the two bone dragons. It would be even more troublesome if he could not move. Now, Liu Yan could use the fatal blow. After all, Song Kinga could not move at this moment. However, the lightning power around Song Kinga made it impossible for Liu Yan to directly slash the other party. He could only slash in Song Kinga's direction. Although the fatal blow could unleash 3 times the damage, at such a distance and with the weakening of the lightning power in front of him, even if it landed on Song Kinga, it probably would not cause much damage to him. Looking at the lightning power quickly condensing in the sky, Liu Yan wanted to see if he could resist this attack. His 4 attributes were relatively abnormal to begin with. His physique was already 181 and was almost 200. Coupled with the enhancement of the equipment, the defensive effect of the equipment, and the defensive power of the undead netherworld armor. In the end, the undead armor on his body could double the defense effect. In this state, Liu Yan felt that it was not a problem for him to receive this attack. At this moment, Song Kinga had already condensed the phenomenon in the sky. A large amount of lightning power surged out from the clouds in the sky, and lightning slowly condensed. At this moment, a beast that had been completely condensed from the power of lightning appeared in the clouds and churned. This beast was very similar to the Thunder Emperor beast, but it was more like a Kylan than the Thunder Emperor beast. No, this was a Kylan. A Kylan condensed from the power of lightning. Song Kinga looked at the Thunder Kylan condensed in the sky, the veins on his forehead bulging, but he smiled. It worked. 5 elements Thunder Kylan. Song Kinga looked at Liu Yan in front of him and suddenly pressed his hands down. The aura of the 5 elements Thunder Kylan in the sky instantly locked onto Liu Yan. Liu Yan sensed that his aura had been locked onto and knew that it was impossible for him to use the Monarch Netherworld escape to dodge this attack. Moreover, looking at this condensed Kylan, its attack range should be quite large. It was probably able to cover the entire arena. The Monarch Netherworld escape was also useless. He could only resist head-on. Lu Yan looked at the 5 elements thunder Kylin slowly revealed in the clouds in the sky and was prepared to defend. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The 5 elements thunder Kylin condensed completely from the lightning power crawling out of the clouds, as if it had brought out all the lightning power in the clouds. Rumble, thunder sounded in the entire cloud, as if it was celebrating the condensation of the 5 elements thunder Kylin. When the new students on the other arenas saw the phenomenon in the sky, they stopped the battle in their hands and looked blankly at the 5 elements thunder Kylin in the sky. Was this really an attack power that a new student was capable of releasing? I probably won't be able to release such an attack for the rest of my life, right? Is Song Kinga's lightning power so powerful? Song Kinga should be challenging Lu Yan, right? Can Lu Yan block such an attack? All the new students were shocked by the strength of this 5 elements thunder Kylin. Could Lu Yan resist such an attack? After the 5 elements thunder Kylin crawled out of the clouds, it suddenly pounced towards Lu Yan, as if the power of lightning in the entire cloud was pouring down on Lu Yan. The 2 bone dragons arrived beside Lu Yan and protected him, prepared to withstand the first wave of attacks. Lu Yan looked up at the 5 elements thunder Kylin descending from the sky and directly activated the effect of the undead armor. His defense instantly doubled. Boom! The entire arena instantly trembled. A huge lightning power poured out and directly destroyed the arena below. The rocks that flew up were destroyed by the violent lightning power. Then, the 2 bone dragons were the first to be enveloped by the huge lightning power. After holding on for a few seconds, cracks began to appear in the bones on their bodies. Then, the entire arena was covered by dazzling light, making it impossible to see what was going on. The audience in the audience stood up and looked at the scene in the arena with excited expressions. Lu Yan probably could not withstand such a lightning strike, right? Some people's gazes had even already landed outside the arena, wanting to find Lu Yan's figure. However, even after all the lightning disappeared, Lu Yan's figure still did not appear outside the arena. Lu Yan was not teleported out by the arena protection mechanism. In other words, he was not instantly killed by that attack just now. Is that true? I feel that 10 of me wouldn't be able to withstand that attack just now. No matter how powerful Lu Yan is it really possible for him to block that attack? That's right. That was an attack that triggered a natural phenomenon. Isn't it too exaggerated to be able to block it? The audience in the audience stared fixedly at the arena, wanting to see if Lu Yan had blocked the attack just now. After the lightning dissipated, the first thing he saw were 2 huge bone dragons. At this moment, cracks appeared on the bodies of the 2 bone dragons, as if they were about to shatter. The auras of the 2 bone dragons were already very weak and they no longer had any combat strength. In fact, it might only take 1 attack to shatter them. However, in the end, the bodies of the 2 bone dragons did not shatter. However, the physical strength of the bone dragon was very high. No one was too surprised, but Lu Yan could not block it, right? Everyone's gaze landed in the middle of the 2 bone dragons and they saw Lu Yan. At this moment, Lu Yan's entire body was covered in traces of lightning. His hair directly stood up, and cracks appeared on the undead netherworld armor covering his body. However, even so, Lu Yan was still not injured at all. Even the undead netherworld armor was not completely shattered. He had completely resisted this attack. Looking at the shattered undead netherworld armor on his body, Lu Yan smacked his lips. It was a very powerful attack. Unfortunately, it only barely broke his defense. If this Song Kinga's lightning power was stronger, he would probably not be able to withstand it. Song Kinga, who was already somewhat exhausted in front of him, looked at Lu Yan, who was unscathed, and was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled bitterly. I lost? His strongest attack had only barely broken the other party's defense. There was already no need for him to continue fighting. The light enveloped Song Kinga's body and instantly teleported him out. Everyone in the audience's gaze landed on Lu Yan in the arena and they were speechless. The entire place was silent. The entire viewing area fell silent. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Yan in the arena. Everyone could sense how powerful the 5 elements Thunder Kylin aura Song Kinga condensed just now was. It was definitely impossible for this Lu Yan to resist such dense and violent lightning attribute power. However, he had really withstood this attack. Moreover, the defense on his body had only barely shattered. That attack did not injure Lu Yan at all. How was he supposed to continue like this? Song Kinga was a top new student. In terms of attack power, he even far surpassed Zhang Shangbei, who was ranked 2nd. Under such circumstances, even the powerful attack condensed by Song Kinga was unable to break Lu Yan's defense. Was there a need for the new students below to challenge Lu Yan? In the 3 battles, Lu Yan displayed his powerful undead, extremely powerful personal strength, and absolute defense to all the audience and new students in the spectator area. After 3 full battles, other than not having a good way to deal with Song Kinga, who had an extremely fast eruption speed, Lu Yan did not have any problems with the others and could easily deal with them. They really did not know how the Golden Corner Academy nurtured such a guy. Even the champion of the previous National New Student Exchange competition was not as abnormal as Lu Yan. Lu Yan? Awesome. Lu Yan? I knew it. You're the fattest, no, the best. I love you to death. Damn, I love Lu Yan the most. Ha ha ha, I bet on Lu Yan 3 times and earned a total of 30 million energy coins. Lu Yan, you're my father from now on. Lu Yan, you're my god. Please allow me to express my love for you in bed. Leave your contact information. After a short silence, the entire audience instantly erupted in fierce cheers. Lu Yan's performance really shocked them. In this world, there were also people who chased after celebrities. However, the people here did not chase after artists, but new stars with powerful potential. After this national new student exchange competition, Lu Yan would obtain many fans. Now, many people in the audience had already become fans. It was not only the audience present, but even the live broadcast outside the arena was also flooded by Lu Yan. The comments were filled with surprise at Lu Yan's strength. In the 3 battles, Lu Yan won incomparably easily. The 3 top university new students couldn't even break Lu Yan's defense. This is simply too much of a loss. How terrifying. From the battle, it can be seen that not only does Lu Yan have the help of a powerful undead, but his 4 attributes are also very high. He easily crushed them. Is the hidden profession, the undead monarch, that powerful? I've never heard of it before. I don't think he had this hidden profession in the past. Lu Yan was the first person to obtain this hidden profession. However, it's impossible for a hidden profession to increase his strength by so much. It's probably mainly because of his talent and hard work. He's ranked first in the secret realm. I don't think anyone will challenge Lu Yan in the arena now, right? Lu Yan is also ranked first in the arena. Basically, the champion of the individual competition of the National New Student Exchange competition this time will be Lu Yan. Be more confident. Lu Yan is guaranteed to be the champion. The audience watching the live broadcast gave their comments one after another, feeling that the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition this time was definitely going to be Lu Yan. In the competition venue, the expressions of the teachers in charge of the other universities became very ugly. The victory of the 3 battles had already established Lu Yan's identity as the champion of the individual competition. In the team competition after that, with abnormal Lu Yan, the Golden Corner Academy was probably the most likely team to become the champion. Of course, the team competition also depended on the overall strength and cooperation of the team. They still had some chances. However, Lu Yan's performance made them feel that this hope was very slim. Standing on the arena, a white light quickly landed on Lu Yan, restoring Lu Yan to his peak state. Looking at Song Kinga below the arena, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. With his current strength, he could completely crush Zhang Shangbei and the others. However, his battle with Song Kinga made Lu Yan realize his shortcomings. That was, when facing enemies with high mobility, he could basically only be passively beaten. After all, among his 4 attributes, his agility and strength were the lowest. Although he had already been trying to increase the 2 attributes, it was impossible for Lu Yan to focus on increasing them. Of course, Lu Yan's agility attribute was still much higher than ordinary new students. However, when facing the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King and Song Kinga, his speed could not keep up. Although he had the Monarch Netherworld Escape and Traceless Moon Steps, the 1-second delay of the Monarch Netherworld Escape was enough for an enemy with an extremely fast explosive speed to attack him in close combat. Moreover, even if he moved behind the other party, his attack still could not land on the other party in time. As for Traceless Moon Steps, it was even less useful. Because the other party's speed was too fast, with a few exceptions, his attacks could not even land on the other party. If the mark could not be superimposed, how could he activate Traceless Moon Steps? It had to be known that there was a chance of imprinting the Traceless Moon Steps mark. It was not guaranteed to work every time. Moreover, every time he used the Traceless Moon Steps, he would also consume a layer of mark. Therefore, it was still relatively difficult to rely on the Monarch Netherworld Escape and the Traceless Moon Steps to effectively attack enemies like the epic level Thunderwing Leopard King or Song Kinga. It seemed that he could only start with skills. After returning to the school this time, he should be able to unlock more skill areas in the library and see if there were any skills that could help with his situation. After all, although others could not break through his defense when he was passively beaten, Lu Yan still liked to take the initiative. Looking at the new students below the arena, Lu Yan prepared to welcome the next challenger. At this moment, the new students below the arena looked at Lu Yan's arena and instantly looked away. They did not continue to focus on Lu Yan's arena. As for challenging Lu Yan, they did not even have this thought. Was this a joke? Other than Bai Miao, the other 3 challengers in the top 5 had all lost. Moreover, Song Kinga, who had the most obvious effect, had only barely broken Lu Yan's defense. Was Lu Yan someone they could challenge? If they went up, they would probably be defeated in a few seconds. It was completely embarrassing. Now, the only hope was Bai Miao. However, the other party was from the same school and there was a high chance that she would not challenge Lu Yan. Bai Miao's gaze also landed on Lu Yan, and the corner of her mouth revealed a bitter smile. She was indeed not prepared to challenge Lu Yan, but it was not because she and Lu Yan were both students of the Golden Corner Academy. It was because she could not defeat Lu Yan. The battle between Lu Yan, Song Kinga, and the others made Bai Miao clearly know that it was impossible for her to defeat the current Lu Yan. There was no chance at all. Therefore, Bai Miao would not go on stage. If there was a chance, Bai Miao would also choose to challenge Lu Yan. Unfortunately, there was none. Then there was no need for her to challenge. Bai Miao's gaze landed on Zhang Shangbei and she directly chose to challenge him. Compared to Lu Yan, this Zhang Shangbei still had a chance. 2 lights rose and directly enveloped Bai Miao and Zhang Shangbei's bodies, teleporting them to an arena. Seeing that no one challenged Lu Yan, the surrounding audience also shifted their gazes. They have also been somewhat paying attention to Bai Miao and Zhang Shangbei's competition. Lu Yan also looked at the battle in the arena beside him in boredom. The battle between Bai Miao and Zhang Shangbei lasted for a long time. In the end, Zhang Shangbei won. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. However, even though Zhang Shangbei won, many wounds still appeared on his body. His healing ability was not very useful and he could only rely on a high-level priest to help him heal. Looking at Bai Miao below the arena, Zhang Shangbei gritted his teeth. This woman's attack was simply like a lunatic. If not for the fact that his defense and self-healing effect were relatively good, he would really have been defeated. After failing to challenge Zhang Shangbei, Bai Miao did not continue to challenge Song Qingge because she felt that her chances of winning against Song Qingge were not high. The other party's explosive speed was too powerful. She could basically only be passively beaten and find an opportunity to counterattack. The chances of winning were too low. At this moment, Luo Qiaxin's gaze landed on Bai Miao. She used her second challenge opportunity and directly chose to challenge Bai Miao. Luo Qiaxin admitted that she could not defeat Song Qingge, Zhang Shangbei, and Luo Qiaxin. However, she felt that she could try challenging Bai Miao. Luo Qiaxin and Bai Miao. One was a famous beautiful mage of Qingbei University, and the other was a beautiful warrior of the Golden Corner Academy. Their competition naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many of the live broadcasts outside the arena were switched to Bai Miao and Luo Qiaxin's arena. The popularity of the audience was only slightly lower than the battle between Lu Yan and Song Qingge. The battle between the two of them did not last long. After Bai Miao blocked Luo Qiaxin's attacks a few times and successfully got close, she successfully defeated Luo Qiaxin. Although Luo Qiaxin's magic power was very powerful, her defense was still relatively low. She should be able to perform better in the team competition. After the two of them, the surrounding arena battles continued. However, Lu Yan and the others, who were ranked in the top 5, were no longer challenged by other new students. The few battles had completely shown the other new students the powerful combat strength of Lu Yan and the others. Under such circumstances, the other new students naturally would not choose to challenge Lu Yan and the others to embarrass themselves. Soon, an arena competition attracted everyone's attention. Song Qingge challenged Zhang Shangbei. Lu Yan's first place, Bai Miao's 4th place, and Luo Qiaxin's 5th place had basically been confirmed. However, the 2nd and 3rd place between Zhang Shangbei and Song Qingge was still uncertain. After all, the combat strength Zhang Shangbei and Song Qingge had displayed was very powerful. Before the two of them competed, it was really difficult to say who was stronger. After all, although Song Qingge's combat strength seemed to be stronger, if Zhang Shangbei could rely on his defensive ability and self-healing ability to resist Song Qingge's violent attack, he might still have a chance. Lu Yan's gaze also shifted over. He was also relatively curious about who was stronger, Song Qingge or Zhang Shangbei. However, deep down, Lu Yan still felt that Song Qingge was definitely stronger. Moreover, Song Qingge's strength was also somewhat effective against Zhang Shangbei. After all, Zhang Shangbei was powerful in his defense and self-healing ability. If there was a violent power that directly destroyed his defense, even if he had a very powerful self-healing ability, it would not be very useful. Song Qingge's strength was perfect for this. In the arena, Zhang Shangbei looked at Song Qingge in front of him, and his expression also became solemn. He knew that Song Qingge's strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yan could resist the attack of the 5 elements Thunder Kylin just now, but he could not. However, looking at Song Qingge's somewhat pale face in front of him, Zhang Shangbei's expression also calmed down. It was probably impossible for him to release such an attack again in a short period of time. As long as the other party did not have the 5 elements Thunder Kylin to rely on, he was confident in defeating Song Qingge in front of him. Song Qingge looked at Zhang Shangbei in front of him and did not waste his breath. A large amount of lightning power began to surge out of his body before rushing towards Zhang Shangbei. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After using the power of the 5 elements Thunder Kylin, Song Qingge actually suffered some backlash. After all, that power was not something he could easily use now. He had forcefully used it just now. The backlash to his body could not be removed by a high-level priest. Song Qingge's current strength was inferior to when he fought Lu Yan just now. However, Song Qingge still chose to challenge Zhang Shangbei. Firstly, it was because Song Qingge felt that he could defeat Zhang Shangbei with his strength, even if he could not use the 5 elements Thunder Kylin. Secondly, he was still competitive. He was convinced that he had lost to Lu Yan. After all, he could not even break the other party's defense. However, Song Qingge did not want to be ranked 3rd. At the very least, he had to be ranked 2nd. It was fine for Lu Yan to step on his head, but why should Zhang Shangbei also step on his head? The power of lightning surged out of Song Qingge's body again and enveloped his entire body. Then, Song Qingge directly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei in front of him. Zhang Shangbei looked at Song Qingge rushing over in front of him and did not hesitate at all. He directly began to augment his body with various defensive powers. Before the battle began, Zhang Shangbei directly used the power of the secret technique. He did not dare to underestimate Song Qingge in front of him. With the enhancement of the secret technique, Zhang Shangbei's defense enhancement effect increased a lot. The long saber in his hand was covered in a layer of white light as Zhang Shangbei directly welcomed Song Qingge. Punishment Halo. A divine light surged out of Zhang Shangbei's body and quickly spread in all directions. Zhang Shangbei knew that Song Kinga's movement speed was very fast, and the other party's movement speed after erupting with strength was even faster. Therefore, ordinary attacks probably could not even hit the other party's figure. Zhang Shangbei cleverly chose an area of effect attack. No matter how fast the other party was, he couldn't dodge an area of effect attack, right? As a holy knight, Zhang Shangbei still controlled a lot of area of effect attacks. Looking at the divine ring of light that spread out from Zhang Shangbei's body, Song Kinga rushed over. The lightning power on his body blocked the punishment halo released by Zhang Shangbei. Song Kinga quickly arrived behind Zhang Shangbei and threw a punch. Before his fist landed on the other party, the huge lightning power instantly arrived and directly shot towards Zhang Shangbei's neck. Bang! N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The layer of defense on Zhang Shangbei's body directly shattered. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei realized that Song Kinga had arrived behind him. I feel that if Song Kinga uses the Thunder Kylin he faced Lu Yan with just now, Zhang Shangbei will definitely not be able to block it, right? Why hasn't he used it yet? Do you think that ability that can cause a phenomenon in the world can be used casually? Song Kinga probably already used his full strength when facing Lu Yan. He might even have already suffered a backlash. It's basically impossible for him to use it again in the short term. Even a high-level priest can't help him recover from that. Everyone's gazes landed on the arena and they knew that the battle between Song Kinga and Zhang Shangbei had reached a critical moment. It was impossible for Song Kinga's explosive strength to last for long. Otherwise, when he faced Lu Yan just now, he would not have used the power of the 5 elements Thunder Kylin and could have directly used his extremely high movement speed to slowly consume Lu Yan's defense. The reason why he used the power of the 5 elements Thunder Kylin for the final gamble was partly because of the defense of the 2 bone dragons, and partly because his explosive strength was about to be exhausted. From this, it could be inferred that Song Kinga's explosive strength could last for at most 10 minutes. 5 minutes had already passed. As long as Zhang Shangbei could last another 5 minutes against Song Kinga's attack, he would be able to obtain victory in the arena this time. However, from the looks of it, Zhang Shangbei had already used his strongest defense, the Holy Land. It seemed that he was about to collapse. Now, it depended on how long the Holy Land could last. Song Kinga's attacks landed on the golden light that enveloped Zhang Shangbei's body in front of him, emitting muffled sounds. Zhang Shangbei mobilized all the strength in his body and used it to maintain the Holy Land. As long as he gritted his teeth and endured, the final victory would belong to him. Song Kinga's violent attacks kept landing. Lightning power bloomed in the surroundings, making the arena floor beside Zhang Shangbei shatter under this violent lightning power. As Song Kinga kept attacking, cracks began to appear on the golden light around Zhang Shangbei. At this moment, 8 minutes had already passed. Zhang Shangbei only needed to last for another 2 minutes before he could begin to counterattack. When Song Kinga exhausted his violent strength, he would probably not be Zhang Shangbei's match. After all, Zhang Shangbei still had an extremely terrifying self-healing ability that could constantly recover his state. Look, the duration of Song Kinga's violent power is about to end. Looks like Zhang Shangbei is going to obtain the final victory of this arena. It's still uncertain. The final defense on Zhang Shangbei's body has also begun to crack. He's also about to collapse. I still think Zhang Shangbei has a higher chance of winning. It's just like when he was facing an epic-level Thunderwing Leopard King. He just needs to consume the continuous berserk power of Song Kinga in front of him. In the audience, everyone was discussing who would win this battle between Zhang Shangbei and Song Kinga. Overall, everyone was still biased towards Zhang Shangbei obtaining the final victory. After all, Zhang Shangbei had already persisted for so long and was about to exhaust the violent power on Song Kinga's body. At that time, Zhang Shangbei would be able to gain the upper hand. At that time, Song Kinga would probably be at a disadvantage and might even be directly defeated. In the arena, Song Kinga quickly retreated. He looked at Zhang Shangbei in front of him and panted slightly. The golden turtle shell on the other party's body was somewhat too hard. With his current attack, he could not break it in a short period of time. However, although he could not use the 5 elements Thunder Kylin now, Song Kinga still had another move. The lightning power on his body seeped out and directly rushed out of Song Kinga's body, quickly entering the clouds. When the people in the audience saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. What's going on? Song Kinga can still use the 5 elements Thunder Kylin. If it's really the 5 elements Thunder Kylin, Zhang Shangbei will probably die. However, can Song Kinga really still use it now? Who knows? Let's continue watching. From the looks of it, even if this attack is not from that 5 elements Thunder Kylin, it's probably not simple. In the arena, Zhang Shangbei looked at Song Kinga's actions and suddenly frowned. Could it be that this guy could still use the 5 elements Thunder Kylin? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Shangbei decided to continue resisting. If he took the initiative to attack now and could not break the lightning power covering Song Kinga's body, it would be bad. Rumble? Thunder sounded from the clouds in the sky. However, this time, the phenomenon did not last long. Heavenly Lightning Guide, N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. As Song Kinga shouted angrily, lightning revealed from the clouds in the sky. A large amount of lightning revealed from the clouds and slashed down at Zhang Shangbei below. Lu Yan looked at the might Song Kinga had triggered on the arena at the side and raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not expect Song Kinga to be saving such a move. Although this heavenly lightning attraction was inferior to the 5 elements Thunder Kylan, the attack was still very powerful when it attracted the heavenly lightning in the clouds. Lightning struck Zhang Shangbei's body, making the cracks on the golden holy light covering his body increase. Zhang Shangbei tried his best to support himself, his face turning red. As the last bolt of lightning landed, the holy light around Zhang Shangbei's body had already shattered. However, he still resisted the damage of the heavenly lightning guide in the end. Zhang Shangbei revealed a happy expression. Just as he was about to take a breath, a bolt of lightning instantly arrived in front of him. It was Song Kinga. As the last bolt of lightning smashed down from the sky, Song Kinga also directly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei in front of him. His fist landed on the cracked holy light on Zhang Shangbei's body. Zhang Shangbei's expression suddenly changed, and the golden light of the Holy Land suddenly shattered. Then, Zhang Shangbei's body flew up. Boom! Song Kinga launched his final attack. His entire body was wrapped in lightning as he quickly moved. He sent Zhang Shangbei flying with a punch and did not let Zhang Shangbei's body fall. The quickly moving Song Kinga punched Zhang Shangbei's body repeatedly, sending him flying in midair like a useless bag of meat. Zhang Shangbei's defense and self-healing ability were also really powerful. Facing Song Kinga's violent attacks, he still did not trigger the lightning protection mechanism. As Song Kinga's last punch landed on Zhang Shangbei's back, the white light finally appeared, enveloped Zhang Shangbei's body, and Zhang Shangbei directly disappeared from his spot. Bang! Song Kinga landed on the arena and panted heavily, but he revealed a smile. He had won. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei, who had been teleported out, was bruised, swollen, and covered in injuries. The healing ability of a high-level priest enveloped Zhang Shangbei's body and quickly helped him recover from his injuries. The audience was in an uproar. They originally thought that Zhang Shangbei could withstand Song Kinga's attack and turn the situation around. They did not expect Song Kinga to still break through his defense and obtain the final victory. As Zhang Shangbei and Song Kinga's battle ended, the whole competition became dull. The following battles were somewhat boring. After all of the top 5 students fought each other, they all found out about each other's strength. Other than Song Kinga defeating Zhang Shangbei and becoming second, the rankings of the others had not changed. The new students below did not dare to challenge the top 5. After fighting each other, the rankings were also confirmed. Time quickly arrived at 6 in the afternoon. After the arena ended, the rankings of all the new students were fixed. Lu Yan was still the number 1 new student. Just as the arena ended, a voice sounded in Lu Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the individual championship of the National New Student Exchange Competition. You have completed the achievement mission, individual competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition. Achievement mission reward, 1 special skill book, 800 achievement points. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. The completion of the achievement mission was within his expectations. However, he did not expect the reward for this achievement mission to be a special skill book. This was a relatively novel reward. This was the first time Lu Yan had seen it. Soon, Lu Yan discovered a skill book in his storage space. Dark Axis, Special Skill. Effect, you can summon the strongest dark-type creature in the surrounding 100,000 meters to your side. This dark-type creature will have a good impression of you for an hour. If you need to order the other party to do something, you can do it by feeding it your dark-type power. Cooldown time is 1 week. Note, the stronger the dark-type creature you summon, the stronger the dark-type power you need to feed to order the other party to do things. Special Skill, Dark-type Axis. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the effect of this Dark Axis, he pondered. Based on the effect of the skill, it seemed that this Dark Axis did not increase his combat strength much. Moreover, the cooldown time was huge and was a week long. However, if it was used for a special occasion, it might be effective. However, he still did not know how much dark power he would have to feed it if he summoned an extremely powerful dark-type creature and asked it to do something. It was also a good skill, but it was not useful for normal situations. The other reward was achievement points, 800 achievement points. Now that Lu Yan's achievement points had reached 3,800, he could receive the 3,000 achievement points reward. However, before Lu Yan could receive it, the host went on stage. Everyone, now that the exciting arena battles have ended, the individual competition of our National New Student Exchange Competition is also done. Next, it's time to announce the results of all the participating new students. The results this time will be displayed in the form of points according to the results of the Secret Realm and the arena. Now, let us cheer for the champion of this year's National New Student Exchange Competition, Lu Yan. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on Lu Yan, and the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Lu Yan, Lu Yan, Lu Yan, you're too powerful. I really want to be friends with you. Lu Yan, look over here. What do you think of my appearance? Do you want to consider a spectacular relationship with me? Even if it's only for 1 night, it's fine. Awesome? Boss Lu Yan, you're too awesome. You're my idol from now on. I'm proud of you. Cheers sounded. Almost all the audience stood up and clapped as they looked at Lu Yan. Some women were especially enthusiastic. They were so enthusiastic that they wished they could take off their clothes and jump into Lu Yan's arms. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. There was no lack of people who believed in genetic theory. They looked at Lu Yan like hungry wolves staring at sheep. If they could obtain Lu Yan's genes and give birth to his child, they were willing to do anything. Of course, most of them were still normal people and had extremely high recognition of Lu Yan's strength. First place, Little Yan has won the National New Student Exchange Competition. Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan on the stage below with a proud expression and said excitedly. At the side, Wang Yanjai's face was also filled with a smile. He did not care about Lu Yan, but he was still very happy that Luo Liulai had such a little brother. Ha ha ha, I knew it. This kid won't disappoint me. He can easily obtain first place in a mere National New Student Exchange Competition. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan in the arena and laughed. At the side, Lu Quan shook his head. Seeing that Lei Shuo was so excited that he wanted to stand up but still pretend to be indifferent, he could not help but shake his head. This guy could have just expressed his happiness. Why did he have to pretend? Yay, Lu Yan won. Yuna looked at the scene on the arena from the side and clenched her fist slightly, her face filled with excitement. Damn, we can have a celebration party tonight. Bai Miao and the other new students of the Golden Corner Academy were also smiling. Lu Yan obtaining first place is very helpful to the overall points of our Golden Corner Academy. Haha, I've long said that with Lu Yan around, it's not a problem. This time, our Golden Corner Academy will directly get first place in terms of points. Because of the enhancement of Lu Yan's 2 first places, the Golden Corner Academy's points directly reached first place and even pulled away from the second place, Qingbei University, by a lot. This naturally made the other new students of the Golden Corner Academy happy. Even Xia Binjayun had to admit that Lu Yan's contribution was the greatest in this National New Student Exchange Competition. Compared to the excitement of the Golden Corner Academy, the teams of the other universities were somewhat disappointed, especially Qingbei University, which was ranked second in total points, and Demon City University, which was ranked third. Sigh, even Zhang Shangbei can't defeat this Lu Yan. In the team competition, we might not be able to defeat the Golden Corner Academy. That's right. This Lu Yan still has an undead army. Although it's useless against top-notch experts like Zhang Shangbei and Song Qinga, it's a fatal threat to us. Now, we can only hope that a miracle will happen in this team competition. Otherwise, we can forget about becoming the champions of the National New Student Exchange Competition this time. Alright, everyone seems to be very enthusiastic with their cheers. It seems that they acknowledge student Lu Yan's strength very much. Next is the rankings of all the new students and the various universities. Everyone can check for themselves. The individual competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition this time has ended successfully. The final team competition will begin tomorrow. Everyone, please wait and see. As soon as the host finished speaking, the individual competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition ended. Lu Yan is really too powerful. He's so powerful and has an extremely large number of undead. He's simply invincible. I'm really looking forward to the team competition tomorrow. Speaking of which, I wonder what the format of this team competition will be like. According to the past team competitions, they were either team battles or survival in the wilderness. There's a high chance that it's going to be survival in the wilderness. After all, no matter how powerful their combat strength is in the arena, they still have to display their strength in actual combat in the wilderness. The audience was still discussing Lu Yan's combat strength and the situation of the team competition tomorrow. Lu Yan smiled and walked off the arena to the viewing area of the Golden Corner Academy. Bai Miao and the others also returned. When they saw Lu Yan, they congratulated him. Lu Yan, congratulations on becoming the #1 new student. Haha, brother Yan, I long knew that you were the most awesome. I didn't expect you to directly obtain first place in the individual competition of the new student exchange competition. Impressive. It's all thanks to you, Lu Yan. Otherwise, our total points might not have surpassed Qingbei University. Lu Yan smiled in response one by one. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan were also brimming with smiles. At this moment, the instructor of Demon City University also walked over and congratulated Lei Shuo. Old Lei, congratulations. You're very lucky to have such a powerful new student this year who directly obtained first place in the individual competition. Lei Shuo smiled when he heard this and said, you're not bad either. Song Qinga's combat strength is very powerful. Your points are not much different from Qingbei University. If you work hard, you can completely catch up. The instructor of Demon City University smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Wasn't Lei Shuo indirectly saying that they couldn't catch up to the Golden Corner Academy? However, he also knew that with Lu Yan around, it was indeed unlikely for Demon City University to catch up to the Golden Corner Academy. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. We'll leave first. I'll see you in the team competition tomorrow. The instructor of Demon City University greeted and directly left. Many of the teachers in charge of the other universities came to congratulate Lei Shuo. Of course, some did not come. Among them were people from Qingbei University. Seeing the group of people from Qingbei University leave dejectedly, Lei Shuo said proudly, look at those guys from Qingbei University. We've finally vented our anger. We have to snatch back the championship this time. Let's go back and have a celebration feast. Let's rest well and prepare for the team competition tomorrow. Everyone cheered and headed towards the villa. During the National New Student Exchange competition, the new students of the participating school were not allowed to go out. However, they could order some delicious food to be sent to the villa. On the way, Feng Ya watched as Li Meier looked at Lu Yan's back and could not help but tease, "Stop looking. You're going to wear your eyes out," Li Meier exclaimed. Then, she looked at Feng Ya and whispered angrily, "Feng Ya, what are you talking about?" Feng Ya smiled and said, "What am I talking about? You're looking at Lu Yan with stars in your eyes. Why? You like him but don't dare to say anything. Are you having a crush here?" When Li Meier heard Feng Ya's words, she hurriedly covered Feng Ya's mouth and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the surrounding people did not notice them. "Fenja, what are you talking about? When did I say that I like Lu Yan? Don't talk nonsense," Feng Ya said with a mischievous expression. Hey, I never actually said you liked Lu Yan. You're the one who thinks so." Li Meier's face immediately turned red. She looked at Feng Ya and said shyly and angrily, "Feng Ya." Feng Ya held her stomach and smiled. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. However, to be honest, as your best friend, I want to remind you that if you like him, you should confess early. There's plenty of outstanding girls around Lu Yan. There's that girl, Bai Miao, who returned from the wilderness with Lu Yan previously. Also, look at how clingy that dark elf is. Lu Yan is, oh no, will always be in high demand. You have to make a move early." Hearing Feng Ya's words, Li Meier's face became even redder. However, she did not say anything else this time. She looked at Lu Yan's back, her eyes flickering. It was unknown what she was thinking. After everyone returned to the villa, Lei Shuo personally ordered many delicious takeaways and directly sent them to the villa to begin the celebration banquet tonight. Moreover, Lei Shuo wanted to order a box of wine. Lu Quan tried to persuade him for a while but was still unable to convince Lei Shuo. "Sai, what's there to be afraid of? So what if we drink some wine? The team competition is tomorrow and it's not like we're going to sleep through it. If we drink some wine today, we can sleep better. At that time, everyone might perform better." Moreover, Lu Yan won the individual competition of the National New Student Exchange competition today. What's wrong with drinking to celebrate? Lu Quan, don't be too inflexible. Otherwise, everyone will dislike you. In the end, Lu Quan shook his head helplessly. He still could not dissuade Lei Shuo. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. As the champion of the individual competition, Lu Yan was naturally forced to drink a lot by Bai Yuez and the others. In the beginning, Lu Quan had told him to drink less, but he directly ignored it later. In any case, even if he was drunk tomorrow, he could still get a high-level priest to help him sober up. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan's figure. For some reason, she kept raising her glass and drinking, and her eyes quickly became misty. Yuna, who was beside Lu Yan, ate in big mouthfuls. She looked at the fruit wine the girls beside her and took a small sip curiously. It did not have the unpleasant smell of the wine her clansmen drank. Instead, there was a faint fragrance, making Yuna's eyes instantly light up. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. After that, a few more bottles of fruit wine could be seen beside Yuna. She ate meat and drank wine in large mouthfuls and simply felt that this celebration banquet was awesome. Yuna narrowed her eyes with a satisfied expression. The delicacies of the human world were really too delicious. If not for the fact that she missed the Dark Elf Queen, Yuna would have wanted to stay here forever. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Even Xiaobin Jiayun, whose expression had always been ugly, began to fool around with Bai Yuez after drinking a few glasses of wine. The entire celebration banquet lasted until past 12 before everyone returned to their rooms to rest. At 1 in the morning, the entire villa became silent, and the crisp sound of the door opening sounded. Li Meier, who was wearing pajamas, walked out of the room. At this moment, her face was red, her eyes were blurry, and her footsteps were slightly unsteady. Biting her lip lightly, Li Meier walked up the stairs. Li Meier did not know what was wrong with her. She couldn't tell if the alcohol had made her lose her mind or if Feng Ya's words today had caused her to have an inexplicable impulse. Li Meier suddenly had the urge to confide her emotions to Lu Yan. At first, Li Meier was shocked by this thought. However, then, under the influence of alcohol, she opened the door and prepared to go to Lu Yan's room. This was because she was not sure if she would still have the courage after tonight. Therefore, even though she was incomparably uneasy, Li Meier still firmly walked up the stairs. At this moment, in Lu Yan's room, Lu Yan was sleeping when he suddenly felt something beside him. The other party kept rubbing against him, making Lu Yan, who was in his pajamas, somewhat impatient. He directly kicked the other party. Woo! Yuna's body landed on the ground and she let out a soft cry before opening her eyes in confusion. Looking at herself in Lu Yan's room, Yuna was somewhat puzzled. However, she then felt a heat coming from her body. Looking at Lu Yan on the bed, Yuna licked her lips. For some reason, a desire suddenly rose in her heart. She did not know where this desire came from, but it was very intense, making her unable to help but want to approach Lu Yan and get close to him. Yuna suddenly thought of what the Dark Elf Queen had told her previously. When Dark Elves reached adulthood, they would enter a period of estrus. They would not be able to restrain the urge to get close to the opposite sex, especially the ones that they liked. Was she currently experiencing this? But she had yet to become an adult. Yuna's face became redder and redder. It was unknown if it was the effect of the alcohol, or if it was really because of that, or if it was just a psychological effect. Looking at Lu Yan's exposed chest on the bed, Yuna's throat rolled, and her mouth suddenly secreted a lot of saliva. It was as if she was looking at a plate of delicious food. The special dark power on Lu Yan's body was already very tempting to Yuna, coupled with the fact that she was currently going through something. Yuna slowly arrived beside the bed and looked at Lu Yan on the bed before slowly bending down. Looking at Lu Yan's face, Yuna felt her face become hotter and hotter, as if she had a fever. In the end, Yuna could not help but press her lips to Lu Yan's. Woo, what a strange feeling. Yuna's eyes were filled with tears, and she felt her body instantly soften. Lu Yan sensed it and subconsciously reached out to push. It was so soft. Realizing that something was wrong, Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes and saw Yuna leaning over him, her lips facing his mouth. His hands were currently pressed on Yuna's chest. Lu Yan was about to open his mouth to speak when a slippery tongue crawled in. Lu Yan's eyes instantly widened, and a heat rose in his body. He instantly had a headache. Lu Yan was somewhat stunned for a moment, not knowing why the situation had become like this the moment he opened his eyes. What should he do? This was urgent. Lu Yan was still a virgin after all. This was also the first time he had encountered such a situation. Would it be too hurtful to push Yuna away? However, if he didn't commit to fully pushing her away, wouldn't he be acting a little too beastly? Yuna was clearly affected by the few glasses of fruit wine she had just drunk. Just as Lu Yan's thoughts were flying, Yuna directly lay on Lu Yan's body and explored with her hands. Alright, there was no need for him to hesitate. Just as Lu Yan was about to be a beast, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. The crisp knock on the door instantly woke Lu Yan up and he directly pushed Yuna away. Yuna was still pondering over the beautiful feeling just now and did not react in time. Someone's knocking on the door. Lu Yan looked at Yuna and said. Yuna also woke up when she heard this. Thinking of her appearance just now, she could not help but exclaim. Yuna looked at Lu Yan and directly stammered when she thought of her actions towards Lu Yan just now. I'll go and see who it is first. Lu Yan also seemed somewhat awkward and hurriedly stood up to walk out the door. Yuna also returned to her room as if she was escaping. As he tidied his clothes, Lu Yan arrived at the door. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a figure directly pounced into Lu Yan's arms. Lu Yan. Hearing Li Meier's familiar voice, Lu Yan's body froze. What was going on now? Buried in Lu Yan's arms, Li Meier slowly raised her head and looked at Lu Yan. The emotions contained in her eyes seemed to be about to overflow in the next moment. Just as Li Meier was about to say something, her body suddenly froze. It was as if something hard was pushing against her. Realizing something, Li Meier's face turned red. The atmosphere began to become ambiguous. At this moment, the sound of a chair suddenly sounded from the guest room. At this moment, in the guest room, Yuna held the rocking chair with both hands and did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was over. It was over. Why had she accidentally touched this chair? Who was the person outside? Could it be Leishuo? Would she be discovered? It shouldn't be, right? Leishuo should know that he lived with Lu Yan. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. What if it was someone else? Thoughts appeared in Yuna's mind, making her expression even more nervous. Li Meier, who was hugging Lu Yan outside, froze again. Her gaze landed in the direction of the voice. It was the guest room. Who would be in Lu Yan's guest room? Li Meier looked up at Lu Yan and said with an erratic expression, "Who's in your guest room?" At this moment, Lu Yan's feelings were indescribable. He felt that he was about to dig a hole in the floor with his toes. Looking at Li Meier's puzzled eyes, Lu Yan said helplessly, "It's Yuna. She's afraid of the dark, so Master Leishuo arranged for her to stay in my guest room." At this moment, he could only push the blame to Leishuo first. Since the other party was his good master, he naturally could rely on the other party to help him get through this situation. Hearing that it was Leishuo's arrangement, Li Meier could not say anything else. Then, Li Meier also realized that something was wrong. Lu Yan did not have any obligations to her. Was it really okay for her to speak in such an interrogative tone? This made Li Meier slightly flustered. Coupled with Yuna in the guest room now, most of the courage Li Meier had painstakingly summoned was instantly exhausted. Why are you looking for me? Lu Yan looked at Li Meier and braced himself to ask. Li Meier came out of Lu Yan's arms in a panic, her eyes flickering. It's nothing. I just drank a little too much and walked up in a daze. I'll go back first. With that said, Li Meier turned around and left. Lu Yan looked at Li Meier's back and shook his head helplessly. After closing the door, Lu Yan arrived at Yuna's door and discovered that it was already closed. Sighing, Lu Yan returned to his room. What was going on? They were all so troubling but none of them finished what they started. At this moment, in a huge manor in the southwest of the imperial capital, a building was brightly lit. There were no signs of rest at all. In a huge meeting room on the third floor, more than 10 people were sitting in the meeting room. Their gazes all landed on an old man in the main seat. Elder Zhang. Their expressions were very nervous as they looked at Elder Zhang with flickering eyes. It was unknown what they were thinking. Elder Zhang sat quietly in the main seat and looked at the dozen or so higher UPS of the Zhang family around him. He pressed his palms together, and his expression became cold. Tomorrow's team competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition will be the most critical moment for our Zhang family. I hope everyone can focus and prepare for everything we might encounter. For this operation, I've used the 1,000-year-old foundation of the family. It's either we die or we die. If we fail, the Zhang family will be consigned to eternal damnation. Moreover, even if we succeed, the Zhang family will still fall into a long period of pain. Everyone has to be prepared to give up most of the family's businesses. Hearing Elder Jiang's words, the surrounding higher UPS of the Zhang family were silent. Although they had long known of this plan, they still felt that this plan was a little too risky. Dad, should we consider again? Is this really worth it? Elder Jiang's son, Zhang Tianhe, was the first to speak. Elder Zhang glanced at Zhang Tianhe. I don't want to take this risk either, but in the past 1,000 years, the influence of the family has declined step by step. By the time it falls into your hands, it can be said to have declined a lot. Tell me, other than this method, is there another chance for our Zhang family to recover? If we don't risk it, are we going to let the Zhang family slowly rot away in your hands? I've already made up my mind. Don't say anything else. You just have to do as I say and be fully prepared. Hearing Elder Jiang's words, the other higher UPS of the Zhang family looked at each other and could only do as they were told. Then, a higher-up of the Zhang family said, Old Master, everything is prepared. However, what if someone barges into the teleportation formation tomorrow? A cold light flashed in Elder Jiang's eyes. Don't worry, only new students can use the teleportation formation tomorrow. Even if others barge in, they won't be able to enter. Then what if someone's reaction is intense? Another higher-up of the Zhang family said worriedly. Elder Zhang said, it's very normal for their reactions to be intense. It would be strange if their reactions were not intense. However, when the time comes, everything will be set in stone. So what if their reactions are intense? As long as Shangbei I succeeds, everything will be fine. We just need to give up some things and sacrifice some of our clansmen. Elder Jiang's eyes were filled with determination. At this point, there was no other way out. The Zhang family would walk all the way to the end. Hearing Elder Jiang's words, the other higher UPS fell silent, knowing that this was the only path the Zhang family could take. However, they did not know if this path was a way out or a dead end. The lights were brightly lit. The higher UPS of the Zhang family were destined to not be able to sleep tonight. The next morning, Lu Yan shook his head and woke up. He recalled what had happened last night and was still somewhat stunned. Last night was too awkward. He did not know how to face Yuna and Li Meier again. However, Lu Yan then shook his head. Forget it, he would let nature take its course. After walking out of the bedroom, Lu Yan happened to see Yuna walk out of the guest room from the opposite side. When Yuna saw Lu Yan, her face turned red and she hurriedly rushed into the toilet. After closing the toilet door, Yuna felt her heartbeat much faster. Last night, it was over. Did her period of estrus really arrive? However, she was not fully an adult yet. No. Now was not the time to do such a thing, right? Yuna leaned against the toilet door, her heart pounding. The thoughts in her mind were already chaotic. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lu Yan went downstairs first. When they arrived downstairs, everyone was already eating breakfast in the hall. Seeing Lu Yan, Lei Shuo smiled and said, Kid, I thought you weren't awake yet. I was about to go up and call you. Hurry up and eat breakfast. We're about to participate in the final team competition. Lu Yan smiled and sat at the dining table. Then, Lu Yan saw Li Meier at the side and revealed an awkward expression. He hurriedly turned his gaze away. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan's gaze and also lowered her head in panic, her expression somewhat flustered. Beside Li Meier, Feng Ya looked at Li Meier and followed her gaze to Lu Yan, her eyes revealing curiosity. Was there something wrong with these two? At this moment, Yuna also went downstairs. Although she felt somewhat awkward, she still had to eat breakfast. The world was huge, but food was the most important. She would take it easy and eat 3 bowls of rice this morning. Everyone, hurry up and eat. After eating, we'll go to the final team competition. We're not sure what the competition rules are yet. Everyone still has to face the competition with all your strength. Lei Shuo looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded. Soon after breakfast, they headed towards the venue yesterday. On the way, Feng Ya and Li Meier were walking in the back. Feng Ya poked Li Meier's arm and asked curiously, Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you so strange this morning? Could it be that you did something with Lu Yan last night when you were drunk? Li Meier looked at Feng Ya's curious expression and said angrily, Fenja, there was nothing between Lu Yan and me last night. Aya, I won't talk to you anymore. The team competition is about to begin. You should focus on the team competition. As she spoke, Li Meier stomped her feet and quickly followed the team in front of her. Feng Ya looked at Li Meier and smiled. This girl definitely had something going on. However, forget it. The team competition was about to begin, so she would not ask. She would ask after the National New Student Exchange competition ended. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Along the way, Lu Yan and the others also encountered many teams from the other universities. Many of them greeted Lei Shuo and communicated with each other. After entering the venue, they saw that many teams had already arrived. The audience seats were also filled. All the audience had already arrived at the venue. As Lu Yan and the others entered, the entire audience cheered. Lu Yan, Golden Corner Academy, Lu Yan, work hard and strive to directly obtain first place in all 3 competitions. Charge, Lu Yan, charge fiercely. I bet all the 30 million energy coins I won on you. Don't let me down. All the audience cheered at Lu Yan and the others who had entered, their expressions very excited. Under the gazes of everyone, Lu Yan and the others arrived at the viewing area of the Golden Corner Academy and rested first. When the people from the surrounding universities heard the deafening cheers of Lu Yan and the Golden Corner Academy, a lot of pressure surged in their hearts. At the viewing area of Qingbei University, the teacher in charge of Qingbei University looked in the direction of the Golden Corner Academy's viewing area and frowned. The chances of the Golden Corner Academy winning this year were very high. That Lu Yan was really too abnormal. However, the principal did not seem to pay much attention to this year's National New Student Exchange competition. Could it be that he felt that Qingbei University did not have much of a chance and directly gave up? On Demon City University's side, the teacher in charge was cheering on the participating new students. Don't be discouraged. The team competition tests the overall strength. The overall strength of our Demon City University is still ranked at the top. Moreover, with Song Kinga around, everyone can perform well. We will definitely be able to obtain good results. In the past, the teacher in charge would definitely end his speech by telling everyone to perform well and strive to win the championship. Unfortunately, with that abnormal Lu Yan this year, winning the championship had already become an illusory hope. He could only settle for the next best thing and tell them to strive to obtain a good result. Thinking of Lu Yan's performance yesterday, the teacher in charge of Demon City University felt more and more uncertain this time. Not only did Lu Yan have extremely powerful undead, but his combat strength was also very powerful. Moreover, his defense was also abnormal. Even Song Kinga's 5 elements Thunder Kylin could not break his defense. With such a guy around, probably all the new students of the universities were not confident in this team competition. Of course, no one knew what the final outcome would be until the last moment. The teacher in charge of Demon City University still had some hope. At this moment, on the viewing platform of the Golden Corner Academy, Lu Yan took advantage of this time to think of the achievement points he had yet to receive. He had gone back to the celebration banquet yesterday and was drunk after that. He had forgotten about this matter. Lu Yan directly received the 3,000 achievement points reward. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an epic level skill book and a special skill book. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the reward of 3,000 achievement points to be so generous. There was an epic level skill book and a special skill book. Lu Yan's gaze first landed on the epic level skill book. Sure hit attack, epic, levelless. Effect: your next attack can ignore spatial, imprisonment, environment, and all other factors and hit the enemy 100%. After using it, you can't use it again for 5 minutes. Note, after the proficiency is maxed out, you can increase this skill to a sure hit effect. The next attack will not only ignore spatial, imprisonment, environment, and other factors, but it can also ignore the defense methods used by the other party. It will 100% hit and cause double the damage. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Looking at this skill, Lu Yan's eyes revealed surprise. This was really a blessing in disguise. Yesterday, he was still feeling troubled by an enemy like Song Kinga. He did not expect to obtain such a skill to restrain an opponent like Song Kinga today. Sure hit attack? It ignored all factors of space, imprisonment, and the environment. The next attack would definitely hit the enemy. In other words, even if Song Kinga's movement speed was extremely fast, he still had to take a solid blow from him. Moreover, although this skill was not registered, it could increase one's proficiency. After reaching the maximum level, it could still level up and become a sure hit. Although it was no longer a sure hit attack, the sure hit effect could further ignore the defense of the other party. In other words, the other party could only rely on his own defense. Be it the armor he was wearing or the defensive skills he used, they were all useless. It could also cause twice the damage. This was definitely very effective against an enemy like Zhang Shangbei who could increase his defense. However, he did not know how difficult it was to increase his proficiency of this skill. Then, Lu Yan's gaze landed on another special skill book. Undead Touch, Special. Effect: use the undead power to transform the corpses you come into contact with into undead. Convert the undead strength to the strength they had when they were alive minus the strength lost from their death. The more time elapsed after their death, the weaker their strength, excluding special corpses. The stronger the transformed corpse, the higher the undead power consumed. Note, transforming undead will cause them to have a natural affinity towards you, but they won't directly listen to your orders, nor are they your undead, unless you have another way to control them. Looking at the effect of this undead touch, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. At first glance, this undead touch seemed to be quite similar to Undead Servant, but the two were fundamentally different. Undead servants were transformed into his undead by the demon beasts he killed, and the undead touch could transform any corpse into an undead. However, the undead transformed by the undead touch only had an affinity towards him and was not considered as his undead. What Lu Yan noticed was that the strength of the undead was the strength it had when it was alive minus the strength it had lost after dying. In other words, if a powerful creature just died, he could transform it into an undead and its strength would not decrease much. It was just that the undead he transformed were wild undead and only had an affinity towards him. He wondered if the Netherworld King's intimidation could be used cooperatively. If it was possible, the growth of his undead army would increase by another level. The two skills were both very powerful, making Lu Yan very happy. At this moment, the host went on stage. Everyone, welcome back. Today, we will hold the last competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition, the team competition. I believe everyone is already somewhat impatient. Alright, I'll introduce the competition format of this year's team competition to everyone. The team competition this year is the same as last year's survival competition, which is also the team survival competition. All the university teams will be teleported to a designated competition venue where they will undergo a survival test. There are no protection mechanisms in this team competition. In other words, there might be casualties among the participating new students. Please be especially careful. However, every new student participating will be given a teleportation scroll. They can teleport you back after tearing it open. However, the teleportation scroll needs time to be activated, so when you encounter danger, it's best if you can hide in a safe place to use it. In this survival team competition, there are no goals or rules. The only requirement is that you have to survive in the teleportation area for 3 days. Lastly, each of you will wear professional equipment. It will record the situation of you obtaining natural treasures and killing demon beasts. Be it obtaining natural treasures or killing demon beasts, you can obtain points. In the end, the ranking of the team competition will be determined by the points. Of course, the premise is that you're not eliminated. There will be special staff to explain the more detailed rules to you. Now, you still have an hour to prepare. Let's wait and see your performance. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire arena in front of him directly separated from the middle. Then, a huge teleportation light mirror was revealed. The teleportation mirror was more stable than the teleportation formation, but it could only teleport to a fixed place. After the participating new students entered the teleportation mirror, they could enter the competition venue. Everyone became nervous. After all, this was a team survival competition. It was not like clearing the secret realm or the arena. There were no protection mechanisms. Although they had the teleportation scroll, it was not instantaneous. If they did not use it well, it was no different from courting death. All the new students perked up. This was because this was not only related to their honor and the school's reputation, but also their lives. Hearing the host's words, the expressions of Lu Yan and the others became solemn. The final team competition was a survival competition. Although they had already expected this from the competition rules in the past, the participating new students were still shocked when they heard this news. Nov. L. B //JNN. After all, a survival competition meant that there would be casualties. More than 10 new students died in the survival competition last year. Even with the teleportation scroll, they did not survive. Calm down. Remember that you're a 10-man team. As long as you can cooperate, at the very least, you don't have to worry about your lives. Lei Shuo's muffled voice sounded, making everyone feel much more at ease. Bai Yuez smiled and said, "That's right. What are you worried about? With Lu Yan around, do we still have to worry about our lives? At that time, even if we encounter an irresistible danger, we can just let Lu Yan's undead resist for a while and activate the teleportation scroll to come out." Feng Ye also nodded and said, "That's right. With Lu Yan around, our Golden Corner Academy's new student team is the safest." Lu Yan also said, "Don't worry, with my undead around, at least everyone's safety will be guaranteed." The team survival competition tested teamwork. With Lu Yan around, the safety of the Golden Corner Academy's team would be greatly guaranteed. This was a huge advantage for the Golden Corner Academy. Soon, a referee walked over and told Lu Yan and the others in detail the specific location of this team survival competition and some other things they needed to pay attention to. Everyone, the location of the survival competition you're about to enter is the abandoned city. Your teachers will know more about the specific information of the abandoned city. I can get them to explain it to you later. In the abandoned city, there will be many natural treasures and even S-level materials. If you find them, not only will you be able to obtain a large number of points, but you will also be able to obtain the right to find natural treasures. This is also a way for you to obtain resources. Lastly, I want to tell you that in the team survival competition, not only must you guard against demon beasts, but you also have to guard against the new student teams of the other universities. This is because according to the rules, there's no mention of the fact that the new student teams of the universities can't attack each other. Of course, this won't happen under normal circumstances, but it's better for everyone to be careful. In short, on the premise of ensuring your safety, you have to survive and kill as many demon beasts as possible to obtain natural treasures and increase your points. That's all you need to do. After the referee explained the exact situation to Lu Yan and the others, he directly turned around and left. Abandoned city? What is this place? It sounds like it's been deserted. Seeing the referee leave, Li Meier asked in confusion. Lu Yan and the others' gazes landed on Lei Shuo and Lu Quan and they discovered that their expressions were somewhat solemn. Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo and then said, "Abandoned city is indeed a city that has been deserted. However, it's not a city built by us humans, but a city built by the Darkborn." Darkborn. Lu Yan frowned and thought of the guy who called himself the Darkborn Desolate Knight race he had killed in the secret realm. Are Darkborn foreign races? Bai Miao asked. This sounded like the name of a foreign race. Lu Quan nodded. That's right. It's the name of a foreign race. However, compared to other foreign races, the Darkborn are relatively special. They have bodies similar to humans. All these tribes use dark power. Compared to the other foreign races, they're cruel, murderous, and have an extremely strict hierarchy. Most importantly, the Darkborn are very aggressive. Nearly half of the wars between humans and foreign races 100 years ago were waged against the Darkborn. The Darkborn can even build cities. They're equivalent to an invasion civilization. Even angels and dragons are not as aggressive as the Darkborn. This abandoned city is the city built by the Darkborn after they arrived. Every country has such a city. You're going to the one in Dragon Country. Hearing Lu Quan's words, everyone, including Lu Yan, was somewhat shocked. They did not expect this abandoned city to have such a powerful background. Since it's called Abandoned City, has this city been abandoned by the Darkborn? Feng Ye asked. That's right. At that time, the Darkborn were very aggressive. Even some foreign races did not have a good impression of them. Therefore, we joined forces with some foreign races like the elves. Then, the dragons, angels, and titans watched from the side and did not interfere. In the end, we defeated the Darkborn. The Darkborn used a secret technique to escape back into the Void Gate. The city they built was also abandoned and called the Abandoned City. In the beginning, there were still many Darkborn survivors in Abandoned City. However, after so many years, the Darkborn in Abandoned City have basically all been destroyed, so there's no need to worry too much. There are indeed many natural treasures inside. You can pay attention when the time comes. After all, they'll be yours if you find them. Overall, the Abandoned City shouldn't be too dangerous now. However, you still have to be careful. Lu Quan looked at Lu Yan and the others and instructed. Hearing Lu Quan's words, Lu Yan and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Soon, some professionals sent over some equipment, such as the equipment for recording inside, signal guns, teleportation scrolls, and so on. Lu Yan and the others put on these things one by one. These were all relatively important resources. Next, it was time for them to wait quietly. At this moment, the audience in the audience also knew the venue of the team survival competition and discussed. Abandoned City? I didn't expect the competition venue to be that place this time. This is the first time they've chosen such a place. That's right. In the past, even in the team survival competition, the places they chose would basically be the wilderness closer to human cities. They were all places that have been explored many times. Although the abandoned city has also been explored many times, I heard that there are still some unexplored places inside. It's still somewhat dangerous overall. Perhaps it's because the participating new students of this year are relatively powerful, so they chose this place that's slightly more challenging than the wilderness. I hope nothing unexpected happens this time. The abandoned city is already occupied by a large number of demon beasts. Moreover, it's a city left behind by the Darkborn after all. There might be other dangers inside. It's still somewhat dangerous overall. This is all very normal. The National New Student Exchange Competition is to let the top new students in the country better adapt to the situation of survival in the wilderness and transform their strength into combat strength that can be displayed in the wilderness. Even if there are some casualties, it's inevitable. That's true, but they're all pillars of the country after all. If something happens, it will still make one's heart ache. Everyone's gazes landed on the new students of the universities who were about to set off and they silently cheered for them. Soon, an hour of preparation time quickly passed and the team survival competition officially began. Nov. L. B. //JNN. All the participating new students of the universities arrived at the arena and beside the teleportation mirror. As the new students of the universities stepped into the teleportation mirror in front of them, their bodies quickly disappeared and they were directly teleported to the abandoned city. In the team of Qingbei University, Zhang Shangbei's expression was somewhat dazed, as if his mind was wandering. He looked at the surrounding participating new students and bit his lip lightly. In the end, under the reminder of his classmates, he entered the light mirror in front of him. Lu Yan and the others also looked at each other and quickly entered the teleportation mirror in front of them before disappearing. After all the participating new students entered the teleportation mirror, the entire teleportation mirror directly closed. Then, array patterns appeared on the teleportation mirror and enveloped it. In order to ensure the fairness of the team survival competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition, the teleportation light mirror will be sealed for 3 days until the survival competition ends. Next, everyone can watch the situation of the participating new students through the projection screen. We have already placed a large amount of surveillance equipment in the abandoned city and can completely show the situation of all the new students. As soon as the host finished speaking, a screen appeared on the arena. Just like the screen when one cleared the secret realm, everyone could also adjust their perspective according to their needs. All the audience's gazes landed on the screen and they began to check the situation inside. After the weightless feeling of being teleported came and went, Lu Yan discovered that he had already arrived at a huge abandoned city. He was now in an abandoned building. The entire building was very tall. Weeds had already covered the entire building, making the building look as if it was covered in a green coat. Beside Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and the others were also teleported over, right beside Lu Yan. However, the new students of the other universities were not nearby. It seemed that the new students of every university were teleported together. The teleportation locations of the various universities were different. Bai Miao and the others also instantly sized up the surroundings warily, afraid that they would encounter danger as soon as they teleported over. Lu Yan looked at the surrounding situation and said, "There's no danger in the surroundings. It should be a teleportation place specially chosen to ensure that we won't encounter any danger immediately." Bai Miao nodded. "We're now at a high place. It's a very good location. Let's observe the surrounding environment and scenery first before confirming our next plan. Among the teams of the Golden Corner Academy, Lu Yan and Bai Miao had the highest prestige. Lu Yan was the strongest. Bai Miao was the captain during the special training, so everyone was still willing to obey the two of them. Lu Yan also released some undead and got them to patrol the surroundings to prevent them from encountering any danger. Then, Lu Yan also began to observe his surroundings and discovered that they were on the roof of a tall building about 20 stories tall and could look down on most of the abandoned city. However, this building was not the tallest building in this abandoned city. The tallest building was a tall tower in the center of the city. It was more than twice the height of the tall building Lu Yan and the others were in. Lu Yan discovered that the architectural style of the entire city was somewhat strange. The building material was a type of black rock. He did not know what it was, but it was very hard. These buildings were similar to human tall buildings, but on the outside, they were not smooth like the glass on tall human buildings. On the outside of the surrounding buildings, there were various raised relief sculptures that surrounded the outer area of the building. There were all kinds of objects on the relief sculpture. There were mountains, rivers, and humanoid creatures. They were very complicated. However, without exception, these relief sculptures looked very strange, slightly sinister, and uncomfortable. The surrounding buildings were all very dilapidated. It was obvious that they had been baptized for many years. On the street below, he could vaguely see many demon beasts. The figures of many demon beasts also flashed in the surrounding buildings. This abandoned city should have been occupied by various demon beasts. It's still unknown how many demon beasts occupy this place and how powerful they are. There are many buildings around and many have collapsed. They look very dilapidated. This city is very large. If we search for natural treasures here, it might be a more stamina-consuming thing. Everyone reported their observations. After Lu Yan and Bai Miao heard this, they frowned slightly. In this team competition, we'll compete in the number of demon beasts we kill and the number of natural treasures we find which can be exchanged for points. Of course, high-level demon beasts and high-level natural treasures can fetch us higher points. The proportion of natural treasures is very high. Moreover, after obtaining them, they will directly belong to us. Therefore, our priority is to search for natural treasures. If we form an entire team to search, the efficiency will be a little too low. However, if we split up and search, although the efficiency will be higher, the danger will also increase a lot. Lu Yan fell into a dilemma. He could explore an area alone. If the surrounding people followed him, the total area explored would not increase much. If it was for the sake of efficiency, it was naturally better to split up and search. However, in that case, the danger would also increase a lot. Seeing this, Bai Miao thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Lu Yan, bring Li Mayer and the others, who are ranked 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and form a 5-man team. I'll bring Bai Yuez and the others and form a 5-man team. We'll split into 2 teams to explore. This way, the difference in strength between our 2 teams will not be too big. If there's danger, we can still deal with it. If you encounter any danger, directly fire the signal gun and ask for help. At that time, the other team can just rush over and provide support after seeing it. This was the safest way. If they scattered too much, it would probably be much more dangerous for them to be here. After all, this was still an unexplored place for them." Hearing Bai Miao's words, Lu Yan nodded. This was a feasible solution. "What do you think?" Lu Yan looked at the others and asked. The others also nodded, indicating that they had no objections. Bai Miao brought the people ranked 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th among the new students of the Golden Corner Academy. They were considered very powerful and were basically not a burden. Even if they encountered any danger, they could still last for a long time and wait for Lu Yan's support. There was even less need to worry about Lu Yan. Although he was bringing the 4 people at the bottom of the team, it was not a problem for Lu Yan to ensure their safety alone. If not for the fact that there was no communication signal here, he could have used his phone to inform them when he encountered danger. However, now, he could only use the emergency signal. The color of the signal flares fired by the new students of every university was different and was very easy to distinguish. Other than the new students of their own school, the other participating new students did not know the color of the signal flares of the students of the other universities. Lu Yan looked at everyone and directly said, "All right, that's settled then. Let's directly carry out the search. At night, when the sun is about to set, quickly return and rest." Although many demon beasts also rested at night, their visibility was relatively low at night. It was better for them to gather and rest. With Lu Yan's undead protection, the danger at night would be much lower. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Bai Miao and the others also nodded in agreement. Soon, the 10 of them headed down the building. As soon as he arrived at the staircase, a huge spider pounced out and Lu Yan directly killed it with his scythe. Then, several undead entered the staircase first and scouted the way in front. There were also many demon beasts in the building. However, they weren't able to resist much in front of Lu Yan and the others and were directly killed. Lu Yan and the others quickly arrived downstairs. After splitting into 2 5-person teams, Lu Yan brought Li Mayer and the others towards the northwest, while Bai Miao and the others investigated in the southeast direction. At this moment, in other places in the abandoned city, the new students of the other universities also began to move. Most of them chose to explore separately so that they could explore the surrounding situation in a wider range. Compared to Lu Yan and the others of the Golden Corner Academy, the other universities were much bolder. They were basically divided into 3 teams. Some were even divided into 4 teams, and a few were even divided into 5 teams. There were also some more extreme situations where one person directly formed a team to explore. The new students of Qingbei University landed in the east of the abandoned city. Luoqian and the others briefly analyzed the surrounding situation and prepared to split into 3 teams. The others did not have any objections, but at this moment, Zhang Shangbei said, "Split into teams of 3. I'll explore alone. This way, the area we end up exploring will be larger." Luoqian frowned and said, "It's very dangerous for you to be alone. It's better to split into 3 teams." Zhang Shangbei hesitated for a moment, but he still shook his head and said, "I won't be in any danger alone. My defense and self-healing ability are very powerful. I can explore more places alone. This is more beneficial for us to obtain more points." Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, Luoqian could only nod and agree in the end. This was because Zhang Shangbei's strength could be said to have far surpassed her. It was impossible for Luoqian to directly refute the other party's orders. Moreover, there was no problem with what Zhang Shangbei said. He was already very powerful, and his defense and self-healing ability were also very powerful. It was not a problem for him to form a team alone. "Alright, that's all then. Zhang Shangbei, be careful alone. If anything happens, fire a signal flare." Luoqian looked at Zhang Shangbei and said. Zhang Shangbei nodded when he heard this. Then, he directly rode the White Phoenix Tiger alone and quickly left in a direction. Luoqian looked at Zhang Shangbei's departing figure, her eyes flickering. However, she did not say anything. After splitting the remaining people into 3 teams, she got everyone to disperse. Zhang Shangbei left the team and quickly moved through the alleys of the surrounding cities. Demon beasts jumped out of the surrounding buildings and attacked Zhang Shangbei, but they were quickly killed by him. Then, Zhang Shangbei quickly passed through these alleys and headed southeast. He seemed to be very familiar with this abandoned city and had a clear goal. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Moreover, during the attack just now, Zhang Shangbei had accidentally damaged the surveillance equipment on his body. If the audience outside paid attention to Zhang Shangbei, they would discover that Zhang Shangbei had entered the blind spot of the surveillance equipment of the abandoned city and quickly disappeared from the projection screen. There was still a lot of surveillance equipment in the abandoned city. Almost every place had surveillance equipment. Coupled with the surveillance equipment on the participating new students, basically every new student's movements could be monitored. However, because of Zhang Shangbei's operation, the surveillance equipment on his body malfunctioned. Moreover, he entered the blind spot of the surveillance equipment outside and directly disappeared from the surveillance screen. However, unless someone had been paying attention to Zhang Shangbei's projection screen, they would not have discovered that Zhang Shangbei had suddenly disappeared. Of course, even if they discovered it, it would not be too surprising. After all, in the abandoned city, it was impossible for every corner to be completely investigated by surveillance equipment. As for the surveillance equipment on him, accidents could also happen. As long as the candidate's life detection device was still active, it proved that he was fine. After the other new students took action, a large portion of them explored the tower in the center of the abandoned city. After all, that was the highest place in the entire abandoned city and was also a symbolic building. They naturally had to go over and investigate the situation there. At this moment, a new student from a university brought his team and began to frequently come into contact with the other participating new students in the surrounding area. Soon, a portion of the new students who came into contact with him joined his team and began to continue coming into contact with the other new students of the surrounding universities. Wang Fenjiu looked at the increasing number of new students beside him, and the smile on his face became richer. Wang Fenjiu's team was a university ranked below the 100th place. Before entering, Wang Fenjiu knew very well that he had very little to no chance of winning the team survival competition of the National New Student Exchange competition this time. After all, they were ranked in the back. Moreover, even those that were ranked relatively higher were not much better. If he wanted to obtain the previous rankings or even win the championship, there was only one way. He needed to join forces with the new students of the other universities who were ranked at the bottom to form a team and eliminate the top universities first. Only in this way could they rank at the top. Wang Fenjiu's plan was also carried out relatively smoothly. After the new students of the other universities who were ranked at the bottom heard Wang Fenjiu's plan, they joined Wang Fenjiu's team. After all, there were no rules. It was not a problem for them to eliminate these top-ranked university teams as long as they did not harm their lives. Soon, in the process of finding an ally, Wang Fenjiu encountered a university team that was ranked relatively high for the first time. They were both students of Demon City University. Wang Fenjiu knew them. Was Demon City University divided into 5 two-man teams? As expected of the strong, they were so arrogant. If it was their school, they would have to advance obediently in a 10-man team. Otherwise, they would basically be wiped out. How could a 10-man team's investigation of the surroundings compare to the range of the other party's 2-man team? Therefore, they could not compete with these relatively powerful universities at all with ordinary methods. They could only barely fight them through this method. When the 2 new students of Demon City University in front of him saw Wang Fenjiu's team, they also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly turned around to escape. Which university had more than 30 to 40 teams? Wang Fengjiu directly got the surrounding new students to attack and quickly surrounded the 2 new students in front of him. What do you want? We're all new students here. Don't forget we're being watched by surveillance equipment. Do you want us to fight amongst ourselves? A participating new student of Demon City University said nervously. Wang Fengjiu smiled and said, of course we won't do such a stupid thing. Moreover, we're all humans. We naturally won't do such an infuriating thing. We just want you to use the teleportation scroll and leave this place first. Wang Fengjiu looked at the 2 Demon City University in front of him and smiled. Hearing Wang Fengjiu's words, the expressions of the 2 new students of Demon City University changed and they instantly understood Wang Fengjiu's intention. You want to use this method to eliminate the new students of the higher universities? Is this allowed by the referee? A new student of Demon City University looked at Wang Fengjiu and said with an ugly expression. Wang Fengjiu smiled and said, whether it's allowed or not has nothing to do with you. I wonder if you're deaf. There are no rules in the team survival competition this time. Even if the referee outside decided to change the rules, it's not something you have to consider now. Open the teleportation scroll obediently and teleport out from here. That's what you should do now. Another new student of Demon City University gritted his teeth and said, what if we don't agree? The smile on Wang Fengjiu's face did not decrease. He looked at the 2 of them and smiled. You don't have to worry. Even if you don't agree, it's impossible for us to kill you here. However, we can still severely injure you. At that time, I'll have to let the surrounding demon beasts eliminate you. I wonder if you still have enough time to open the teleportation scroll at that time. On the viewing platform outside, all the audience's gazes landed on the projection screen in front of them, watching the performance of the new students inside. Damn, look, some new students have encountered demon beasts. The strength of the demon beasts here is uneven. Some are quite powerful, and some are so weak. What's going on? A teleportation scroll lit up so quickly? It seems that someone was forced to use the teleportation scroll. Look at the situation over there. Many new students have gathered. They all seem to be the students of universities with relatively low rankings. Are they going to join forces to explore this abandoned city? It's naturally much safer to explore together with more people. However, in this case, how are the resources explored by so many people distributed? It will become very little when distributed to each person. Sigh, that's not right. These new students from the universities with relatively low rankings don't seem to be gathered to explore resources together. That's right. They seem to have found the new students of the top universities and surrounded them. Those 2 new students seem to have taken out teleportation scrolls. What are they doing? Wang Fengjiu's actions quickly attracted the attention of many spectators. When the audience saw Wang Fengjiu lead the team to surround the 2 new students of Demon City University, they were all somewhat puzzled. However, soon, the 2 new students of Demon City University took out the teleportation scroll and directly tore it open. A teleportation door slowly appeared. About 2 seconds later, it completely lit up. The 2 new students of Demon City University looked at Wang Fengjiu with some hatred and directly entered the teleportation door. In the arena, 2 lights flickered, and the bodies of the 2 new students of Demon City University directly appeared. The figures of 2 new students of Demon City University appeared. Their expressions were very ugly as they directly headed towards the viewing area of Demon City University. They had just entered and were directly eliminated. Moreover, they were new students of Demon City University. This made the 2 of them feel very embarrassed. Even though it was because of Wang Fengjiu's encirclement, it was enough to make the 2 of them feel very embarrassed. The audience in the surrounding audience exclaimed. They did not expect Wang Fengjiu to gather so many new students to eliminate the new students of the universities ranked at the top in this way. Damn, is this allowed? Is this in line with the rules? Have you forgotten? There are no rules in this competition. Their method is probably also reasonable. I wonder if the organizers have thought of this outcome. Damn, in that case, if all the new students at the bottom join forces, won't they be able to chase out all the new students of the universities at the top? How can it be that simple? First of all, the abandoned city is so big. It's impossible for Wang Fengjiu and the others to find all the top-ranked new students. Moreover, there won't be that many people following Wang Fengjiu. That's right. After all, doing this is equivalent to offending the new students of the top universities. Although they are able to feel good this time, they might suffer retribution in the future. Moreover, Wang Fengjiu's team won't expand much. They'll probably just clear an area and before exploring separately again. Your analysis is right. This should be the case. However, it's already not bad for him to be able to do this. At that time, Wang Fengjiu and the others will probably obtain a lot more points than usual. Almost all the audience was shocked by Wang Fengjiu's manipulation and were pointing at the projection screen. The mentors of the surrounding universities naturally discovered this situation and frowned. However, there were no rules in the team survival competition this time. Therefore, although Wang Fengjiu's actions were somewhat overboard, it could not be said that he had violated the rules. This Wang Fengjiu is quite a genius. I didn't expect him to think of such a method. Hehe, the new students of the other top universities are going to have a bad time. Lei Shuo looked at the scene on the projection screen and gloated. Wang Fengjiu's actions were a threat to the new students of the other higher universities, but they were not a threat to the Golden Corner Academy. This was because in terms of numbers, Liu Yan could defeat them alone. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, the instructor in charge looked at the scene on the projection screen with an anxious expression. This was because his gaze had been on Zhang Shangbei just now. Zhang Shangbei's rapid disappearance made him somewhat anxious. However, he then looked at the principal not far away and the old man beside him and frowned. That old man was Zhang Shangbei's grandfather, right? He and the principal must have also noticed Zhang Shangbei's disappearance, but they didn't seem to be affected by it, as if they did not feel anything at all. What was going on? Were they not anxious? The teacher in charge shook his head and could only continue watching. In any case, Zhang Shangbei's life signal was still very stable. In the abandoned city, Lu Yan was exploring the surrounding buildings with Li Meier and the others. Lu Yan, there's a wind spirit grass here. It's a B+ level resource. We're in luck. There's a small piece here. Feng Ya said happily after spotting it in a place not far away. Feng Ya had the elf bloodline in her body and was very sensitive to spiritual materials like grass and trees. Along the way, she had already helped the team discover many spiritual materials. Lu Yan's gaze landed in the direction Feng Ya was pointing at in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the wind spirit grass was only a B+ level resource and it was only a small piece, it was still worth a lot of points. Soon, Lu Yan rushed over with the team. At this moment, several spider silks directly spat out from the surrounding shadows and attacked Lu Yan and the others. A mage in the team directly used fire magic. A large number of flames surged out and enveloped the spider silk in front of him. The surrounding undead quickly gathered. Screams sounded from the shadows. Afterwards, a few undead spider demons became Lu Yan's subordinates and entered the surrounding shadows to investigate the surrounding situation for Lu Yan. When the mage and another warrior saw this, their eyes revealed joy. With Lu Yan around, it basically did not take much effort to explore the surrounding area. For example, there were usually demon beasts guarding these spiritual materials. They basically did not have to do much and Lu Yan's undead could quickly deal with these demon beasts. Feng Ya went forward and quickly gathered these wind spirit grasses. Looking at the sky, Lu Yan said, "There's still a long time before dark. Work hard and explore the surrounding area to obtain more resources." The surrounding people nodded. With Lu Yan by their side, they were simply full of energy. After all, it was really too easy for him to investigate and discover spiritual materials. With the help of the undead, he could quickly kill the guardian demon beasts and obtain spiritual materials. Lu Yan and the others continued to explore the surroundings, hoping to obtain more spiritual materials. As for killing demon beasts, the undead Lu Yan controlled had already begun to hunt in the surroundings. At that time, Lu Yan's points for killing demon beasts alone would be equivalent to an entire school's 10-man team. Lu Yan and the others investigated all the way like this. By the time night fell, they had already obtained a lot of resources. Although most of the grades were not too high and the most were only a-level resources, there were still a lot of them. Let's go back and meet up with Bai Miao and the others first. Lu Yan looked at the dim sky and said. They were divided into two teams to investigate two directions. They would return first and rest for the night before investigating the other two directions. After that, they would rush towards the tall tower in the center of the city the next day. This was the investigation plan of Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and the others. The abandoned city was very large. It was impossible for them to investigate the entire city in 3 days. Therefore, Lu Yan and the others used this method to investigate the surroundings. Then, they would head to the tall tower in the central and western region on the last day. After all, it was the center of the city. There might be something good inside. At this moment, Wang Fenjiao was gathering everyone. His team already had 100 to 200 people. During the day, Wang Fenjiao thought of a good idea. Instead of quickly chasing out the new students of the universities ranked at the top, it was better to leave them alone for the day before finding them at night. This way, not only could he chase them out, but he could also snatch the resources they had searched during the day. If this happened too many times, he might really be able to become the champion. He had already made an agreement with the new students of the surrounding universities. In the end, they handed all the resources to him, letting him be the one to fight for the top ranking. Then, the reward resources he obtained would be divided equally with everyone. This was the way to maximize their benefits. Everyone was unwilling at first, but after Wang Fenjiao signed the agreement with the magic effect, they agreed. If Wang Fenjiao did not give them any resources, Wang Fenjiao would suffer a magic backlash. Therefore, under Wang Fenjiao's lead, they explored the surroundings in the day and killed demon beasts to increase their points. Then, they rested when it was almost nighttime. After that, they waited until it was dark before taking action. After investigating the surroundings, Wang Fenjiao and the others encountered a few new students from the top universities. Then, they successfully snatched their resources before eliminating the other party. After tasting the sweetness, Wang Fenjiao and the others became even more excited. They began to move in the dark and quickly search for the nearby university new students. Some new students from universities who were not ranked very high also became their targets. Soon, Wang Fenjiao and the others discovered Bai Miao and the others. At this moment, Bai Miao and the others were rushing back. They did not expect to bump into Wang Fenjiao and the others. Wang Fenjiao did not hesitate and directly headed towards Bai Miao and the others. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The new students of the Golden Corner Academy definitely had more resources than the others. Under the influence of greed, they could no longer care about anything else. Even if Lu Yan was from the Golden Corner Academy, they did not care. They had 1 to 200 new students on their side. What was there to be afraid of? Bai Miao and the others looked at Wang Fenjiao and the others and also realized that something was wrong. They quickly retreated under Bai Miao's lead. Fire the signal flare to inform Lu Yan and the others. As Bai Miao retreated with her people, she said calmly to Bai Yuez. Soon, the faint green signal flare directly rose into the sky, especially eye-catching under the night sky. Lu Yan and the others, who were rushing back, raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw the signal flare in the sky. It's Bai Miao and the others. The location of the signal flare is not far from here. Something must have happened. Let's speed up and rush over. Lu Yan directly said and got Li Meier and the others to mount the extremely explosive undead Gale Wolf before quickly heading towards the location of the signal flare. Bai Miao and the others were very fast, but they were still surrounded by Wang Fenjiao and the others. After all, Wang Fenjiao and the others had too many people. After taking a detour to block them, Bai Miao and the others weren't able to get far at all. Fire another flare, Bai Miao said calmly to Bai Yuez. Then, her gaze landed on Wang Fenjiao in front of her. Another signal flare was shot into the sky, emitting a green light that was especially obvious under the night sky. Wang Fenjiao looked at the signal flare in the sky and could not help but reveal a nervous expression. However, when his gaze landed on Bai Miao, a smile appeared on his face. Bai Miao, don't waste your effort. You want to ask Lu Yan for help, right? There are so many of us. By the time Lu Yan comes, you will have long been destroyed. Bai Tianyu shouted when he heard this. Instead of searching for resources and hunting demon beasts, you're attacking us. What do you want? Wang Fenjiao smiled and said, everyone should know what I want, right? It can't be helped. You new students of the universities ranked at the top are too powerful. In a normal competition, we're completely not your match. We can only rely on luck. This is the only way I can think of. Hand over the things you've found obediently and activate the teleportation scroll to leave. Otherwise, we can only severely injure you and wait for the surrounding demon beasts to send you out. Hearing Wang Fenjiao's words, Bai Yuez and the others frowned and sensed how troublesome the matter was. Bai Miao sneered and said, are you sure numbers are useful? Wang Fenjiao said coldly, Bai Miao, I know that you're very powerful. You're all very powerful. After all, you're new students of the Golden Corner Academy. However, we're not all trash. We're all the top 10 new students of the various universities. The difference between us and you guys is not much. Moreover, we have an absolute advantage in numbers now. You have no other choice. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Bai Miao was silent for a moment before saying, can we make a compromise? How about we give you some resources and you let us leave? Wang Fenjiao was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Bai Miao to say this. Shouldn't these new students in the front row of the top universities be arrogant? He did not expect Bai Miao to admit defeat. After thinking for a moment, Wang Fenjiao nodded and said, all right, hand over half of your resources and we'll let you off. To be honest, if it were a new student from another university, it was definitely impossible for Wang Fenjiao to only snatch half of the resources. However, that abnormal Lu Yan was from the Golden Corner Academy after all. Lu Yan was the guy Wang Fenjiao did not dare to provoke the most. Since he could leave a way out, Wang Fenjiao naturally wanted to do so. When Bai Miao heard Wang Fenjiao's words, she whispered, half is too much. Let's discuss it again. I have a lot of resources here. A third is already quite a lot. Wang Fenjiao looked at Bai Miao and frowned. I'm already giving your Golden Corner Academy a lot of face by only asking for half. Don't be shameless. Then how about 2/5? Let's negotiate a bit. Bai Miao looked at Wang Fenjiao and said. Wang Fenjiao's expression became extremely ugly. This Bai Miao in front of him was clearly stalling for time. Damn it, did she think he was a fool? All of you, attack directly. In his anger, Wang Fenjiao directly got the surrounding people to attack. Bai Miao raised her eyebrows. She did not expect this guy to be quite smart. He could tell so quickly that she was stalling for time. Form a circle and defend with all your strength. Just stall until Lu Yan and the others arrive. Although the other party had more people, Bai Miao felt that it was completely possible for them to stall for time. Just as Wang Fenjiao's people rushed towards Bai Miao and the others, an arrow suddenly shot from afar and directly entered the armor of a new student not far from Wang Fenjiao. Before this new student could react, his armor cracked and the arrow pierced into his flesh. With a muffled groan, everyone looked behind them. In midair, Feng Ye's body was floating. She drew the crystal bow in her hand again and aimed it at Wang Fenjiao. Using a crossbow for close combat and a bow for long-range combat, Feng Ye's range was still very far. Wang Fenjiao's gaze swept across Feng Ye before landing on Lu Yan below. Looking at Lu Yan, Wang Fenjiao's expression became very ugly. What he was afraid of really came true. He did not expect to really encounter this god of plague. Seeing Lu Yan slowly walk over, Wang Fenjiao directly said, Lu Yan, let's discuss. We can't return empty-handed with so many of us here, right? How about this? Let Bai Miao hand over a third of the resources they obtained and we'll directly leave. Lu Yan continued to approach unhurriedly. When he heard Wang Fenjiao's words, he smiled playfully and said, hand over a third. Why should we share the resources our Golden Corner Academy obtained with you? Wang Fenjiao's expression changed. He had already given in a lot by asking for a third of Bai Miao and the others' resources. He did not want to get into a conflict with Lu Yan, but wouldn't it be too embarrassing to retreat like this? Looking at Lu Yan, Wang Fengjiao said in a low voice, Lu Yan, you better consider it. There are so many people on our side. Before Wang Fengjiao could speak, Lu Yan directly interrupted him. So you rely on numbers. Why? Are you looking down on my undead? Do you not think much of them just because they're not humans? Lu Yan snapped his fingers, and a large number of undead knights surged out from the left and right streets. On the roofs of the surrounding buildings, undead swordsmen and various undead creatures appeared, staring fixedly at Wang Fengjiao and the others below. Boom! On a tall building on the left in front of him, a huge creature appeared and directly landed. Its claws grabbed the roof of the tall building and instantly shattered some rocks before smashing down from the sky. Roar! The bone dragon that appeared stood on the roof and directly roared at Wang Fengjiao and the others below. The expressions of the surrounding people suddenly changed, and their expressions became extremely ugly. The pressure brought by Lu Yan's undead was really too great. Wang Fengjiao looked at the new students beside him who had already begun to retreat, his eyes revealing hidden hatred. After all, it was impossible for a group of guys gathered together for benefits to be united. There were 1 to 200 new students on their side. Although the rankings of their schools were relatively low, they were still all among the top 10 new students of their own universities. The combat strength that so many people could unleash was quite powerful. As long as they could work together, they could at least fight Lu Yan in front of them. At the very least, they could kidnap a few new students of the Golden Corner Academy and retreat. Unfortunately, the surrounding guys did not have any fighting spirit at all. They were just in a state of disunity and directly cowered when they saw Lu Yan's undead. Retreat. Wang Fengjiao took a deep breath and directly retreated quickly without hesitation. Since none of them dared to fight to the death, it was better to directly retreat. You think you can just come and go as you please? Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand, and the surrounding undead directly rushed towards Wang Fengjiao and the others. In the direction where Wang Fengjiao and the others were escaping to, another bone dragon appeared. It opened its mouth and spat out a large number of white flames that covered Wang Fengjiao and the others. The people Wang Fengjiao brought panicked again and directly began to escape in all directions. After using all kinds of skills, everyone prepared to rush out with their own abilities first. Wang Fengjiao ran the fastest. He had a top-grade gale leopard that exploded extremely quickly. It carried him between the few floors and quickly disappeared into an alley not far away. Seeing this, Bai Miao and the others also directly rushed out and stopped a few new students Wang Fengjiao had brought. Half of the 100 to 200 people Wang Fengjiao brought were forced to stay behind by the undead, Bai Miao, and the others. The rest fled in all directions and quickly disappeared. Lu Yan looked at the new students who were left behind and said, "You're snatching other people's resources and chasing them out, right? In that case, do it yourself. Don't make me force you." With so much surveillance equipment watching, it was impossible for Lu Yan to kill them and make them spit out their resources before using the teleportation scroll to leave. It could be considered as giving them a taste of their own medicine. Of course, there were some who were not very cooperative. Lu Yan directly got the undead swordsmen to cut off their arms. In any case, after teleporting out, a high-level priest would treat them. As for whether it would leave behind any illness, it had nothing to do with Lu Yan. He was already merciful enough. In my opinion, why waste your breath on them? Just beat them up and snatch the resources, Bai Yuez said with a disdainful expression. Lu Yan got an undead to cut off the arm of a disobedient new student as he said gently, "It's best if we don't have to attack. After all, we're all new students here." The corner of Bai Yuez's eye twitched. "Lu Yan, I'm really going to cry to death." Seeing Lu Yan's decisiveness, the new students who were left behind handed over the resources they had obtained. Then, they tore open the teleportation scroll unwillingly and directly teleported out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the arena outside, white lights lit up as new students appeared. Some even had severed arms and their faces were pale. Looking at the audience, these new students were all ashamed and directly lowered their heads. It was one thing for them to rob other new students in the abandoned city, but now, they were even chased out like dogs. It was extremely embarrassing. The audience was also in an uproar. Damn, I thought that Wang Fengjiao was going to bring people to fight Lu Yan. I originally thought that it would be a hot-blooded scene. I didn't expect him to be directly frightened away by Lu Yan. Although more than 200 university new students are not from the top universities, they're still the top 10 new students of their universities. I can't believe that they didn't dare to attack Lu Yan. There's really no choice. If it were Zhang Shangbei, they might really dare to attack. However, Lu Yan's undead can greatly reduce the number disadvantage and can even crush them instead. Escaping is the right choice. No matter what, this is too much of a loss. Lu Yan is probably the first person in history to scare away so many university new students, right? Lu Yan did not know about the discussion outside. At this moment, he was counting the resources he had obtained with Bai Miao and the others. There were quite a lot of resources, but they were basically all C and B level resources. A-level resources were very rare, let alone S-level resources. I originally wanted to replicate Wang Fengjiao and the others' actions. Now, it seems that I might as well explore the resources myself. Lu Yan looked at his gains and shook his head. The resources were all guarded by demon beasts. The higher the level of the resources, the more powerful the demon beasts they protected. Most new students had no way to obtain S-level resources. If Lu Yan went to rob them, he would only obtain some C and B level resources. The resources obtained here would belong to him. Lu Yan naturally wanted to obtain better resources, such as S-level resources. It was not worth it to risk offending the other universities to obtain some C and B level resources. Return to that tall building to rest first. We'll continue exploring tomorrow. Lu Yan looked at Bai Miao and the others and said. Bai Miao and the others nodded and quickly returned to the roof of the tall building they had set off from. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan spread out the surrounding undead. Bai Miao and the others took out tents from their storage space and installed them before resting. Lu Yan also began to rest. Tomorrow, he prepared to search for S-level resources with all his strength. He had to rest well tonight. At this moment, in an inconspicuous building in the southeast corner of the abandoned city, Zhang Shangbei's figure quietly appeared. Looking at a building that looked like a church and a temple in front of him, Zhang Shangbei frowned. Then, after observing surveillance equipment on the left in front of him, Zhang Shangbei directly took a detour and entered the courtyard wrapped in this building in front of him from another direction. As soon as he entered, Zhang Shangbei felt an extremely oppressive dark power. This dark power was very calm. If one was not very sensitive to dark power, they would not have discovered it. Zhang Shangbei was a holy knight to begin with and was very sensitive to dark type power. He could clearly sense that this force was very heavy. It lingered in the entire building and slowly flowed according to a specific pattern. In the center of the courtyard was the building that looked like a church and a temple. Zhang Shangbei sized up the courtyard and discovered that the surrounding courtyard was very clean without a trace of dust. Unlike the dilapidated buildings around it, this place seemed to have only experienced the baptism of time and had not been destroyed by demon beasts. Arriving at the main entrance of the building, Zhang Shangbei took a deep breath and planted several defensive forces on his body. Then, he slowly pushed open the door in front of him. Creak. With the sound of the door opening, Zhang Shangbei saw the scene inside clearly. This was a hall. There were several circular stone blocks inside that surrounded the entire hall. The center of the hall was empty, as if something was missing. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the side and shot towards Zhang Shangbei. After Zhang Shangbei entered the courtyard, he had been very vigilant. When he pushed the door open, his nerves were even tense to the extreme. Therefore, when the black shadow pounced towards him, Zhang Shangbei raised the long saber in his hand and directly slashed at the black shadow. Sizzle! The long saber in Zhang Shangbei's hand carried dense divine power. When it landed on the black shadow, it directly burned a wound on the other party's body, making it quickly eject back and cry out. At this moment, taking advantage of the light emitted from his body, Zhang Shangbei saw the black shadow that attacked him clearly. It was a pitch-black earth dragon snake. The earth dragon snake had the earth dragon bloodline. Usually, the lowest level was the commander level and was very difficult to deal with. The earth dragon snake in front of him was 6 to 7 meters long. The pitch-black scales on its body flickered with a deep luster and looked very hard. Just now, Zhang Shangbei's attack had landed in the middle of this earth dragon snake. The long saber did not cause any damage to it, but the divine power in Zhang Shangbei's body entered the earth dragon snake's body and burned it. At this moment, this pitch-black earth dragon snake was wriggling around, its cold snake eyes staring fixedly at Zhang Shangbei. Hiss! The earth dragon snake attacked Zhang Shangbei again. It opened its mouth and spat out a pitch-black fog. Then, it directly rushed towards Zhang Shangbei. The pitch-black fog arrived beside Zhang Shangbei and suddenly emitted a sizzling sound, corroding the defense on Zhang Shangbei's body. Zhang Shangbei frowned slightly. He raised the long saber wrapped in divine power in his hand and directly slashed at the earth dragon snake in front of him. Punishment Halo. Holy Flame. A halo emitted from Zhang Shangbei's body and instantly imprisoned the earth dragon snake in front of him. Then, a holy flame directly covered the earth dragon snake's body, burning it until it hissed. Then, Zhang Shangbei's hand slashed the earth dragon snake's body with his long saber, directly cutting it in half at the waist. The earth dragon snake hissed, its voice somewhat terrifying in the empty hall. Its broken body twisted twice before it quickly fell silent. Zhang Shangbei warily released 2 more divine flames. After enveloping the earth dragon snake on the ground with flames, he entered the hall in front of him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Arriving in the middle of the hall, Zhang Shangbei sized up the surroundings. The surroundings were very empty. Other than the circular stone blocks surrounding the hall, there was nothing else. Thinking of what his grandfather had told him previously, Zhang Shangbei bit his lip and slowly took out a jade pendant from his pocket. This jade pendant was pitch black and emitted black fog, giving off an uncomfortable feeling. In particular, the power in Zhang Shangbei's body was basically divine power, making him even more resistant to the aura of this jade pendant. Looking at this jade pendant, Zhang Shangbei frowned tightly. Then, he placed this jade pendant in a circular hole in the ground in the center of the hall. This round hole happened to be compatible with this jade pendant and it fit perfectly. The moment the jade pendant entered the circular hole, a large amount of black fog emitted from the jade pendant and instantly enveloped the area in front of him. Zhang Shangbei quickly retreated and arrived at a circular stone block before directly standing on it. Rumble. The jade pendant seemed to have activated some mechanism, and the entire hall trembled. Then, something seemed to rise from the black fog in the center of the hall. Soon, the black fog in front of him slowly dissipated, revealing a stone pillar. A sinister and cold dark power was revealed. Zhang Shangbei's expression instantly became nervous. At this moment, the circular stone block beside Zhang Shangbei suddenly trembled. The ground around the circular stone block began to crack, and pitch-black and cold snake heads crawled out from the ground. The pitch-black earth dragon snake? A pitch-black dragon snake crawled out from the ground around every circular stone block and began to slowly cling to its body around the circular stone block. The bodies of these pitch-black dragon snakes had at least doubled in size compared to the pitch-black dragon snake from before. The aura they emitted was also at the Lord level. Some of them even emitted epic-level auras. A pitch-black dragon snake also crawled out from under the circular stone block where Zhang Shangbei was. It slowly climbed along the circular stone block and clung to his body, as if it wanted to entangle Zhang Shangbei's body. Zhang Shangbei's body was tense, but he did not attack. Instead, he quietly looked at the earth dragon snake beside him. The earth dragon snake that crawled out from under Zhang Shangbei's round stone block stared at him, but it did not attack him. Soon, all the pitch-black dragon snakes crawled out from the ground and climbed up, as if they were reliefs standing on circular stone blocks. Then, all the pitch-black dragon snakes opened their mouths. Black fog leaked out from the mouths of these pitch-black dragon snakes and quickly enveloped the stone pillar in the middle of the hall in front of it, making the black fog beside it richer. Layers of black fog enveloped the stone pillar, as if it was nurturing something. After these pitch-black dragon snakes spat out black fog, they seemed to have completed their mission. Their bodies quickly wriggled and they directly entered the hole in the ground before quickly disappearing. Soon, all the pitch-black dragon snakes disappeared, as if they had never appeared. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei got off the circular stone block and heaved a sigh of relief. Although his grandfather had previously said that it would be fine, this situation still made Zhang Shangbei very uneasy. Now, it was finally done. However, when he thought of his grandfather's words, Zhang Shangbei's heart sank. Was he really going to take this path? Looking at the stone pillar wrapped in black fog in front of him, Zhang Shangbei's eyes became firm. It was already impossible for him to change his mind. In that case, there was no need to regret anything. After carefully leaving, Zhang Shangbei rode the white phoenix tiger and jumped a few times in a few alleys before appearing in the surveillance equipment again. This time, he did not dodge the surveillance equipment again. Moreover, the surveillance equipment on his body had also recovered. With the long saber in his hand, Zhang Shangbei acted like a normal new student and began to hunt demon beasts and obtain resources in the surroundings. He was heading towards the tower in the center of the abandoned city. At this moment, huge earth dragon snakes began to appear around the building Zhang Shangbei had left previously. They were like hungry snakes after hibernation and began to hunt the surrounding demon beasts crazily. Every time they swallowed a demon beast, a faint black light circulated from the bodies of these earth dragon snakes. Then, they spat out a black fog. The black fog that was spat out did not dissipate for a long time. It slowly floated in midair and headed towards the building they had left previously. Lu Yan and the others quickly returned to the roof where they had left previously. They set up a tent and began to rest. Lu Yan did not rest directly. Instead, he summoned Aoyun. Damn, boss, you finally summoned me. It's very boring in that space. Can you let me breathe more? As soon as Aoyun came out, he complained. Alright, stop competing. I called you out because I have a mission for you. Lu Yan waved his hand. Aoyun squeezed out a smile. Boss, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. Be it going up a mountain of blades or going down a sea of flames, I won't hesitate at all. Lu Yan rolled his eyes and then told Aoyun the current situation. The other undead can't be too far from me, but you're a special existence. The distance you can leave is not limited. I want you to check along the path I want to take tomorrow and see if there are S-level resources in those places. At that time, remember the location and mark it on the map for me when you return. If there are fewer S-level resources, we can also consider the A+ level. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Aoyun's face instantly drooped. You just want me to help you look for something? Isn't this something dogs do? Don't you have something more exciting for me to do? For example, how about I help you bring back those resources? At that time, you can just reward me with half of them. When Lu Yan heard Aoyun's words, he turned around and looked at Aoyun without saying anything. Aoyun's head became lower and lower under Lu Yan's gaze. Woof, woof woof. Aoyun called out twice and quickly rushed towards the path Lu Yan was going to take tomorrow. Damn it, why did I have to say so much? I should have just agreed obediently. In the end, I even. Forget it. Forget it. Yup, I didn't do anything just now. Nothing happened. Now I just have to work hard and complete Master's mission as soon as possible. Aoyun's expression changed a few times before he smiled. After facing many accidents, Aoyun had already found a way to resist fate. If he could not resist, he would change to a comfortable position and forget his worries. The most important thing was to look forward. The dark tide surged in the abandoned city under the night sky. Many new students did not choose to rest. Instead, they continued to hunt and search for resources. Song Kingo was the same. He formed a team with a new student of Demon City University, Fang Chengxian, and continued to explore together. The two of them decided to sleep for 2 to 3 hours in the early morning. Although they would not have enough energy, it was not a problem for them to last for 2 to 3 days. It was just that their condition would not be good. Boss Kinga, there's a resource in front. Its level seems to be quite high. Feng Chengqian pointed at a corner in front of him and said. Song Kinga shifted his gaze and directly said, let's go and take a look. Feng Chengqian was ranked 5th among the new students of Demon City University. If the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't really encounter much danger. Soon, Song Kinga and Feng Chengqian moved towards the corner in front of them. Under a building in front of him, a fiery red spirit grass was slowly swaying. It's the fire spirit grass. From the looks of it, it should have grown for decades. Feng Chengqian revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The level of the fire spirit grass is only A+, but it is very rare. Coupled with the fact that most of the fire spirit grasses that are circulating now are only a few years old or more, the value of this fire spirit grass should be very high. It might be equivalent to an S-level resource. Be careful. There are demon beasts guarding this spiritual material. Song Kinga first looked around warily. Feng Chengqian also looked around and discovered that there was no movement. Could it be that there are no demon beasts guarding it? Abandoned City is such a big place. Not all spiritual materials are protected by demon beasts. Song Kinga frowned and said, it's better to be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong in our surroundings, as if something is spying on us. Seeing this, Feng Chengqian said, then I'll go and pick them. Boss, just keep an eye out. Feng Chengqian was still very confident in Song Kinga's strength. Song Kinga nodded and looked around warily. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Feng Chengqian stepped forward and quickly arrived beside the fire spirit grass. Just as he was about to pluck it, a black shadow quickly shot towards Feng Chengqian from the darkness in front of him. Be careful. Song Kinga had been vigilant of his surroundings. Lightning flashed on his body and he instantly brought Feng Chengqian away from his spot. Bang! A crisp sound sounded. The ground where Feng Chengqian was previously instantly cracked, as if it had been directly shattered by something. Cold sweat broke out on Feng Chengqian's forehead. What is it? I didn't see it clearly at all. The other party was too fast. If not for Song Kinga, he would probably be in trouble. Song Kinga frowned and said somewhat hesitantly, it seems to be a chameleon. Just now, he vaguely saw that the thing that attacked seemed to be a chameleon and was attacking with its tongue. However, the moment it attacked, its figure directly disappeared, and even its aura completely disappeared. Chameleon. Feng Chengqian was somewhat surprised. He did not expect such a demon beast to exist. Before figuring out the other party's strength, Song Kinga and Feng Chengqian did not dare to delay and observed their surroundings warily. However, the other party seemed to have disappeared after attacking. You're not coming out. Song Kinga snorted coldly. Then, he directly reached out to grab the fire spirit grass. Just as Song Kinga's palm quickly touched the fire spirit grass, a black shadow suddenly shot towards Song Kinga's arm from the side, as if it wanted to pierce through Song Kinga's arm. Gotcha. Lightning appeared on Song Kinga's body and he instantly attacked a colorful chameleon that appeared at the side. When the punch landed on the other party, a large amount of lightning surged out and instantly enveloped the chameleon's body. However, in an instant, the color of the chameleon's body directly turned earthen yellow, and its entire body seemed to have turned into a statue. It was not as if it had become a statue. The lightning landed on the chameleon and instantly shattered its earthen yellow statue body. The chameleon's aura instantly disappeared. Is it dead? Feng Chengqian looked at the shattered chameleon statue in front of him and asked carefully. Song Kinga shook his head. No, the other party's aura has disappeared. He used a method to avoid the damage. It's a very strange ability. He did not expect the other party to be able to do this. Coupled with its ability to hide its aura, this chameleon was simply a natural assassin. However, Song Kinga's gaze landed on the fire spirit grass. If an assassin had something to protect, it could be said to be full of flaws. It needed to give up on protecting the fire spirit grass. Lightning surged from his entire body as Song Kinga grabbed the fire spirit grass again. A black shadow appeared in the air behind Song Kinga. It was the chameleon. Its attack still did not change at all. It was still using the tongue in its mouth. It was clearly a tongue of flesh and blood, but when it shot out from this chameleon's mouth, it was like an arrow, as if it could pierce through the back of Song Kinga's head. If it were anyone else, they would probably have already been hit because this chameleon's attack was extremely fast. With a flash of lightning, Song Kinga had already disappeared from his spot and appeared under this chameleon. A bolt of lightning instantly headed towards the chameleon above. This time, this chameleon was unable to dodge Song Kinga's attack and was directly enveloped by this lightning power. This was because Song Kinga's speed this time was powerful. After being enveloped by the lightning power, the chameleon's body instantly froze, unable to use the method it used before to avoid damage. This was also one of Song Kinga's powerful aspects. His attacks had a stiffening effect and could be considered a temporary control method. Just as Song Kinga was about to deal with this chameleon, a huge black shadow broke through the glass on the second floor of the building at the side and jumped out, swallowing the stiff chameleon in one bite. Bang! Song Kinga's punch landed on the other party's body and sent the other party flying. The other party smashed heavily onto the ground, emitting a muffled sound. Hiss. A hiss sounded, making Song Kinga frown. He saw clearly that a pitch-black earth dragon snake had appeared in front of him. Lightning appeared in its mouth, but it still swallowed the chameleon wrapped in the lightning power without any hesitation. Then, this earth dragon snake opened its mouth, and a pitch-black fog seeped out of its body. It quickly rose into the sky and floated into the distance. Song Kingo looked at this pitch-black dragon snake and frowned. This pitch-black dragon snake's body was very huge. The scales on its entire body were pitch-black and tenacious. Its body emitted a faint black fog, giving off a strong pressure. Song Kinga sensed a dense dark power from this pitch-black dragon snake. He actually did not discover this earth dragon snake. The other party's concealment power should not have been that powerful. Moreover, the earth dragon snake in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. He could not describe it, but it felt as if the pitch-black earth dragon snake in front of him was not a real life form. The earth dragon snake slowly stood up, its huge body instantly making Fang Chengqian nervous. Boss Kinga, this earth dragon snake is probably level 24. Moreover, it seems to be at the lord level. It's not easy to deal with. Song Kinga's expression was also very solemn. He looked at the earth dragon snake in front of him and was prepared to attack at any moment. The earth dragon snake looked at Fang Chengqian, its snake eyes filled with the desire to attack. However, when it looked at Song Kinga at the side, its body quickly retreated. Seeing the other party leave, Fang Chengqian heaved a sigh of relief. The other party probably sensed that you were a little difficult to deal with, Boss Kinga, so it retreated. Its intelligence is quite high. Hearing Fang Chengqian's words, Song Kinga frowned slightly. Just now, he could clearly sense that the earth dragon snake had clearly displayed a dense desire to attack Fang Chengqian. It only turned around and left after seeing him. What did he have that the other party was afraid of? Song Kinga shook his head and could not think of anything on him that could make the other party afraid. He decided to let it go. In any case, he could get the fire spirit grass now. Song Kinga and Fang Chengqian took the fire spirit grass and continued forward. At the same time, in other places in Abandoned City, several other new students who fought at night also encountered the earth dragon snake. Without exception, these new students were all swallowed by the earth dragon snake, turning into a wisp of black smoke that quickly floated in the abandoned city and headed in a direction. The next morning, Lu Yan crawled out of the tent. Aoyun had long returned and handed the map to Lu Yan before returning to the undead space. Looking at the map in his hand, Lu Yan smiled. There were more than 10 places marked on it, all of which were resource points. The lowest were A+ level resources, including several S level resources. Obtaining resources to increase his points was only one reason why he did this. After all, in the end, he could directly obtain these resources. Bai Miao and the others also crawled out of the tent. They looked at Lu Yan and gathered very consciously. Everyone has rested enough, right? Lu Yan looked at everyone and said. Bai Miao and the others nodded. They had rested very well. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Alright, we won't rest for the next 2 days. According to what I said previously, split into 2 teams and explore the other 2 directions. When it gets dark today, we'll follow this route and gather in the middle. Then, we'll head to the tower in the center of the abandoned city together. Lu Yan took out the map and said to Bai Miao and the others around him. Looking at the location of the map Lu Yan pointed out, Bai Miao and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Although not resting for the entire night had a little impact on them, it was not too big and was acceptable. Alright, let's take action directly. We'll start gathering at dark today and strive to meet at the designated location before midnight. As I said previously, if we encounter danger, we'll directly use the signal gun. Everyone nodded. Then, Bai Miao left with Bai Yuez and the others. Lu Yan also quickly left with Li Meier and the others and headed towards the confirmed route. Lu Yan looked at the target marked by Aoyun on the map and said to Li Meier and the others, turn right about 30 meters ahead and go to the building that's similar to a school. There, an A+ level resource could be obtained. Li Meier and the others were naturally obedient to Lu Yan. Without hesitation, they directly followed behind Lu Yan and quickly headed there. Soon, Lu Yan and the others arrived at their destination. It was indeed a place similar to a school. However, at this moment, this place was already occupied by a group of demon beasts. This is, the cold water rhinoceros? There seems to be a lot of them. It's a demon group. Lu Yan, are you sure there are resources here? Feng Yao looked at the 2-meter-tall dark blue cold water rhinoceros in the building in front of her and frowned slightly. After a day of exploration, they had a rough understanding of the resources in the abandoned city. The resources in the abandoned city were basically guarded by demon beasts. Most of them were guarded by relatively powerful demon beasts alone. Some were also guarded by demon beasts. Compared to single-target demon beasts, the resources guarded by the demon beasts were naturally more difficult to obtain. Lu Yan nodded. That's right. It's an A+ level resource. It's just a group of level 21 cold water rhinoceroses. It's not a big deal. You guys can just attack from behind. To others, perhaps a group of level 21 cold water rhinoceroses was very troublesome, but to Lu Yan, the number of demon beasts had never been a problem. The surrounding undead gathered. Many undead appeared on the ground and directly surged into the building in front of them. The cold water rhinoceros in the building in front of him also reacted and directly began to attack the undead. A large amount of water surged out of the bodies of these cold water rhinoceroses. After landing on the undead in front of them, the undead began to freeze. The Necromancer behind him released an attack. White flames landed on the undead and melted the ice crystals on their bodies. At the same time, Feng Yai also attacked and began to attack these cold water rhinoceros. Under Lu Yan and the others' fierce attacks, the cold water rhinoceros in front began to retreat step by step. Soon, a large number of them were killed. Bang! At this moment, the glass of the building in front of him instantly shattered. A 3-meter-tall Lord-level cold water rhinoceros directly charged out and instantly rushed towards the undead in front of it. A large number of undead collided with this Lord-level cold water rhinoceros, and their bodies instantly shattered. Lu Yan held the black bone scythe and silently appeared behind this Lord-level cold water rhinoceros. The black bone scythe in his hand directly landed on the other party's neck. With a muffled sound, a wound instantly appeared on the neck of the cold water rhinoceros in front of him. The defense of a commander-level cold water rhinoceros was still relatively powerful. Bolts quickly shot out from Feng Ya's hand and directly entered the neck of this cold water rhinoceros. Several blood fog spread out, instantly making this cold water rhinoceros go berserk. At this moment, a large number of flames surged out and directly enveloped this cold water rhinoceros. However, this Lord-level cold water rhinoceros was already furious. It completely ignored the surrounding flames and rushed out against the flames. Even though its body was covered in flames, it quickly rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Several undead knights rushed out from beside him. The moment they collided with this cold water rhinoceros, they also ruthlessly pierced the weapons in their hands into the body of this cold water rhinoceros. A sad cry sounded from this cold water rhinoceros. Then, its aura instantly withered. Facing the cooperative attack of Lu Yan and the others, this Lord-level cold water rhinoceros could only die with hatred. Soon, Lu Yan and the others found an A+ resource Ice Crystal Tang Lotus. After accepting it, Lu Yan and the others continued forward. With the surrounding undead paving the way, Lu Yan and the others almost did not encounter any danger. Soon, they stopped by the few A+ level resource points Ao Yun had marked on the map and obtained the A+ level resources. Although the people following Lu Yan did not know how Lu Yan knew the location of these resource points, they were all excited. With these resources, their points would definitely be ranked at the top. Looking at his next target, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. It was an S-level resource point. The guardian demon beast marked by Ao Yun was a level 22 Lord-level wind wolf. This was the first S-level resource point Lu Yan had encountered in the abandoned city. He immediately rushed over with Li Meier and the others. After passing a few alleys, Lu Yan and the others quickly arrived at the S+ resource point Ao Yun had marked. He turned into an alley in front of him and arrived. At this moment, a violent muffled sound sounded from the alley in front of him, followed by a miserable wolf howl. Was it that wind wolf? Could it be that someone had beaten him to it? Lu Yan quickly brought everyone to the corner in front of him and saw a shocking scene. Many buildings on both sides of the alley in front of him had already been destroyed. Wreckage scattered everywhere, and two huge creatures were entangled. A pitch-black snake was tightly wrapping around the Lord-level wind wolf's body. After being occupied by demon beasts for so long, it's normal for abandoned city to have a lot of resources. It's obvious that they have the intention of giving these participating new students resources. After all, they're all new students ranked at the top of the national universities. It's also very easy for them to increase their strength. Although Wang Fenjiu's methods were a little nasty previously, he could still be considered to have found a path for the new students ranked at the bottom. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Yan and was directly frightened to death. That's right. Wang Fenjiu clearly wants to continue his previous actions. However, there are already too few new students following him. They basically won't be able to achieve anything. The audience could still see the situation of the abandoned city relatively clearly. A large portion of their gazes landed on Lu Yan, looking forward to his performance in the abandoned city. Damn, Lu Yan is still as unexpected as ever. This is the first S-level resource he obtained, right? It seems that in abandoned city, this is the first S-level resource obtained by a new student. Previously, he even obtained many A+ level resources. I have to say that Lu Yan's strength is still too powerful. Other people are very careful when exploring and obtaining resources. He directly got the undead to search for them on a large scale. If they find them, he will directly go and obtain them. It's simple and violent. That's right. With the help of some undead, Lu Yan will definitely obtain twice the results with half the effort. He's probably going to be first again this time. It seems that the Golden Corner Academy is definitely going to win this time. Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly sounded. There seem to be fewer participating new students than before. Did anyone die? After all, although there would be people clearing high-level demon beasts in the abandoned city in advance, it was still very dangerous if new students encountered the ones that were left behind. It seems to have decreased a lot. Even the projection screen has decreased a little. There should be more than 10 of them. They're probably doomed. It can't be helped. This is a survival competition after all. There's still a risk. I hope that no matter how many points the remaining new students obtain, they can at least survive in the abandoned city n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Everyone felt regretful about the death of the new students. After all, those who entered the abandoned city were all top new students in the country. Every new student's death was a loss to the country. In the arena, light would rise from time to time. Those new students who could not hold on would choose to tear open the teleportation scroll and directly teleport out. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Elder Jiang's gaze landed on the projection screen, but he did not check on Zhang Shangbei's situation. His gaze kept circulating in the projection screen, searching for traces of the Earth Dragon Snake. When he saw the Earth Dragon Snake swallow the surrounding demon beasts and spit out black fog, Elder Zhang could not help but smile. It was as if he was even happier than seeing Zhang Shangbei win the championship. Bang! A muffled sound sounded. A 3-meter-tall demon beast in front of Lu Yan was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Sharp arrows, scorching flames, and various other attacks also followed. Li Meier and the others cooperated with the surrounding undead and quickly killed the demon beast in front of them. After a few battles, Li Meier and the others were already able to cooperate very well with the surrounding undead. Even Lord-level demon beasts were quickly killed by the attacks of the undead, Li Meier, and the others. As for Lu Yan, there was no need for him to attack at all. He slowly arrived under a building in front of him and accepted one of the A+ level resources. Lu Yan, we should have already obtained 7 A+ level resources and 2 S level resources, right? Feng Yao looked at another A+ level resource and said excitedly. Lu Yan nodded and looked at the sky. It was already afternoon and was about to darken. Looking at the map in his hand, he saw that there was still the last S level resource. After obtaining it, the sky should have darkened. At that time, he could meet up with Bai Miao and the others. Let's go and continue forward. Lu Yan looked at Li Meier and the others and said. Li Meier and the others nodded and quickly rushed forward with Lu Yan. The surrounding buildings were all Darkborn buildings. Although they were overall similar to human buildings, there were still many differences. The Darkborn buildings were completely black and emitted a faint dark power, giving off an uncomfortable feeling. Of course, Lu Yan was like a fish in water. Lu Yan's strength was also a dark type power. Moreover, it was relatively pure undead power. The surrounding buildings might seem somewhat sinister to Feng Yai and the others, but Lu Yan did not feel anything. Soon, Lu Yan and the others arrived at the last resource point Ao Yun had marked on the map, which was also the location of the S-level resource. Not far from the resource point, Lu Yan, Li Meier, and the others stopped. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, as if they had been flattened by something. The area in front was directly empty for 100 meters, forming a sharp contrast to the surrounding buildings. In the middle of that area, the ground caved in, forming a funnel. The location marked on the map was under the sunken area in front of him. Flame Earth Dragons? Looking at the guardian demon beasts of this area marked by Ao Yun on the map, he frowned. If they fought underground, it would still be somewhat disadvantageous for them. Moreover, this was a demon group. Lu Yan thought for a moment and prepared to go down. If it were an A+ level resource, Lu Yan might have directly left. However, an S level resource was still worth the risk. There's a resource under the ground in front of us, but there's a group of Fire Earth Dragons below. They're very difficult to deal with. Everyone, be careful later. Lu Yan looked at Li Meier and the others and said. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Meier and the others nodded with solemn expressions. The few of them were not surprised that Lu Yan knew this. After all, his undead could investigate the situation in advance. Let's go. Lu Yan let a large number of undead enter the ground in front of him first before quickly bringing Li Meier and the others into the ground in front of him. After arriving below, Lu Yan discovered that the space here was unexpectedly large. Looking around, this seemed to be an underground warehouse. Moreover, it was not a small area but a very large underground warehouse. The surroundings were somewhat quiet. The surrounding undead had already scattered around and were vigilant. The area Lu Yan and the others entered seemed to be a tunnel. There was a long tunnel in front of them. It was pitch black and they could not see where the end was. Lu Yan was also very decisive in this unknown area. More and more undead appeared in the surroundings. Some headed into the tunnel in front of him, and some enveloped Lu Yan and the others. After the undead entered the tunnel, Lu Yan and the others entered the tunnel in front of them under the protection of the undead. Roar. After Lu Yan and the others stepped into the tunnel in front of them, furious roars quickly sounded from ahead. Then, dense flames directly rose in the pitch-black tunnel in front of them, illuminating the surroundings. It was the Flame Earth Dragons. The undead at the front began to encounter the Fire Earth Dragons. The attacks of these Fire Earth Dragons were still very powerful. A large number of flames surged and directly enveloped the bodies of the undead at the front. The flame attacks of these Fire Earth Dragons were comparable to the fire power released by some fire-type mages. The undead wrapped in flames directly rushed towards these Fire Earth Dragons. The undead did not feel pain. The flames wrapped around their bodies could burn their bodies, but they could not affect their movements. Attacks landed on the few Fire Earth Dragons in front, but they only left white marks on the other party. The defense of these Fire Earth Dragons was very powerful. After all, they had a bit of dragon bloodlines in their bodies. More flames surged out and quickly covered the undead in front of them. After discovering that ordinary flame power was useless against these undead, these Fire Earth Dragons changed their attacks. After the new flame surged out of the mouths of these Fire Earth Dragons covered the undead, they directly began to explode violently. With violent explosions, the undead bodies covered in these flames were directly blasted flying and fell apart. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. These Fire Earth Dragons were somewhat difficult to deal with. It seemed that they had to be level 23 or even 24. Moreover, their level was at least elite. Even the undead under the Netherworld King's intimidation did not have much of an advantage against them. Although he was still capable of killing these fire earth dragons, there would still be a lot of losses. This was not worth it for Lu Yan. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan directly summoned 2 bone dragons. Boom! The entire ground instantly trembled. The huge bodies of the 2 bone dragons appeared and directly flipped the entire ground. The top of the tunnel was torn apart, and a large amount of light shot in, expelling the surrounding darkness. At this moment, Lu Yan and the others saw the scene in front of them clearly. At the end of the tunnel in front of him, the figures of fire earth dragons appeared. Behind them, more fire earth dragons could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Looks like there's also a huge space behind this tunnel. I wonder how many fire earth dragons there are inside. Li Meier looked at the scene in front of her and said. Lu Yan nodded. There should be a lot of fire earth dragons. However, the S-level resource is ahead. No matter how many fire earth dragons there are, we'll just destroy them. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be helpless against so many fire earth dragons. Even Song Kingo would probably at most think of a way to quickly take out the S-level resources and escape. He would not fight these fire earth dragons head-on. However, to Lu Yan, fighting head-on was not a problem at all. Moreover, he did not have to worry about the loss of undead. After all, after these fire earth dragons were killed, a large portion of them would transform into Lu Yan's undead. A large number of undead directly surged over and began to fight the fire earth dragons in front of them. Flames spat out as the dragons constantly attacked the undead. The 2 bone dragons attacked and quickly killed many fire earth dragons in front of them. A portion of the flame earth dragon's corpse on the ground trembled and stood up to join the undead army, rushing towards the flame earth dragons that had been their teammates just now. Li Meier and the others looked at the scene in front of them and were shocked. Even though they had already known about Lu Yan's ability to transform killed creatures into his undead, they were still very surprised. After all, this ability was really too abnormal. Then, Li Meier and the others also joined the battle. Lu Yan could watch from the side, but they could not. The other party's undead were already dealing with a lot. They also had to help. Lu Yan looked at the constantly killed fire earth dragons in front of him, his eyes revealing hesitation. Some of the fire earth dragons that were killed in front of him had ended up as corpses and did not transform into undead. If it were in the past, Lu Yan would probably have directly put away these corpses as materials for the corpse explosion. However, now, Lu Yan had another choice. Undead touch? If he used the undead touch, he could transform the corpses of these fire earth dragons into undead. However, the undead JR transformed would not directly become his undead, but wild undead. However, Lu Yan had the Netherworld King's intimidation and could use this method to transform the transformed undead into his own. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Yan decided to give it a try. After all, he did not know if this undead touch was useful yet. Soon, Lu Yan arrived in front of the corpse of a fire earth dragon. He mobilized the undead power in his body and covered it over the corpse of the fire earth dragon in front of him. Wrapped in Lu Yan's undead power, the corpse of this fire earth dragon began to tremble. Then, it directly transformed into an undead and stood up. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly mobilized the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body. Netherworld King's intimidation? Sensing the Netherworld King's aura emitted from Lu Yan's body, the fire earth dragon that had just transformed into an undead hesitated on the spot before arriving beside Lu Yan. The Netherworld King's intimidation was successful. This undead flame earth dragon transformed by the undead touch had become his undead. Moreover, because the strength of the undead transformed by the undead touch was determined by the time of death, this undead flame earth dragon had basically preserved all the strength it had when it was alive. After all, it had just been killed. It was much stronger than the undead flame earth dragon Lu Yan had transformed using the undead servant skill. It seemed that the combination of the two skills was very feasible. It was much stronger than the strength of the undead transformed by the undead servant. However, Lu Yan then realized a problem. That was consumption. Using the undead touch to transform this fire earth dragon consumed more energy than Lu Yan had imagined. With Lu Yan's current strength, he would probably exhaust his undead power after transforming about 30 of them. At that time, Lu Yan would need a long time to recover, and his combat strength would drop to a freezing point. Clearly, he could not use this undead touch casually. It seemed that only some relatively special or powerful corpses were worth using the undead touch. However, the stronger the corpse, the stronger the undead it transformed, and the lower the success rate of the Netherworld King's intimidation. However, it was already not bad. In any case, the transformed undead would have a good impression of Lu Yan. At the very least, they would not attack Lu Yan and would not need to be killed a second time. In front of him, Li Meier and the others had already entered deep. Lu Yan also quickly followed with the undead beside him. The two bone dragons kept tearing the ground under the ground. A large amount of light shone in, illuminating the situation in front of them. As they fought, most of the large number of fire earth dragons in front of them had also died. Many of them had been killed by the two bone dragons. The epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King was also very useful. Under its violent attacks, those flame dragons were almost unable to resist at all. However, although this epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King's attacks were violent, after attacking for a while, it needed to rest for a while and could not last long. Soon, Lu Yan and the others arrived deep in front and saw the S-level resources. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect to be very familiar with the S-level resources here. Fire Dragon Horn? In front of him, a fire dragon horn that was much larger than the fire dragon horn Lu Yan had received previously was on the ground in front of him. No wonder there were so many fire earth dragons guarding it. This fire dragon horn was a rare spiritual material that was completely compatible with them. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound sounded. In the shadow in front of him that was not illuminated by the light, a huge fire earth dragon slowly walked out. This fire earth dragon was a full 5 meters tall. When it walked out, the scales on its body pierced through the ground above. The scales on its body were different from the scales of the surrounding fire earth dragons. Fiery red patterns circulated on it, making it look very violent. This was a Lord level fire earth dragon. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. No, the aura on its body had already surpassed the Lord level, but it had yet to reach the epic level. It was a half-epic level fire earth dragon. Lu Yan frowned slightly. Such a big guy was not easy to deal with. Its huge eyes stared at the undead in front of it. This half-epic level fire earth dragon roared angrily. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a large number of flames that spread forward. Thick flames surged towards the undead at the front like waves, as if turning the surroundings into a sea of flames. The undead at the front were instantly devoured by the sea of flames, and their bodies quickly burned and shattered. A large number of flames spread through the undead and surged towards Lu Yan and the others. Sensing the sea of flames surging over in front of them and the violent flame power contained in it, the expressions of Li Meier and the others suddenly changed. Feng Ye waved her arm, and wind power surged in front of her, forming a wind shield that rushed in front of the flame power. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The mage new student released a large amount of flame power and surged forward, wanting to offset some of the flame power in front of him. Li Meier and the warrior new student had no choice. Facing such flame power, they could only choose to resist head-on. The dense and violent flame power landed on Feng Ye's wind shield. It only paused for a moment before shattering the shield and continuing to surge forward. The flame power released by the new mage was also incomparable to the other party. It instantly melted. The 2 bone dragons arrived in front of Lu Yan and the others under Lu Yan's command. They opened their mouths and spat out white flames to resist the violent flame power in front of them. Bang! The 2 flames collided and instantly began to separate, resisting each other. Although the flame power released by the half-epic level fire earth dragon was very powerful, the white flames spat out by the 2 bone dragons were still able to resist it. The 2 flames fused in front of him and finally extinguished after a while. Looking at the 2 bone dragons in front of him, this half-epic flame earth dragon did not hesitate and directly rushed over. The 2 bone dragons also welcomed the attack. The 2 sides instantly entered a battle. This half-epic level fire earth dragon was also very powerful. Facing the siege of the 2 bone dragons, it was not at a disadvantage. The surrounding necromancers began to release undead magic and attack the half-epic level fire earth dragon. Green light covered this half-epic level fire earth dragon, quickly weakening its defense. Under such circumstances, this half-epic level fire earth dragon roared angrily and directly bit a bone dragon, instantly shattering many of the bones on this bone dragon. Li Meier also joined the battle. Coupled with the 2 bone dragons and the surrounding undead, she quickly suppressed the half-epic level fire earth dragon in front of her. Seeing this, Lu Yan decided that he would not use the undead twin he had been preparing. With their current strength, it was already enough to destroy this half-epic level fire earth dragon. Facing many attacks, wounds quickly appeared on the half-epic level fire earth dragon's body. Even though the defense of the scales on its body was very powerful, it was still somewhat difficult for it to withstand so many attacks. Roar! With another furious roar, the fiery red patterns on this half-epic level fire earth dragon suddenly lit up, and dense flame power dissipated from its body. The flame power covering this half-epic level fire earth dragon revealed a faint purple color. Almost instantly, it cleared out all the undead that jumped onto its body. This time, it did not burn or break the undead. Instead, it directly melted the undead on its body. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. The new flame power that surged out of this half-epic level fire earth dragon was very powerful. The other party was risking its life. This should be something similar to burning blood essence. The other party's life aura was quickly flowing away in exchange for a powerful flame power. Roar! This half-epic level fire earth dragon pounced onto a bone dragon. The flames on its body kept burning the bone dragon as it bit the bone dragon. A large number of bones fell from this bone dragon's body. Under the burning of the faint purple flames, even the bone dragon could not withstand it. Lu Yan frowned and directly got the epic level Thunder Wing Leopard King and the other undead Thunder Wing Leopards to attack. When he cleared the secret realm, Lu Yan had gathered many undead Thunder Wing Leopards. Now was the time for them to unleash their strength. Under Lu Yan's orders, the epic level Undead Thunder Wing Leopard King and a large number of Undead Thunder Wing Leopards began to release a large amount of lightning power. A large amount of lightning power soared into the sky and directly spread to the half-epic level Fire Earth Dragon in front of him. The half-epic level Fire Earth Dragon's body instantly froze. Its body was covered by a large amount of lightning power and it was directly electrocuted. The 2 bone dragons took the opportunity to retreat. They opened their mouths and spat out white flames that landed on the half-epic level Fire Earth Dragon. This half-epic level Fire Earth Dragon clearly wanted to fight to the death. Lu Yan naturally did not want to fight it head-on. He just had to stall. Bolts of lightning covered over, making it difficult for the half-epic level fire earth dragon in front of him to move. It had basically become difficult for it to attack quickly. A large number of white flames covered it, forcing it to mobilize its strength to defend. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for this half-epic level fire earth dragon to counterattack. It could only be passively beaten. Soon, the faint purple flames on this half-epic level fire earth dragon disappeared, and its aura also withered. The force disappeared. At this moment, the two bone dragons pounced forward again. Coupled with the surrounding undead, Lee Mayer, and the others, they quickly killed the half-epic level fire earth dragon in front of them. With a sad cry, the body of the half-epic level fire earth dragon smashed heavily onto the ground, and its aura quickly disappeared. Lu Yan heaved a sigh of relief and got the surrounding undead to clear up the remaining fire earth dragons. Then, he arrived in front of the fire dragon horn and put it away. This fire dragon horn was very big. Its value was probably equivalent to the 2S level resources Lu Yan had obtained previously. At this moment, the sky had already darkened and was about to turn completely dark. His gains today were still very good. Lu Yan smiled. Then, Lu Yan arrived in front of the corpse of the half-epic level fire earth dragon that had just been killed. It was a pity that the corpse of this half-epic level fire earth dragon had not transformed into Lu Yan's undead. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan directly used the undead power to cover the corpse of the half-epic level fire earth dragon in front of him. As he used the undead touch, the half-epic level fire earth dragon corpse quickly moved and stood up again. Lu Yan could sense a large amount of undead power flowing out of its body. He used about a third of the undead power to transform the corpse of this half-epic level fire earth dragon into an undead. After this half-epic level fire earth dragon was transformed into an undead, its gaze instantly landed on Lu Yan. Lu Yan could clearly sense that the other party was showing goodwill. Clearly, the other party had a good impression of him. Without hesitation, Lu Yan quickly mobilized the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body, wanting to use the Netherworld King intimidation on the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon in front of him. However, after the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon in front of him sensed the Netherworld King aura on Lu Yan, it only revealed some fear but did not have any intention of submitting. Lu Yan's eyes revealed disappointment. He had failed. However, this was also within Lu Yan's expectations. After all, the combat strength of this half-epic level undead fire earth dragon was very powerful. After using the undead touch to transform it into an undead, the strength it retained was basically no different from when it was alive. After all, it had just died. Therefore, the probability of the Netherworld King's intimidation working was still very low. Looking at the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon in front of him, Lu Yan was worried. Was he going to leave it here just like that? It was a pity. However, the other party only had a good impression of him now and was not his undead subordinate. He could not order it around. Just as Lu Yan was thinking, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Lu Yan quickly turned around. The two bone dragons arrived beside Lu Yan and protected him. When his gaze landed on the lightning, Lu Yan discovered that the other party had flown out from the distant street and was sent flying towards his direction. Boom! This lightning directly smashed onto the ground in front of Lu Yan, shattering the ground and landing in the underground area below, not far from the fire dragon horn. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and saw clearly that the figure wrapped in the lightning was a figure. It was a human. The figure wrapped in lightning stood up and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then, he realized the situation behind him and hurriedly turned around. Song Kinga. Lu Yan was surprised. He did not expect the figure that smashed down from the sky to be Song Kinga. At this moment, Song Kinga was in a sorry state. His entire body was tattered, as if he had been tortured by something. Looking at Lu Yan, Song Kinga's face also froze. He did not expect to see Lu Yan in this state. However, he then revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Lu Yan, my classmate is in danger. Can you help? I'm willing to give you the resources I gathered as compensation. Looking at Lu Yan, Song Kinga said anxiously. Hearing Song Kinga's words and looking at his expression, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. What had happened to Song Kinga? He was actually forced to this state. Don't be anxious. Tell me what happened first. Lu Yan looked at Song Kinga and said. Song Kinga nodded and quickly said, my classmate, Fang Chengxian, and I were exploring the surrounding resources. I didn't expect to encounter several pitch-black dragon snakes. Their combat strength is very powerful. I was sent flying. Now, Fang Chengxian is also in a lot of danger. Previously, Song Kinga and Fang Chengxian had also encountered the pitch-black dragon snake, but the other party ignored them. However, this time, he and Fang Chengxian had encountered a total of 8 pitch-black dragon snakes. Moreover, their bodies were even larger than the pitch-black dragon snake they had seen previously. Unlike last time, when they directly left in front of them, these pitch-black dragon snakes directly attacked Song Kinga and Fang Chengxian when they saw them. Although Song Kinga fought hard, he was still no match for the 8 pitch-black dragon snakes. In the battle, he was directly sent flying after being hit by the tail of a pitch-black dragon snake. At this moment, Song Kinga was very anxious. Without Lu Yan's help, Fang Chengxian was in a lot of danger. Hearing Song Kinga's words, Lu Yan instantly thought of the pitch-black dragon snake they had encountered previously. The pitch-black dragon snake killed the wind wolf, but under Lu Yan and the others' attack, it directly self-destruct. Were the pitch-black dragon snakes Song Kinga and the others encountered the same? Lu Yan was somewhat hesitant. The combat strength of those pitch-black earth dragons was not ordinary. 8 of them appearing at once was still somewhat dangerous. At this moment, a figure jumped onto a tall building in front of him in a sorry state. It was Fang Chengxian. Looking at Song Kinga, who was flickering with lightning below, Fang Chengxian revealed a happy expression and directly jumped down from the building. Boom! At the same time, several huge bodies shattered the buildings beside them and headed towards Fang Chengxian. Fang Chengxian felt that he was about to die because he and Song Kinga were surrounded by 8 earth dragon snakes. Previously, when he faced these earth dragon snakes for the first time, Fang Chengxian did not think that they were terrifying. After all, that earth dragon snake only took a glance at him and Song Kinga before directly escaping. Even if there were 8 earth dragon snakes, he and Song Kinga should be able to deal with them, right? Even if they could not deal with it, it was not a problem for them to escape, right? However, as soon as the battle started, Fang Chengxian realized that something was wrong. The attack power of these earth dragon snakes was really too powerful. The strength of their attack was completely incomparable to the earth dragon snake from before. It had to be at least lord level, and its level was probably above level 24. 8 such demon beasts appeared at once. Song Kinga could not withstand it either. After fighting for a while, he was directly sent flying. Under such circumstances, Fang Chengxian instantly became the target of everyone. All the earth dragon snakes targeted him. Fang Chengxian could still recall the feeling of being targeted by the 8 earth dragon snakes just now. It was hair-raising. Fang Chengxian knew his limits very well. He knew that it was impossible for him to resist the earth dragon snake that even Song Kinga was not a match for. Therefore, Fang Chengxian directly turned around and fled in the direction Song Kinga was sent flying. He passed through a few buildings and arrived at a building. Fang Chengxian finally saw Song Kinga below. To Fang Chengxian, Song Kinga was his savior. If he brought him along and triggered the lightning power to quickly escape, it should not be a problem. Therefore, Fang Chengxian did not care about such a high floor and directly jumped down. Even if he broke his leg, it was still better than facing the earth dragon snakes behind him. As he jumped down, he also saw Lu Yan beside Song Kinga from the corner of his eye. This made the joy on his face richer. With Lu Yan around, he would definitely be able to survive. He did not expect much from the other party. At the very least, the other party can bring him along to escape, right? He could use the resources he gathered as compensation. Compared to his life, points, and the national new student exchange competition were not as important. At this moment, a black shadow quickly swept past from the side, directly freezing Fang Chinqian's falling body. Sensing the pain from his body, Fang Chengxian was stunned for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and saw that he was already in the mouth of an earth dragon snake from the waist down. Before he could cry for help, Fang Chengxian felt his body instantly soar into the air. The earth dragon snake that bit him raised its head and opened its mouth, directly swallowing Fang Chengxian. Soon, this earth dragon snake opened its mouth and spat out a black fog that slowly floated up. It was as if Fang Chengxian had turned into such a black fog. Song Kinga was directly stunned when he saw Fang Chengxian being swallowed by the earth dragon snake. Then, a large amount of lightning surged out of Song Kinga's body and enveloped him as he directly rushed towards the earth dragon snake above. Self-blame surged in Song Kinga's heart. If not for the fact that he had fought hard to form a team of 2 to increase the scope of his exploration, Fang Chengxian would not have died, right? The intense self-blame transformed into extreme anger in Song Kinga's heart. He wanted to kill these earth dragon snakes and avenge Fang Chengxian. Lu Yan, should we help him? Li Meier looked at Song Kinga, who had rushed out, and asked Lu Yan softly. Lu Yan only pondered for a moment before saying, let's help him. Prepare to attack. As he spoke, Lu Yan rushed up with a large number of undead. Although the new students did not have any responsibility for rescuing one another in the abandoned city and could even abandon their university classmates, to Lu Yan, it was better to help if he could. Putting aside whether Song Kinga would keep his word and compensate him, just killing these earth dragon snakes could allow him to obtain a lot of points. Moreover, Lu Yan also had a solution for the half-epic level fire earth dragon that had transformed into an undead below. He could lure the earth dragon snake to the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon. After it fought and its strength weakened, he could try to see if the Netherworld King's intimidation would work. In any case, this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon now had a favorable impression of him and had a high chance of helping him. It would be a waste if he did not capitalize on this. The first to rush out was the epic level undead thunder wing leopard king. As Song Kinga's entire body was wrapped in the power of lightning and he was the first to arrive beside the earth dragon snake to attack, the epic level undead thunder wing leopard king also rushed to the side of an earth dragon snake and instantly attacked. Boom! Lightning power bloomed and instantly covered the 2 earth dragon snakes in front of them. At this moment, the 2 bone dragons also rushed over and attacked the surrounding earth dragon snakes. Undead twin. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly used the undead twin. 2 new bone dragons appeared, and the number of necromancers on the ground instantly doubled. With Lu Yan's current mental strength, it was still relatively easy for him to maintain this many undead. Monarch blessing. Undead netherworld armor. Netherworld soul scythe. Lu Yan directly used his strongest strength. Facing so many earth dragon snakes, he had to use his full strength. Lu Yan's body then disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived behind an earth dragon snake. The black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe instantly slashed at the earth dragon snake in front of him. Bang! With a crisp sound, the black bone scythe wrapped in the netherworld soul scythe instantly landed on an earth dragon snake and directly cut open the scales on the other party's body. A miserable cry sounded from this earth dragon snake's mouth. It twisted its body and knocked down the building beside it. It did not care if it was injured, as if it was in extreme pain. The soul attack was effective. The damage to its body did not cause much damage to this earth dragon snake, but the damage inflicted on the depths of its soul made it want to die. The surrounding earth dragon snakes attacked Lu Yan one after another, but at this moment, Lu Yan's figure had already disappeared from his spot. A large number of undead necromancers arrived and directly landed on these earth dragon snakes. At the same time, a large number of undead surrounded them and began to attack these earth dragon snakes. Li Mayer and the others also launched their own attacks. Each of them targeted an earth dragon snake and cooperated with the surrounding undead to attack. Although Li Mayer and the others could not cause much damage to these earth dragon snakes in the short term, with the cooperation of the undead, it was not a big problem for each of them to restrain an earth dragon snake. Lu Yan's body appeared again and he arrived behind the other earth dragon snake. The black bone scythe in his hand suddenly slashed down again. Lu Yan frowned slightly and discovered that the combat strength of these earth dragon snakes had increased a lot. They were much harder to deal with than the earth dragon snake he had encountered previously. The earth dragon snake he had encountered previously was probably at most at the Lord level. In fact, it probably had yet to reach the Lord level. However, almost all of the surrounding earth dragon snakes were Lord level. 2 to 3 of them even revealed the aura of a half-step epic level expert. The black bone scythe wrapped in his hand landed on the earth dragon snake under him and instantly tore through the other party's body, causing the other party to instantly cry out. Then, it swung its tail at Lu Yan. A white light covered Lu Yan's body. Then, Lu Yan's body instantly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived behind the first earth dragon snake that attacked. Lu Yan's attack could break through the defense of these earth dragon snakes, but it was not necessarily able to cause much damage to these earth dragon snakes. At most, it could cause soul damage to these earth dragon snakes. He waved the black bone scythe in his hand again. This time, Lu Yan slashed at the wound of the first earth dragon snake he had attacked, causing a second damage. The soul damage this time made the other party feel more and more pain, and its entire body became distorted. This time, Lu Yan did not use the Monarch Netherworld escape. As this earth dragon snake attacked him angrily, Lu Yan quickly dodged the other party's attack and directly rushed down. Lu Yan arrived beside the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon from before. The earth dragon snake in the sky also swooped down, as if it was determined to swallow Lu Yan. At the side, the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon had been watching the battle just now. Although it had a good impression of Lu Yan, it was not to the extent of wanting to fight for Lu Yan. However, at this moment, when this earth dragon snake arrived in its territory, it instantly made this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon assume a combat posture. Boom! The earth dragon snake behind directly landed on the ground and instantly arrived beside Lu Yan. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Before Lu Yan could attack, the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon beside him suddenly rushed over and bit the neck of the earth dragon snake. This earth dragon snake was already somewhat exhausted after being attacked by Lu Yan twice, and its combat strength had decreased greatly. This half-epic level undead flame earth dragon was half-epic level. Its strength had not been weakened and its combat strength was very powerful. After biting off the earth dragon snake's neck, the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon instantly tore off a large amount of flesh from the earth dragon snake's body. At the same time, flame surged on this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon and began to burn this earth dragon snake. After transforming into an undead, the flame power released by the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon had turned into white netherworld fire. Although the damage of the netherworld fire was not as high as the flames caused by ordinary flames, it had a better corrosive burning effect. Moreover, the netherworld fire released by this half-epic level undead fire earth dragon actually had a certain soul burning effect. When it landed on the earth dragon snake in front of him, it directly curled up and kept twisting. The burning effect that targeted the depths of its soul made it extremely painful. However, even so, this earth dragon snake still began to counterattack and was not defeated. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. This earth dragon snake was indeed stronger than the earth dragon snake they had encountered previously. In fact, it was much stronger. However, this earth spirit snake was basically already crippled. It was impossible for it to be a match for this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon. Lu Yan took another look and then quickly disappeared. If one was not enough, he had to lure 2 to 3 more over. It was best if they could be evenly matched with this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon. Otherwise, how was he supposed to invite this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon to join his undead family? Above, a large number of buildings were destroyed by the surrounding earth dragon snakes. The range of their battle was still very wide and enveloped the surrounding space. Under such circumstances, Song Kinga's attack became even more ferocious. Lu Yan sent the epic level undead Thunderwing Leopard King to cooperate with Song Kinga in battle. The cooperation between the two sides was still very tacit. Lightning kept surging on the earth dragon snake that was attacked by Song Kinga. It was already forced to retreat step by Song Kinga. Lu Yan's figure appeared behind the other earth dragon snake he had attacked previously. He wielded the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand and slashed at the other party again. This earth dragon snake was clearly prepared. The moment Lu Yan appeared behind it, its huge tail swept towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and the black bone scythe in his hand landed on the other party's raised tail. A huge force directly sent Lu Yan flying. However, the earth dragon snake's tail was also slashed open, and blood flowed out. At the same time, the soul damage also caused a lot of damage to it. This earth dragon snake was instantly furious and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled and directly led this earth dragon snake quickly towards the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon below. Soon, with a muffled sound, this earth dragon snake was lured by Lu Yan to the side of the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon below. The earth dragon snake that had previously been lured over just now was already on its last breath after suffering the attack of this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon. Seeing this, the earth dragon snake that was lured down directly pounced towards the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon, wanting to save its companion. Lu Yan did not even look and directly flew into the sky. It seemed that 2 earth dragon snakes were not enough. This half-epic level undead flame earth dragon was too powerful. He would let it handle another one. Lu Yan did the same and quickly lured the 3rd earth dragon snake down to the side of this half-epic level undead fire earth dragon. At this moment, beside the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon in front of him, the earth dragon snake that first came down had already been killed by it and its body fell to the side. The earth dragon snake that had just come down quickly rushed towards the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon and surrounded it with the other earth dragon snake. At this moment, Lu Yan noticed that the corpse of the earth dragon snake at the side was slowly expanding. Then, under Lu Yan's surprised gaze, the dead earth dragon snake's body exploded, releasing a large amount of black fog that quickly rose up. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Yan frowned. He remembered that the earth dragon snake he had encountered previously had directly self-destruct. At that time, after the earth dragon snake self-destruct, a large amount of black fog also seeped out of its body. Was there a connection between the two? Lu Yan pondered slightly and did not quite understand, but he kept feeling that this black fog was somewhat strange. Then, Lu Yan shook his head. Now was not the time to think about such things. Looking at the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon in front of him, he noticed that it was already covered in many wounds. Clearly, the earth dragon snake had still caused some damage to it. Lu Yan pondered for a moment. The remaining 2 earth dragon snakes were not the match of this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon, but if a half-epic level undead flame earth dragon wanted to destroy the 2 earth dragon snakes, it still had to pay a certain price. At that time, he would take advantage of the fact that the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon was weak to use the Netherworld King's intimidation. The success rate should be much higher. Using the Monarch Netherworld escape again, Lu Yan directly arrived in the sky. There were still 5 earth dragon snakes. One of them was already severely injured by Song Kinga and the epic level undead Thunderwing Leopard King. Lightning power circulated on the earth dragon snake's body, constantly tearing wounds on its body. Lu Yan took a look and headed towards Li Meier and the others. With the cooperation of the Bone Dragon and the Undead, Li Meier and the others could still easily deal with the remaining 4 Earth Dragon snakes. However, other than the 2 Earth Dragon snakes the 2 Bone Dragons were facing, the remaining 2 Earth Dragon snakes were only temporarily suppressed and were not affected at all. Lu Yan's figure appeared behind the Earth Dragon snake Li Meier was facing. He directly slashed at the Earth Dragon snake's waist in front of him. Caught off guard, this Earth Dragon snake was directly slashed in half by Lu Yan. The scales on its body cracked, and its flesh appeared. A miserable cry sounded from this earth dragon snake's mouth. The soul attack made it somewhat miserable. A large amount of black fog surged out of this earth dragon snake's body and covered the wound, actually slowly healing it. Then, this earth dragon snake swung its tail and directly sent the undead in front of it flying. Afterwards, this earth dragon snake raised its head and opened its mouth at Lu Yan. A pitch black fog suddenly pounced towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan frowned slightly. He could clearly sense a huge corrosive power from this pitch black fog. Without hesitation, Lu Yan's figure directly disappeared and he used the Monarch Netherworld escape to appear below this earth dragon snake. He wielded the black bone scythe wrapped in his hand and directly slashed at the other party. The consumption of the Monarch Netherworld escape was higher than the traceless moon steps. However, he was unable to leave a mark on the other party every time he attacked. Therefore, Lu Yan could only use the Monarch Netherworld escape. This attack slashed onto this earth dragon snake again, instantly breaking through the other party's scales and directly penetrating it. Now that Lu Yan was going all out, this earth dragon snake was completely not his match. After slashing many times, the earth dragon snake in front of him was already covered in wounds. Moreover, this earth dragon snake's entire body was already distorted at this moment, constantly hissing in pain. It was already impossible for it to counterattack. It could not be helped. The damage caused by Lu Yan's soul attack was too great. The earth dragon snake felt as if it was about to go crazy. Soon, after several more wounds were left on this earth dragon snake, its body directly expanded. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly as he got the surrounding undead and Li Meier to retreat. Bang! Not long after he retreated, the body of the earth dragon snake in front of him expanded to the limit, emitting a violent muffled sound. The entire earth dragon snake's body shattered. A black fog dissipated from its body and quickly spread into the sky. Another self-destruction? Lu Yan frowned slightly. He kept feeling that there was something wrong with the self-destruction of these earth dragon snakes, but he could not figure out what the problem was. Looking at the remaining earth dragon snakes, Lu Yan could only forget about them first and head towards the remaining earth dragon snakes. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. In the venue of Qingbei University, everyone in the audience was staring fixedly at their projection screens. Although the night had already fallen, none of the audience chose to leave to rest. They were still watching the scene in the abandoned city. The seats in the viewing area could directly expand and shrink into a small bed. Moreover, there was a sobering potion beside it that could allow the audience to stay awake. At such a critical moment, it was natural that no one chose to sleep. Although there would be a video replay later, how could it compare to seeing it live with their own eyes? Most of the audience's gazes were still on Lu Yan. They watched as he obtained a large number of resources and met Song Kinga before fighting the Earth Dragon Snake together. Damn, the abandoned city is indeed still very dangerous. The new student who came with Song Kinga was directly eaten by that Earth Dragon Snake. Isn't that Earth Dragon Snake a little too powerful? Moreover, there are so many of them. Only Lu Yan and Song Kinga can resist them together. Ordinary students probably won't be able to resist at all, right? That's right. Look at the other demon beasts. They're basically all guarding the resources of the various levels. The new students will only face them when they go to search for resources. Usually, it's not too dangerous, but these earth dragon snakes seem to wander around the entire abandoned city. It's very dangerous. Why do I feel that these earth dragon snakes seem to be hunting in the abandoned city? Many earth dragon snakes have already been discovered on the projection screens of the other new students. Moreover, many new students have been directly swallowed by the earth dragon snakes. The surrounding audience was discussing the earth dragon snakes of the abandoned city. At some point, many earth dragon snakes had appeared in the abandoned city, posing a huge threat to the new students inside. On the viewing platform of the Golden Corner Academy, Lei Shuo looked at the projection screen in front of him and frowned. How did those earth dragon snakes appear? Logically speaking, the organizers shouldn't have allowed a large number of demon beasts of this level to appear, right? It was obvious that the combat strength of these earth dragon snakes in the abandoned city was very powerful. Logically speaking, although such earth dragon snakes might exist, there should not be so many of them. At the side, Lu Quan also frowned. I'm not sure yet. Perhaps the cleanup team did not discover these earth dragon snakes at that time. Although these earth dragon snakes' combat strength is powerful, they haven't completely affected the balance of the abandoned city. They probably won't take any action to deal with it. After Lu Yan and the others clean up these 8 earth dragon snakes, the threat of the earth dragon snakes should be much lower. Lei Shuo nodded and looked at Lu Yan on the projection screen with a smile. Lu Yan's performance hasn't disappointed me. The points he obtained in abandoned city this time should be the highest. Our Golden Corner Academy should be able to obtain the championship this time. Lu Quan also nodded, his expression also very happy. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, Elder Zhang looked at the scene on the projection screen and frowned. Seeing Lu Yan quickly destroy the earth dragon snakes on the projection screen, Elder Zhang could not help but clench his fists. However, Elder Zhang then released his palm. The expression on his face did not change much, as if he still had everything under control. In the abandoned city, Lu Yan cooperated with the 2 bone dragons and killed another earth dragon snake. Just like the earth dragon snake that had been killed previously, this earth dragon snake's body quickly expanded before directly exploding. Black fog drifted out of its body and quickly dissipated into the sky. There were still 2 earth dragon snakes left, so there should not be much of a problem. Just as Lu Yan was about to continue, a large amount of lightning surged out of Song Kinga's body in front of him. The lightning rushed into the sky and instantly triggered the lightning power in the sky. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and was very familiar with the lightning power fluctuation in the sky. Song Kinga was about to use the 5 elements Thunder Kylin. Song Kinga felt that he had never been so furious. It had a huge impact on Song Kinga to watch helplessly as Fang Chengxian was devoured by the earth dragon snake in front of him. Although Fang Chengxian had always called him boss, the 2 of them were not only classmates but also neighbors and had known each other since they were young. Just before entering the abandoned city, Fang Chengxian had even joked that he wanted to cozy up to Song Kinga. He even jokingly said that if he encountered any danger in the abandoned city, Song Kinga had to protect his life. At the very least, the other party had to buy him a few seconds to open the teleportation scroll. At that time, Song Kinga was very confident and told him not to worry. Even if he encountered any danger, it was not a problem for him to escape with the other party. But now, thick self-blame transformed into huge anger in Song Kinga's heart and poured towards these earth dragon snakes. After using the lightning power to kill an earth dragon snake, the anger in Song Kinga's heart still did not dissipate at all. His anger made him directly use his strongest strength to destroy the remaining earth dragon snakes. Bolts of lightning surged into the sky and passed through the clouds, triggering the lightning power above the clouds. Rumble! The sky above instantly rumbled. Lightning power surged and quickly surged in the air above. A large amount of lightning appeared and quickly condensed, forming the appearance of a Kylin in the sky. This huge thunder Kylin tore through the sky and crawled out from the clouds. It was like a god looking down on the world, exerting a huge pressure on the remaining 2 earth dragon snakes below. The two earth dragon snakes hissed. Their bodies distorted, and their expressions became very anxious. This was because the five elements Thunder Kylin had already locked its gaze on the two earth dragon snakes below. Song Kinga's furious gaze landed on the two earth dragon snakes in front of him. Without any hesitation, he suddenly pressed his hands down. Boom! The five elements Thunder Kylin directly crawled out of the clouds and quickly rushed towards the two earth dragon snakes below. A large amount of black fog surged out of the two earth dragon snakes' bodies, enveloping them, wanting to resist one last time. However, facing the attack of the five elements Thunder Kylin, their resistance was clearly useless. The five elements Thunder Kylin's huge body directly enveloped the two earth dragon snakes. Under its bite, the bodies of the two earth dragon snakes quickly disintegrated, quickly shattering under the effect of the violent lightning power. Soon, the two earth dragon snakes directly died under the five elements Thunder Kylin. Even their bodies disintegrated into several pieces. Song Kinga panted slightly and looked at the corpses of the earth dragon snakes in front of him before his emotions eased a little. Seeing this, Lu Yan was relieved that he did not have to do it himself and could save up his energy. Lu Yan directly put away the undead netherworld armor and the netherworld soul scythe. With a cooldown time of more than 2 hours, he should be able to use them the next time he faced such a situation. Arriving beside Song Kinga, Lu Yan patted his shoulder. My condolences. With that said, Lu Yan headed towards the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon. Arriving at the location of the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon under the ground, Lu Yan saw two new earth dragon snake corpses. Two black fog was seeping out of the corpses of the two earth dragon snakes and quickly rising into the sky. Lu Yan looked at the black fog floating out of the sky and frowned slightly. However, his gaze then landed on the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon in front of him. At this moment, many wounds had already appeared on the half-epic level undead fire earth dragon in front of him. It looked somewhat sorry, and its aura was much weaker. Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan walked towards the other party. Because of Lu Yan's actions of attracting the earth dragon snake a few times, the good impression this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon had for Lu Yan had decreased a lot. When it saw Lu Yan come over, its eyes revealed vigilance. Lu Yan did not dawdle at all and directly mobilized the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body. Sensing the bloodline power of the Netherworld King emitted from Lu Yan's body, the half-epic level undead flame earth dragon's body froze slightly. Then, its eyes revealed hesitation. Then, it quickly arrived beside Lu Yan and licked Lu Yan's shoes intimately. It worked. Lu Yan's eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He originally wanted to just test it and did not expect it to really succeed. Although this half-epic level undead flame earth dragon was severely injured, it could slowly recover in the undead space. After putting the other party into the undead space, Lu Yan quickly left. After arriving on the ground, Li Mayer and the others had already gathered. Everyone's eyes landed on Song Kinga in front of them. At this moment, Song Kinga had just used the 5 elements Thunder Kylin and his aura was somewhat weak. Looking at the shattered corpse of the earth dragon snake in front of him, Song Kinga bit his lip. Then, Song Kinga turned around and quickly arrived beside Lu Yan. Thank you for your help just now. Here is the reward I promised you. As Song Kinga spoke, he handed the resources he had gathered to Lu Yan. Although he was unable to save Fang Chengxian, without Lu Yan's help, it was impossible for him to face so many earth dragon snakes. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly accepted all the resources Song Kinga handed over. Song Kinga had gathered a lot of resources, and the quality of them was not bad. He also had an S-level resource. At this moment, Song Kinga took out the teleportation scroll and prepared to open it. Lu Yan frowned and said, "You're leaving abandoned city? There's still a day." Although Song Kinga had given him the resources and it was impossible for him to return them, it was better for the other party to continue collecting resources for a day than to just leave, right? After taking the other party's resources, Lu Yan naturally would not chase Song Kinga out again. Song Kinga shook his head when he heard this and revealed a miserable smile. Forget it, my mental state has already fluctuated. It's not suitable for me to stay here. Fang Qinqian's death was a huge blow to Song Kinga. He was no longer in the mood to continue the national new student exchange competition. Hearing Song Kinga's words, Lu Yan nodded and did not stop him. Song Kinga did not hesitate and directly opened the teleportation scroll in his hand. A light shot out from the teleportation scroll and directly enveloped Song Kinga's body. Just as Lu Yan thought that Song Kinga had been teleported out, the light in front of him slowly dissipated, and Song Kinga's figure appeared again. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Song Kinga was not teleported out? Song Kinga was also stunned. Then, he looked at the teleportation scroll in his hand. At this moment, the teleportation scroll appeared as if it was already used and could no longer be used. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The teleportation scroll failed. Song Kinga was also stunned. He looked at the teleportation scroll in his hand that had already been used and was somewhat confused. He had clearly used the teleportation scroll, but why was he not teleported out? Could it be that there was a problem with his teleportation scroll? However, the possibility of this happening was extremely low. After all, every participating new student's teleportation scroll had to go through several layers of inspection to ensure that the new students could use the teleportation scroll to escape safely in a crisis. If there was a problem with the teleportation scroll, a large number of people would probably be implicated. Lu Yan looked at the teleportation scroll in Song Kinga's hand and then at the corpse of the earth dragon snake at the side. He thought of something and suddenly looked up. In the sky, a large amount of black fog that had been released from the earth dragon snake's corpse floated in midair, vaguely covering the sky above abandoned city. Looking carefully, Lu Yan discovered that the abandoned city seemed to be dimmer today than yesterday. It seemed that because of the black fog in the sky of the entire abandoned city was much darker than before. Something was wrong? Lu Yan realized that something was wrong. His gaze landed on the corpses of the surrounding earth dragon snakes and he frowned. Such earth dragon snakes should not appear on a large scale in the abandoned city, the venue of the National New Student Exchange Competition. Lu Yan thought about how the earth dragon snakes swallowed the black fog spat out by the demon beasts and would release it when they were killed or self-destruct. Connecting to how Song Kinga's teleportation scroll had failed, Lu Yan thought of a terrifying fact. Lu Yan quickly took out his teleportation scroll and directly tore it open. Buzz! A light was released from the teleportation scroll and enveloped Lu Yan's body. The expressions of Li Meier and the others changed. They did not expect Lu Yan to use a teleportation scroll at this moment. What did he want to do? Leave directly from here? However, when the light dissipated, Lu Yan's body was still in place and was not teleported out by the teleportation scroll. It was useless. Lu Yan looked at the teleportation scroll in his hand that had already been used. His expression slightly darkened. Indeed, as he had guessed, there was something wrong with the black fog in the sky, or rather, the black fog released from the bodies of these earth dragon snakes. Lu Yan, what's going on? Li Meier looked at Lu Yan who appeared in the teleportation light and frowned. Lu Yan looked up and said, the teleportation scroll has lost its effect. Look, there's suddenly a dense black fog in the sky above abandoned city. This is very abnormal. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Li Meier and the others looked up and indeed saw the dense black fog in the sky. After being stunned, Li Meier also took out her teleportation scroll and directly tore it open. The teleportation light enveloped Li Meier's body. However, the light quickly dissipated. Li Meier's body was still in the original spot and was not directly teleported out. The teleportation scroll is really useless. Li Meier and the others frowned. They did not expect this situation at all. Song Kinga also frowned. He thought for a moment and looked at Lu Yan. Is it related to these earth dragon snakes? Previously, Song Kinga had also sensed that the black fog spat out by the earth dragon snake was somewhat strange, but he did not think too much about it. Now, it seemed that the black fog that enveloped abandoned city was probably related to these earth dragon snakes. Lu Yan nodded. The appearance of these earth dragon snakes is somewhat strange. Logically speaking, it's unlikely for such demon beasts to be mobilized together. Moreover, most demon beasts in abandoned city have their own resources to protect. There are basically very few such demon beasts wandering around. Moreover, it's impossible for them to move together on a large scale. Song Kinga looked at Lu Yan and raised his eyebrows. Do you suspect that these demon beasts are controlled by someone? Lu Yan looked at the black fog in the sky above the abandoned city and nodded slightly. From the current situation, that should be the case. My guess is that the people from the outside world probably can't enter now. I'm just not sure what the other party's goal is. Is it an enemy country or a foreign race coming to kill us, or is it someone else? Hearing Lu Yan's words, the expressions of Song Kinga, Li Meier, and the others became ugly. In the previous National New Student Exchange Competition, there had been cases of foreign races or empires assassinating participating new students. However, if they were the ones behind these earth dragon snakes, it would be too terrifying. Were they trying to wipe out the participating new students in the abandoned city? What should we do now? Song Kinga looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan shook his head. I'm not sure. I haven't figured out the situation yet, but in the current situation, I have to meet up with the main group first. Song Kinga's expression also became solemn. He looked at Lu Yan and said, I can send out a signal gun to gather the new students of Demon City University. Let's move together. At the moment, they did not know what had happened, but they could only leave the matter of the National New Student Exchange Competition for later. If it was an operation by a foreign race or an enemy country, the new students in Abandoned City had to join forces. Lu Yan nodded and prepared to get Song Kinga to gather the participating new students of Demon City University as he headed to the meeting place he had agreed to with Bai Miao. When Lu Yan and the others moved, the outside world was already in chaos. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. In the audience, many people directly stood up when they saw Song Kinga, Lu Yan, and Li Meier use the teleportation scroll one after another. What's going on? Is the teleportation scroll faulty? How can the teleportation scroll be so lousy? How are we supposed to guarantee the safety of the participating new students? What do you mean by fault? Can't you see that none of the 3 teleportation scrolls worked? Something must have happened in the abandoned city. Look, Lu Yan and the others are looking up at the sky. From the looks of it, the sky of the abandoned city seems to be very dark. What time is it? Logically speaking, it shouldn't have darkened so quickly. It's not dark, but the sky above the abandoned city is covered in a layer of black fog. Damn, what the hell is that? It actually completely covered the sky above the abandoned city. The things and buildings the audience could see were not only limited in the abandoned city. Outside the abandoned city, there were also many unmanned aircraft filming the entire abandoned city. Now, through the surveillance equipment outside, all the audience could clearly see that a large amount of black fog was lingering in the sky of the abandoned city, covering the entire sky of the abandoned city. It was very different from the sky at the side. What's that? Could the failure of Lu Yan and the others' teleportation scrolls be related to the black fog in the sky? I'm not sure. Where's the organizer? Come out and give an explanation. What's going on? n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Could this be the method of a foreign race or an enemy country? They want to destroy the participating new students in the abandoned city. The surrounding audience watched as the abandoned city was enveloped in black fog. Their expressions became nervous and they discussed. Teacher, what's going on in the abandoned city? Luo Liulai looked at the situation of the abandoned city on the projection screen and stood up with an anxious expression. At the side, Wang Yanzhai also frowned. He looked at the projection screen in front of him and shook his head. I can't sense the situation in the abandoned city. I can only see what's on the projection screen, so I can't see what's going on. However, from the looks of it, the failure of the teleportation scroll should be related to the black fog in the sky. Hearing Wang Yanzhai's words, Luo Liulai became nervous. Then will little Yan be in danger? Wang Yanzhai looked at Luo Liulai and comforted her. Your brother is very powerful and has so many undead. It shouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Although he comforted Luo Liulai like this, Wang Yanzhai's heart directly sank. No matter who did this, they were probably targeting the participating new students of abandoned city. Although he did not know what was going on, the participating new students were probably doomed. On the viewing platform of the Golden Corner Academy, Lei Shuo stood up, his body flickering with lightning. What's the organizer doing? How can the teleportation scroll fail? Also, what's going on with the black fog in the abandoned city? The black fog on the abandoned city made Lei Shuo feel somewhat uneasy and he almost went to question the organizer. At the side, Lu Quan also frowned and directly stood up. Let's go and ask the organizer what's going on. This matter concerned the participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy and could not be handled carelessly. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan arrived at the rostrum very quickly. They looked at the principal of Qingbei University, Luo Sotong, and questioned him. Luo Sotong, what's going on? Why did the teleportation scroll lose its effect? Luo Sotong frowned and said as if he did not know anything. We don't know what's going on now either. We're sending people to the abandoned city to investigate. I believe there will be a result soon. Lei Shuo snorted. As the organizer, how can such a situation happen? Open the teleportation mirror. I'm going to fetch all the participating new students of our Golden Corner Academy. Luo Sotong frowned and looked at Lei Shuo. Principal Lei Shuo, don't be anxious first. The situation is still unclear. If you rashly go in and pick up the participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy, won't you have to withdraw from the competition in advance? Lei Shuo said somewhat impatiently, so be it. Do I care about the rewards of the National New Student Exchange competition? Now that there's an unknown situation, the safety of the participating new students is the most important. Moreover, this situation is your Qingbei University's responsibility. It doesn't matter if it's a rematch or not. You have to give me a solution after this. Lei Shuo felt that something was wrong with the black fog that enveloped abandoned city. As for withdrawing early, it was not a big deal for Lei Shuo. It was only some resources and reputation. How could it be more important than the safety of the top 10 new students of the Golden Corner Academy? Lu Yan and the others were the future hope of the Golden Corner Academy. In particular, Lu Yan could simply be said to be the new student with the strongest performance potential since the establishment of the Golden Corner Academy. Nothing could happen to him. If it was a normal competition, even if there was any danger to his life, Lei Shuo would not ask to enter and bring out the participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy. After all, the survival competition was meant to test the new students. However, the current situation had already exceeded their control. He had to prioritize the safety of the participating new students. The competition was secondary. At this moment, the teachers in charge of the surrounding universities also rushed over and questioned Luo Sotong about the abandoned city. The teachers in charge of some universities also expressed the same wish as Lei Shuo. They wanted to bring out the participating new students from the abandoned city first. In particular, the teachers of some universities who had already lost a few participating new students in the abandoned city had even more urgent expressions than Lei Shuo. After all, losing a few participating new students was already very painful for them. If more participating new students died, not only would it be a loss to their university, but they would also not have a good time when they returned. Luo Sotong looked at the emotional teachers of the surrounding universities and could only say awkwardly, everyone, I know that everyone is relatively emotional now, but everyone, calm down first. Such a situation in the abandoned city is naturally something none of us want to see. The participating new students of our Qingbei University are also inside. I'm just as anxious as you. However, the situation is still unclear. The rescuers at the nearest supply station in abandoned city have already rushed over. Among them is the level 50 berserker, Hu Xiao. I believe he can investigate the situation clearly if he rushes over. If something really happens, I believe Hu Xiao can also save the participating new students of abandoned city. Luo Sotong's words were not very effective. Lei Shuo snorted and said, Hu Xiao and the others are 3 hours away from the abandoned city. If anything happens, it will be too late by the time Hu Xiao gets there. Hurry up and open the teleportation mirror. I'll go in and pick them up personally. More lightning surged from Lei Shuo's body, as if he could no longer hold it in. Luo Sotong's expression changed. Then, he looked at Lei Shuo and the others and said helplessly, "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to open the teleportation mirror, but it's impossible. Everyone knows that the team survival competition is to test the survival ability of the participating new students. Therefore, after entering, the teleportation mirror was directly closed. The students can only wait until the time is up or use the teleportation scroll to leave. Moreover, even if you forcefully break the teleportation mirror, this teleportation mirror can only teleport people below level 25 into the abandoned city. This is all for the fairness of the National New Student Exchange Competition. You all know the rules. Everyone, listen to me. We don't know the situation yet. Let's wait and see." Hu Xiao has already rushed over. It's only 3 hours. Nothing will happen. A large amount of lightning shot out from Lei Shuo's body. He looked at Luo Sotong, as if he was about to attack in the next moment. Lu Quan grabbed Lei Shuo's arm and shook his head at him. "Let's wait and see first. It's useless even if you beat Luo Sotong up." Lei Shuo snorted and looked at Luo Sotong as he said coldly, "If any of the participating new students of our Golden Corner Academy are injured because of your organizer's mistake, I'll destroy your Kingbei." With that said, Lei Shuo turned around and left. Seeing this, the instructors of the other universities also left. Luo Sotong heaved a sigh of relief and slowly sat down. Looking at the situation of the abandoned city on the projection screen, he could not help but become nervous. Then, Luo Sotong looked at Elder Zhang at the side and bit his lip. At this moment, Elder Jiang's gaze was on the screen in front of him. He looked at ease and did not reveal any worry about Zhang Shangbei. In the abandoned city, Song Kinga fired 2 signal flares in a row to inform the surrounding new students of Demon City University. They had previously agreed that if there was a signal flare, the 2-man team nearby would go and provide support. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. However, the 2 consecutive signal flares represented an extremely urgent situation. They had to stop everything they had going on and rush to support. Soon, the remaining 4 teams of Demon City University quickly rushed over. Looking at Song Kinga in front of him, Lu Yan, and the others beside him, the expressions of the participating new students of Demon City University became nervous. They thought that the danger came from Lu Yan and the others and attacked. Seeing this, Song Kinga hurriedly explained to the students who had rushed over. Fang Chengqian was killed. The teleportation scroll has lost its effect. Could someone be plotting behind the scenes? The new students of Demon City University were all shocked when they heard Song Kinga's words. A participating new student of Demon City University tore open his teleportation scroll. After the light enveloped him, he was still in place. This instantly made the expressions of the other participating new students of Demon City University become solemn. Now that the teleportation scroll failed, they had basically lost their greatest psychological support. If anything happened, they could only face it head-on. What should we do now? If it's really as we guessed, and someone is really planning the entire thing behind the scenes and the target is us, isn't our situation very dangerous? A participating new student of Demon City University said in panic. For now, we can only gather more participating new students to discuss countermeasures, Song Kinga said. Then, Song Kinga pointed at Lu Yan and said, Lu Yan will command the team first. We'll gather with the remaining new students of the Golden Corner Academy first before we see what to do. Hearing Song Kinga's words, the few Demon City universities hesitated for a moment before nodding. Song Kinga was their leader to begin with. Coupled with Lu Yan's previous performance, they did not have much resistance to listening to Lu Yan's orders. The group quickly headed to the place they had agreed to meet Bai Miao and the others. After gathering, Lu Yan told Bai Miao and the others about the matter. The expressions of Bai Miao and the others also became solemn. If that's really the case, our main goal now is to escape from the abandoned city. Bai Miao looked at Lu Yan and said. Song Kinga nodded. That's right. The teleportation scroll has failed. Coupled with the black fog in the sky, the situation has already become very complicated. The best thing to do now is to leave abandoned city first. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan, waiting for his decision. At this moment, with his undead and his own combat strength, Lu Yan had absolute say. Everyone had to consider Lu Yan's thoughts. Lu Yan looked up at the black fog in the sky above abandoned city and frowned. Judging from the current situation, the other party has spread the black fog in the sky. He's clearly prepared. It's probably too late for us to leave abandoned city now. After all, we can't even get out of the abandoned city now. If the other party's target was really them, the participating new students, the other party would definitely not let them escape easily. Even if they wanted to leave the abandoned city, it was probably not feasible for them to escape by traveling away from abandoned city. When Song Kinga and the others heard Lu Yan's words, their expressions also became ugly. This was indeed possible. If the target behind the scenes was really after them, they probably would not be able to escape. Lu Yan continued, moreover, have you discovered that the current abandoned city has only cut off the teleportation scroll? We haven't encountered any danger yet. If it were a foreign race or an enemy country targeting us, we would probably have long been attacked. The other party won't give us a chance to meet up easily. Previously, Lu Yan and Song Kinga had said that they would gather first because they wanted to prove their guess. After all, if someone was really targeting them from behind, they would definitely not want them to gather. Wasn't it better to take advantage of the fact that they were separated and defeat them one by one? Song Kinga frowned. Lu Yan, what do you mean? Lu Yan said softly, everyone knows the history of the abandoned city, right? Maybe there's a possibility that this matter is related to the Darkborn who stayed in this city previously. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the expressions of the surrounding people suddenly changed. Darkborn. Previously, they did not know much about the Darkborn. However, after an explanation from the teacher in charge, they had a rough understanding of the Darkborn. This was a warlike foreign race, or rather, a warlike foreign race alliance. 100 years ago, when the Void Gate opened, Darkborns could basically always be seen in the battles between humans and foreign races. It could be said that they were the foreign races that fought humans the most. If the failure of the teleportation scroll was related to the Darkborn, it would mean that this matter was a lot more complicated. Lu Yan pointed at the black fog in the sky and said, from this black fog, I can sense very dense dark-type power. Darkborns are best at dark-type power. The surrounding people fell silent. Lu Hu said in a low voice, then what should we do now? Why don't we try to rush out of the abandoned city? It's naturally best if we can successfully get out. Darkborns are not something we can face now. Lu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, we can't head out. We have to go towards the tall tower in the center. Everyone was stunned for a moment before looking towards the tall tower in the abandoned city. That was the tallest building in the abandoned city. However, in the current situation of the abandoned city, was it normal for them to run towards the center instead of running out? Just as everyone was hesitating, a red signal flare rose from the area outside the abandoned city. As this signal flare rose, various colored signal flares began to rise continuously. Moreover, they were all rising in the direction of the area outside abandoned city. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Bai Miao said in a low voice, looks like it's as Lu Yan guessed. The area near the abandoned city has become dangerous. With so many signal flares rising, it was obvious that there was some danger preventing the new students of the abandoned city from escaping. Let's go to that tower first. Although the dark power there is the densest, according to the area where the Earth Dragon Snake appeared, that should be the safest place now. With that said, Lu Yan directly headed towards the tower. Bai Miao, Li Meier, and the other participating new students of the Golden Corner Academy did not hesitate and directly followed. Song Kinga and the others looked at each other. Then, they quickly followed Lu Yan and the others. Along the way, everyone was silent, their moods relatively heavy. After all, the current situation was a little too complicated. At this moment, signal flares rose not far from the high platform in front of them. A yellow flare. These yellow signal flares rose in an orderly manner, as if they were queuing up to be released. A participating new student of Demon City University said in horror, could it be that the location of the tower is also dangerous? We can't approach. Lu Yan did not stop advancing and said without turning around, those yellow signal flares rose very orderly. Clearly, they didn't encounter any danger. Moreover, there were so many of them. They probably want to tell the participating new students of the surrounding universities to approach. They're probably also a university team that discovered the abnormality of the abandoned city. Song Kinga nodded. That should be the case. I've seen this yellow signal flare before. It's from Qingbei University. Let's go and meet up with them first. Lu Yan nodded. Coincidentally, they could meet the other party on the way to the tower. They would first ask if the other party had any new information. Lu Yan and the others began to increase their strength and quickly approached the place where the yellow signal flare rose. In front of him, a large number of participating new students of Qingbei University were indeed gathered. Zhang Shangbei and Luo Qiushan were communicating in the crowd. Seeing Lu Yan and the others arrive, the two of them turned around, and Luo Qiushan revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Zhang Shangbei also smiled and was not too surprised. Luo Qiushan looked at Lu Yan and the others and welcomed them. Lu Yan, Song Kinga, I didn't expect you to be the first to rush over. Lu Yan looked at Luo Qiushan and his eyes flickered slightly. Looks like you've also discovered the abnormality of the abandoned city. Luo Qiushan nodded and pointed at the sky above. The sky above the abandoned city is enveloped by this black fog. The teleportation scroll has also lost its effect. However, Zhang Shangbei has made a new discovery, so we released a signal flare to gather the participating new students. Zhang Shangbei? Lu Yan raised his eyebrows and his gaze landed on Zhang Shangbei behind him. Lu Yan had always felt somewhat uncomfortable with this guy. His impression of him was far inferior to Song Kinga. Looking at the smile on his face, Lu Yan felt that it was somewhat fake. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei also walked over and greeted Lu Yan and Song Kinga. Zhang Shangbei, Luo Qiushan just said that you made a new discovery. What discovery? Hearing Lu Yan's question, Zhang Shangbei pondered for a moment and then said, I just discovered this too. I'm not sure yet n/o/vel/b/c/om. I believe you all know the abnormality of the abandoned city. From the black fog in the sky, I sensed an extremely dense dark power. However, in the tower not far ahead, I sensed a hidden divine light aura. You also know that I'm a holy knight and am very sensitive to the divine light aura. Abandoned city was previously a place for the Darkborn. Now that such a situation has happened, I suspect that it might be related to the methods left behind by the Darkborn to escape abandoned city. The divine light aura sensed on the tower is very likely our life-saving straw. After all, the thing that restrains dark power the most is the divine light power. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, many of the surrounding new students smiled. After all, they were still confused previously. Now, Zhang Shangbei's words at least gave them a goal. Divine light aura? Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei in front of him and frowned slightly. Although Zhang Shangbei spoke logically, Lu Yan kept feeling that something was wrong. Raising his eyebrows, Lu Yan thought of what was wrong. That was, this Zhang Shangbei seemed to know too much. The black fog above the abandoned city had not formed for long. Even if he and Song Kinga were not the first to discover the abnormality of the abandoned city, they were definitely among the first. However, they had no clue now. This Zhang Shangbei had already sensed a divine light power that could be used as a life-saving straw from the tower. Of course, this was only Lu Yan's confusion. Perhaps this Zhang Shangbei was really abnormally sensitive to the divine light power and was lucky enough to discover this divine light power. Of course, Lu Yan was naturally more vigilant now that he was suspicious of Zhang Shangbei. Then what are we waiting for? Let's directly enter the tower and obtain this divine light power first. A participating new student of Demon City University said excitedly. In his opinion, since they had discovered such power, it was naturally best to obtain it first. Zhang Shangbei whispered when he heard this, that tower is an unexplored area. There might be danger inside. It's better to wait for the new students of the other universities to rush over before entering the exploration together. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the participating new student of Demon City University hurriedly nodded. That's right, that's right. There's strength in numbers. It's better to explore together with more people. Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei and did not speak. He waited quietly. Bai Miao arrived beside Lu Yan and asked softly, can this Zhang Shangbei's words be trusted? After all, Bai Miao had experienced life and death and was still sensitive to certain things. This Zhang Shangbei made her feel that something was wrong. Lu Yan whispered, in any case, be careful of this Zhang Shangbei. However, we're also going to the tower. Why don't we go together? There's strength in numbers. It's also beneficial for us to have more people. At the very least, if there's a problem with Zhang Shangbei, we'll have more shields. Lu Yan's words were very cold-blooded. However, at this moment, other than his university classmates, Lu Yan did not take the lives of the new students of the other universities very seriously, even if it was the lives of Song Kinga, Luo Qiushan, and the others. In fact, in the Golden Corner Academy, other than Bai Miao and the others who were relatively close to him, Lu Yan also would not care much about Lu Hu and the others. If he encountered danger, he would save them if he could. If he could not, he would decisively abandon them. As everyone waited, participating new students from other universities also rushed over one after another. Most of them sensed the abnormality of the abandoned city. Every time a group of new students came, Zhang Shangbei would repeat his previous words and let them wait quietly. After a while, many new students from many universities had already gathered here. There were more than 200 participating new students. Alright, it seems that the others won't be able to come over for the time being. The number of people here is about enough to deal with the sudden situation in the tower. Let's go in and explore first. If we can first find the divine light power I sensed in the tower, the danger level here will be greatly reduced. Zhang Shangbei looked at the sky and then said to everyone. Everyone nodded when they heard Zhang Shangbei's words. Then, they headed towards the tallest building in the abandoned city in front of them. Lu Yan and the others also got up and entered the team before directly heading towards the tower. At this moment, Lu Yan looked at the time. It was 8 in the evening. Looking up, the black fog in the sky was already as dense as ink. The time was 8 p.m. sharp. What was the meaning of Zhang Shangbei choosing such a time to enter the tower? Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei in front of him and felt that Zhang Shangbei's footsteps were very stable and his body was also very relaxed. He did not have the nervousness of exploring an unknown place at all. It was completely different from the tense bodies of the other participating new students at the side. It was a little too leisurely. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan, you have a lot of undead. Let some out to explore the surroundings. This way, it will be safer. Hearing Zhang Shangbei's words, the gazes of the surrounding participating new students landed on Lu Yan in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. If Lu Yan's undead were around to help investigate the dangerous situation, they would indeed be much safer. Bai Miao was about to speak when Lu Yan stopped her. Then, he looked at Zhang Shangbei and nodded. All right. A large number of undead began to appear beside Lu Yan. Then, they spread out and investigated the surrounding area. Bai Miao frowned and said, this guy clearly doesn't have good intentions and wants to use this method to consume your undead. Lu Yan smiled and said, I originally wanted to use the undead to investigate the surrounding situation anyway. I won't be at ease if Zhang Shangbei is the only one who knows about everything n/o/vel/b/c/c/om. Before entering the tower, Lu Yan had already secretly released many undead to investigate the surroundings. He could not lose the initiative. Bai Miao nodded when she heard this and continued to follow the team forward. Lu Yan and the others entered from the main entrance of this tower. First, they had to pass through a long pitch-black passageway. The surroundings lit up. Every participating new student held an emergency lamp and began to illuminate the surroundings to investigate the situation. No one spoke. There were only muffled footsteps around, making everyone's mood even heavier. The surrounding undead were also constantly reporting the situation to Lu Yan. Currently, there was no danger in the surroundings. Not long after Lu Yan and the others entered the tunnel that led to the interior of the tower, pitch-black dragon snakes slowly spread out from the surrounding buildings. These earth dragon snakes' bodies were extremely thick. They were more than 3 times larger than when they were released from the temple-like building previously. Every one of them seemed to be a huge object. Black patterns lit up on the bodies of these earth dragon snakes. A faint light revealed on them, like inscriptions that covered the entire body of the earth dragon snake. If Lu Yan was here, he would definitely be able to discover that the aura of these earth dragon snakes was several times richer than the earth dragon snakes he had encountered previously. Every one of them had an epic level aura. These earth dragon snakes arrived beside the tower, and the black patterns on their bodies lit up. Then, a portion of the bodies of these earth dragon snakes began to disintegrate, and their huge bodies instantly weakened a lot. Their disintegrating bodies transformed into small earth dragon snakes that quickly rushed into the tower passageway in front of them. These huge earth dragon snakes quickly climbed up their bodies and began to climb along the tower in front of them, as if they wanted to reach the top of the tower in this way. From afar, one could clearly see that on the tallest building in this abandoned city, the bodies of several huge creatures were slowly moving towards the top. It was very terrifying. At this moment, in the corridor of the tower, Lu Yan suddenly frowned and stopped. When Bai Miao and the others saw Lu Yan stop, they stopped. In front, Zhang Shangbei felt the team stop and turned to look at Lu Yan. What's wrong? Why have you stopped? Lu Yan looked at Zhang Shangbei and slowly said, I've lost contact with one of my undead on the right rear. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the expressions of the surrounding university new students became nervous. After all, Lu Yan's undead were not weak. For Lu Yan to directly lose contact with his undead, it seemed that this tunnel was dangerous. Zhang Shangbei also frowned when he heard this. Then, he said, let's continue forward. Lu Yan, please send more undead to defend the surroundings. It's better for the undead to be destroyed than for us new students to encounter danger. The surrounding new students from the universities also nodded in agreement. That's right. Lu Yan, you have so many undead. It's fine to have fewer. We're all top 10 new students of the various universities. It's a huge loss to lose even one. That's right, that's right. Lu Yan, send more undead so that we can pass through here safely. That's right. If we can get out safely, I'll definitely report it to the school and get them to give you some resources as compensation. If they could choose to not face danger themselves, who would want to face danger alone? Hearing the surrounding new students' words, Lu Yan did not say anything. A large number of undead surged out. The undead knights led the team and directly headed towards the place where the undead disappeared just now. Seeing a large number of undead surge out from the surrounding university new students heaved a sigh of relief. However, they then realized that something was wrong. Lu Yan directly sent the surrounding undead out to investigate the place where the undead had disappeared. He did not leave any undead guards around. The surrounding undead were fewer than before. Moreover, they were gathered around Lu Yan and the others. The expressions of the surrounding university new students changed. Some university new students could not help but say, Lu Yan, you don't have to let the undead investigate. Just let the undead guard beside us. That's right. The situation here is unknown now. What if the place we investigate is dangerous? This way, more of your undead will die. We're just trying to make you lose fewer undead by having them guard our surroundings. That's right. Our first goal now is to find the divine light power Zhang Shangbei sensed. That's the most important. Hearing the surrounding new students' words, Lu Yan's expression did not change at all, nor did he summon the undead he had sent out. Found it. Lu Yan's gaze landed on the right rear of the team. The undead knights and undead swordsmen began to attack. Hisses sounded, making Lu Yan frown. It was the earth dragon snake. After coming into contact with the earth dragon snake a few times, Lu Yan was very sensitive to the earth dragon snake's noise. The earth dragon snake had already arrived? This made Lu Yan frown even more. Previously, when many signal flares rose from the edge of the abandoned city, Lu Yan guessed that the earth dragon snakes might be there. Now, it seemed that the earth dragon snakes were not causing trouble at the edge of the abandoned city. Since they were here, what was going on with the participating new students who had encountered danger at the edge of the abandoned city? Lu Yan did not have time to think carefully. As the cries sounded, earth dragon snakes appeared in the surroundings and quickly rushed towards Lu Yan and the others. It was not only the back, but even many earth dragon snakes appeared in front of the team. Lu Yan's undead blocked these earth dragon snakes and began to kill them. Lu Yan also quickly rushed over. Bai Miao and the others naturally followed closely behind Lu Yan. Soon, Lu Yan saw a large number of earth dragon snakes in front of him, but the appearance of these earth dragon snakes made Lu Yan frown even more. These were very small earth dragon snakes. They were about a third the size of the earth dragon snakes he had encountered previously and looked somewhat exquisite. However, the aura coming from them was very huge and their combat strength was not ordinary. Ordinary undead were not a match at all. Only the undead of the Netherworld King's intimidation could barely suppress them. It was somewhat strange. In the team in front, facing the sudden large number of earth dragon snakes, the surrounding participating new students directly panicked. Everyone began to attack these earth dragon snakes. A participating new student faced the attack of the earth dragon snake and retreated step by step. Just as he was about to be bitten by the earth dragon snake in front of him, a white light flickered from the side before a blade was directly slashed onto the earth dragon snake's body. With just one attack, the other party slashed this earth dragon snake into two. The white light also carried a burning power and completely killed the two parts of the earth dragon snake's body that were still twisting. This participating new student looked at Zhang Shangbei, who had appeared in front of him, and said gratefully, "Thank you." Zhang Shangbei smiled at him and continued to walk to the side to help the surrounding new students resist the earth dragon snake. On Lu Yan's side, the surrounding earth dragon snakes were quickly destroyed. Although these earth dragon snakes were not weak, they were still unable to cause any trouble under Lu Yan's undead army. A large number of earth dragon snakes were killed, but without exception, these earth dragon snakes did not leave behind any corpses. They all transformed into black fog that slowly flowed in the tunnel before floating towards the entrance Lu Yan and the others had entered. Looking at this black fog, Lu Yan frowned and got some necromancers to release undead magic. However, when it landed on this black fog, it directly passed through, as if this was ordinary black fog. At this moment, Zhang Shangbei had also finished killing the surrounding earth dragon snakes. A large portion of the participating new students looked at Zhang Shangbei gratefully. Just now, Zhang Shangbei was simply like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Every time a participating new student encountered danger, he would appear in time and save them from the earth dragon snake's mouth. After a 10-minute battle, many participating new students had a huge favorable impression of Zhang Shangbei. At this moment, Lu Yan slowly returned with the surrounding undead, Bai Miao, and the others. Looking at Lu Yan, the participating new students revealed a different gaze. He clearly has undead, but he doesn't prioritize protecting us. Instead, he rushed out to fight. I wonder what he's thinking. That's right. I can't believe he doesn't even know to prioritize ensuring our collective strength. If not for Zhang Shangbei, we would probably have lost many participating new students. He probably deliberately brought the undead away to prevent them from dying. I really didn't expect Lu Yan to be such a person. Whispers entered Lu Yan's ears, making him frown. Looking at the participating new students surrounding Zhang Shangbei in front of him, Lu Yan's frown deepened. In the face of the attacks of some earth dragon snakes, Zhang Shangbei had gathered so many participating new students beside him. As for him, he was hated by the new students in front of him. Even if the undead were his and were unrelated to them, they still hated him because he did not use his undead to protect them. But so what? Lu Yan continued to return to the team with the undead. He felt more and more that something was wrong with Zhang Shangbei in front of him. He wanted to see what this guy was up to.